Topaz, which is like the I don't know. Keystrix and Topaz really remind me of each other. Topaz showed up to the last stage event, but he can't show up to this one because he has a dentist appointment. So we got Keystrix instead.
Okay. I've returned. I have. Oh.
Yeah, it's literally type of chat. Yeah, he's replacing them.
Oh, you left.
Who's that?
Swoteeks, he was the mystery player in the Kahoot who got like 3rd place.
Oh, him. Yeah, I remember him.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to wait until there's a good few people who. Oh, great! We've already got one person who's asking about that's later. Kahoot is later, not yet. Right? We're not just doing this for the Kahoot.
Yeah,
the Kahoot is part of it, and I spent a lot of money on it. But that's not the entire reason you're here. If you're just here to play the Kahoot, then I'd rather you weren't here at all.
Okay, we got Landon.
Who?
Linda Gunderson.
How does that abbreviate to Landon? That's like Richard abbreviating to Dick.
Landon is their alias. They just call themselves Linda because they're a big fan of Linda.
We got Freddie, O'Neill.
I'm a big fan of Jewel, but I don't call myself Jewel.
Okay. Oh. It's just 11.
11 people. That isn't horrific. It's an actual IRL first name. Oh. What? Well, in which case, sup, Landon? You right? How you doing? You good? There's Freddie. Got Freddie as well.
Like I said, I lament the fact that I consumed all my mango spears yesterday. Hi, Tushka.
I saved something, yeah, no, it absolutely does not stand for Big Jewel, don't worry. But you could imply that. I don't mind.
Oh my goodness.
No, you ate everything. I saved something for this occasion. I saved me some Henry Westons. I got cider or scrumpy. You like scrumpy?
I'm gonna also check Project Acai.
7.3% proof. Delicious. Oh, that's lovely. It's like apple juice that tries to kill you. We got Colby. Colby's in. Great. We're all familiar we're all familiar with the chat. Yeah. Who just joined? We got more people. We got more people coming, so I'm happy. We got some people.
I think we should maybe wait for like, I don't know, 15, 20 before we start. If it takes an inordinate amount of time, then yeah, we'll just.
We'll begin prematurely if
Well, I mean, it's already 5 minutes into the event, but whatever. Yeah. I am Big Jewel. So to Homestar, we will begin the Kahoot after the opening Rio 2 discussion, which will hopefully last half an hour.
I paid for the Kahoot, and yet, and I have the link to it. I will say this: I'll make them available afterwards. I'm going to put both of them into one, and then make that public. But I don't know if it will be public after I cancel the subscription, because I'm canceling the subscription pretty much the moment we're done with it. so I don't get charged another 60 flipping quid. As I said earlier, though, we won't be starting it just yet because, like I say, I don't want people to just stick around for the Kahoot and then leave. So,
I got the Rio Museum all set up for the tour.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, let me know if anybody notable or anybody else notable joins in. I'm just gonna arrange something.
Aaron. We're gonna lose Eric. He's like 1% of our viewer base at the moment. Don't go.
Okay, who else has joined? No one has reacted to my latest ping, so yeah, in like 2 minutes, I'll be starting, or we should start, I guess. We got What Parrot? I think he was here for the last event. What Parrot? Akira. We have him. Yeah, again, I'll wait another couple minutes. I should also check.
People. This is tragic, bro. He was so confident. He was saying, "Oh, we got the most amount of reacts to these this ping that I put out, and much more than the last time." And then 13 people showed up. Pig.
Well, last time we had a peak of 30 people, including the hosts. So
Yeah, we got to 27 audience members. Nice. No, wait, there's also
We did, yeah.
No, there's also Pashka. And then we
Yeah,
also had Liliot in there for a while, and then we had 25 people in the audience. Okay. Yeah. I remember getting as high as 25.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the server then.
Hello.
Yeah. So this is again a Rio 2 anniversary event. And yeah, we're just gonna be starting in just a minute. Got it. Oh, okay. We had one more person join. I also messaged Augie. He hasn't responded yet. But you never know. He might be in time for the Kahoot. Do we guys want to start right now or what?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna get more than.
In a moment, hang on.
Uh, have you messaged Goldie?
I haven't, no.
I was talking to Alec.
Bro's currently offline. I'll send him the DM though.
Okay. You're prepared for the quiz, are you? Well, we'll see about that. I intentionally made this
There's
extremely
some
difficult.
spastic child in chat room like freaking out because I exist. Dear.
Are you talking about the brony?
Yeah, the brony. She can get out. We don't want bronies in here. Fighting demons or something. Like fighting invisible demons or
Okay.
something.
I mean, everyone is welcome, but yeah,
Everyone is welcome here unless you're a brony. And then you can get out.
If Herbie joins this server, I will welcome him. I will welcome Herbie to the server because he is my dealer. Okay, he's my special Rio dealer. Yeah, I made this Kahoot very difficult.
This one very difficult.
I wrote
This
20.
This ain't difficult. The questions in this one are actually easier than the last one. I'm not gonna lie. Or at least a lot of them are. I'm sorry if this one's not as funny though. I was on a crunch to do it.
Oh, well, some of them are easier, I suppose, but yeah, it's just if you guys weren't here for the last one, basically people were complaining that well, I don't know if complaining is the right term, but they were saying, "Did you expect us to have a Harvard degree in Rio?" Yes, this is the Rio. This is the rheology exam. Okay. Anyway, yeah, let's start at this point. There's not going to be anyone else. So, Big J.
What? Oh, go on, bro. Oh, go on. Go on. Oh, he's with the big guns. He's with the big guns.
Are
Oh,
you
he's got it raised.
chat room?
I'm looking in the chat room. Oh, look into the chat room. Oh, he's got it raised. Ooh. Oh, that's funny, bro. That's funny.
I mean, I don't recommend like trying to intentionally tick off somebody. Like that's not really professional.
Oh, it's funny, bro. Come on.
I get she's hyperactive or whatever, but I don't know. Anyway, let's actually start this. I'm getting tired of waiting. Okay, hello
Yeah, this is
everyone.
boring now. Boring now. I'm bored.
Yeah. This is the Rio 2 anniversary or the 10th anniversary. We have quite a lot scheduled. I am Orange McCall World, the co-head administrator. You two can introduce yourselves.
Should I do that? Should I? All right.
Yeah, you're the event manager, bro.
All right. What's up? I am Big J. You know that already. On flows into. But we'll go off of the same format as last time, which is to say, you know, we'll have some people up to talk if they want to. But before we do that, is Spixie, say about yourself and how insufferable you are, and then we'll do that.
Oh, yeah, I am Spixie. I've been part of the community for about a bit more than a year. I'm an artist, animator, storyteller, and the author of the Crossed Feathers fan-made comic. Yeah, I'm as Big J would say, I'm a bit of a twat. Okay, keeping that as a joke. But honestly, how do I describe myself? I don't know. I'm here. I'm way too obsessed with Rio.
Way too obsessed.
And I am hopefully shouldn't be too insufferable.
No, he's all right. So that all out of the way. Thank you everyone for coming. Really, I mean, I know I'm mucking around saying, "Oh, there's like nobody here." There's 14 of you here. You have all decided to come. You know, it makes it all worth it to at least bring something to you that some people care. You know. So I think, if you ask me, what should we do first? Does anyone have any ideas of what they want to do first? I'll give it to you guys. What should we do first? Go on. Go in chat and tell me what you want to do first. And predictably, everyone's saying Kahoot. Tell me what you want to do first besides the Kahoot, because I want to drag this out to see how many people we can get in, so that it's worth it, and so that we can do it. What do we want to do first, aside from the Kahoot? The Kahoot is like the finisher, man. Come on.
I also don't want to do the. Hang on.
This is first suggested a fan fiction. I don't know what we'd read. What we'd read on this. I mean, we could start with a reading if people would like that.
Yeah.
Others are saying the tour. Hey, let's. Oh my goodness me! We can do this now. All right, I'm gonna make a poll. Orange, say something entertaining.
Oh yeah, we do. We can. Polling is a new feature they just added.
I'm gonna do that. I am. I'm gonna do that. Right. So
that's a good idea.
We got a tour. We got. Right. Okay. I say something entertaining. I can't do this and talk at the same time.
Some other things about me that are relevant. I'm a Rio fan fiction author and the director of the Rio Museum in Fairfax, Virginia.
Give me some votes. Come on. We've got 14 people in here, and we've got 2 votes. Let's see some more.
I'd prefer the stage thing personally. The tour.
We're gonna come in.
We're saying tour.
We're coming in. We got 8 votes. We got 4 for tour at the moment. I know it says 59 minutes, but I want a few. Come on. I want to see 14 ideally.
I'd rather do the tour like after the meet and greets because my phone is not 100%. It's like currently 77%.
Well, it's never 100%. Your phone is never 100%. It's on life support. The only thing that's 100% is the fact that it's on life support all of the time.
No, it was. I tried to charge it to 100%, and the charger I need to clean out the charger port.
Well, everyone is saying.
Is a charger port one of those that only work from certain angles?
Yeah, and you can clean those out with like some kind of toothpick thing. Anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
So we got the majority on tour. So okay, that's fine. Well, so I'll call that one a wrap. I'll call the poll a wrap. So we'll do the tour. I admittedly because his phone's got a charge, which is unfortunate. We'll have to go for the meet and greets first, which is always fun and lovely, isn't it? So what's going to happen is if you all see that little hand symbol, you can put your hand up. If you want, you stick your hand up and you can come up stage and you can talk if you want to do that. I'm not going to force you to, but I encourage you to. If you want to do that, come on, let's have some hands. See if anyone wants to come up and say hello. We got Homestar. Come on up, you come, mate.
Hi everyone, I'm Homestar. I was first introduced to the Rio franchise all the way back in 2014 when I was like 4 years old.
Score.
About 4 years old. I was in one of my grandmother's house, and ever since then I've been hooked onto this franchise. I never really looked into the franchise again until I saw the announcement trailer for Illumination's Migration in April of 2023. So this is how I ended up to got here.
So migration made you go back to Rio. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's rad.
Made me review the Rio 2. Yeah, it made me review that movie and all that.
And how bad it was.
Yeah.
Everyone has their opinion on it.
Well, there's a correct opinion and a wrong incorrect
I
opinion.
agree of how the script and all that, and some of the characters and all that. But hey, it's nostalgia.
That's good. Good for you.
Indeed it is. You got anything else to say?
I
how
have
you
a
doing?
migration Discord server that you guys can join.
I prefer you didn't plug it, but it's a special event. It's a special event. Come on, you can do it. Go on. Put it in the chat. You can plug it. I'll let you do it this one time.
Wait, here we go.
One time offer. I'll let you do it.
All right.
Put it in the anniversary in this chat room here. All right.
Oh, dang it! The
Yeah,
troll bot.
Get that exonerated. I let him do. I allowed that. I allowed that. Get that off his record.
You have to do that in other servers. The other servers.
Oh wait! I got an idea. I did this one time.
What if
I have posted in the other servers.
Yeah.
In the other servers
you do it.
category right here. The other
Yeah,
servers
you
category.
you put it in other servers. Go for
Copy
it.
the message link, then post it in the chat, just so the Joule AI bot won't strike
Here we
me or
go.
warn me again.
I mean, if I'm an admin,
For real, there you go.
Oh, I can.
He's done it. He's done it. Don't worry. He's done it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already
All
on
right.
that server. It's actually doing quite well. Good to see.
Brilliant. Okay, so you can join that server if you want to. Feel free to. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have a look. Go for it. Why not? Oh, I'm in. Yeah. Migration server. I haven't seen the film yet, for real. I really ought to.
I mean, the film
Okay.
is available on digital now.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just pirate it. Okay. Well, thanks for coming up and thanks for talking. Brave of you.
Welcome.
I hope you enjoy the show. All right. Take care. All right. Who else wants up? All right, Landon Gunder fan or whatever his name is. All right, go on. Up you come. How you doing, mate?
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm just a bit exhausted right now because I've been doing some IRL stuff. Anyway, hi. My name is Landon. That is my actual IRL first name. And before you ask, no, Gunder fan is not my real last name.
I don't
It's
think anyone
Smith.
thought that.
You can't win them all.
So I've been obsessed with the Rio franchise since like 2016. And when I first joined the server, what's a family-friendly way of saying this? I was a bit of a goofball. I was very rude and was just always so darn. But yeah,
I can relate to that.
I've seen the error of my ways. I'm not really in this server as much as I used to be, but also Linda is my waifu. Back off, pal.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw your dedication. I saw all the content, like behind the scenes and like hidden content.
That's
some
not
deleted footage of Linda that you scrounged together.
That's nothing. I have a whole section in my file archive Discord server titled the Linda Gallery.
I admire your dedication. Absolutely.
Oh dear, how you doing tonight anyway? You doing good?
Yeah. I am also a 3D artist, although my 3D art revolves around the SMG4 series, which is a YouTube series starring Mario and friends with a bunch of original characters and stuff. I get comments all the time saying SMG4, blah blah blah. He's not the same. He fell off, and yada yada yada. I don't care. I enjoy the modded stuff, and I do fan art for it because I'm a big fan. I use their official models, and I think that's it from me.
Fair enough. Thanks for
I've
sharing.
I have actually seen your 3D work because you did share it quite a bit, and yeah, you're quite
Go
talented
ahead and
with rendering and all that.
drop something in chat if you want. Go for it and drop something in chat
Okay, let
if you
me
want to do that.
hang on. Let me pull up my phone because I don't have most of my crap. I have
collection is basically, I don't have it saved. I have it copy and paste. I always copy and paste it whenever I do, so I have it all saved in my phone. Hang on, what's the best one I can post? How about this one?
I'll get you in a minute, Iceland, don't worry.
There you go.
Wow, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I'm sure other people do.
SMG4. It's a YouTube series.
Never heard of it, but maybe other people have who are more sophisticated, or we'll see, than me. Have heard of it, but there you go. I mean,
Also, ignore
Come
the
on,
crusty as heck file size. The actual image itself is supposed to be 5K, but my phone compresses it all.
Yeah,
fair enough.
the studio that
So-
made SMG4 is the same one that made the Amazing Digital Circus, if I
Yeah.
recall correctly.
Also,
yeah.
one more thing I'm going to upload in this channel here is I have a Sona version of Linda that I use to represent myself pretty much in all of the SMG4 collab projects. Hang on.
man.
Here it is. Here she is. My friend Caramella drew that.
I remember drawing Blue to like sit on her shoulder in that
Yeah,
very
that
drawing.
was that's not the
gonna
that's
get
not the
in
very
trouble with-
same drawing, but I did end up using that same drawing in a later in that reference art in an alternate version.
Wow. There you go. Thanks for sharing. I
All
think
right,
now we got to move to the Hyacinth. Now, but thanks for sharing. I'm going to pop you back in the audience. Look at this. Woomph. Look at the power I have. It's dangerous. Go on then, Hyacinth.
Hello.
What's on
Can
your
you hear me?
mind?
Hello.
Mic check. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Nice.
What does
So, yeah,
Rio mean to you?
I thought
Well, Rio 2 specifically.
Oh, all right. Yeah. What does Rio 2 mean to you?
Rio 2. I mean, Rio 2 is like that bad version of Rio. You know, if Rio 1 is a thing, then you have Rio 2, which was sometimes you wonder where it was made, something like that. But yeah, that is what Rio 1 was with me. But then again, I'm basically right now writing a script, also fucking up. Oh wait, I cannot use those words. Sorry. Basically, scrutinizing Rio on its aviation stuff because I thought finally will do it. So one project that I'm doing on Rio, and yeah.
So what
And
you want to do? You want
Rio
to
2 is escaping it mainly. Just one part is one thing I have put in the script.
So you want to? What was that? Criticize the aviation scene in the films? Was that right? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, correct. I've had enough time of keeping it silent.
You like your planes then?
Yes, just look what I post in video games every time.
Don't so much see it. Let's have a look. Go on. Put something in chat and I'll have a look. Go on.
Oh, that's a mistake. Let me just open my big folder. 2 seconds. I mean, I can tell you a secret number on my flight sims to get like 4,000 hours. Where's the folder? I mean, I take a lot of pictures in flight sims. I've recently done what is known as a challenge in the flight sim community, which is doing basically, let me show this flight, and let me show you one thing. I did this flight, which is Perth to London. Yeah, you can just look at the numbers and realize how mentally
Ooh.
unstable I am.
It's in a video game, I presume.
It's in a flight sim. You do not call a flight sim a
This is
video game.
Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? I believe.
So he's doing it in a video game. I gotcha. Right. Fair
And
enough.
yeah, now I'm writing. I mean, I finished writing the script. I'm just preparing clips. I'm trying to totally not pirate the plane that is in Rio because I'm not paying $20 for it.
Really? That is interesting. I cannot wait to see that.
Yeah, I wanted to make it before today, but school again has delayed me, and yeah, so hopefully sometime soon.
In the video, what sort of things do you want to talk about? Is there anything? Give us a fact from the video, like just off the top of
I
your head.
mean, the biggest fact, I mean, if Freddy is in here, he already knows the two big facts. The big first one, big one that we all hate is the Santa Dumont airport fact. How a 757 landed in that airport. So Rio has two airports. I presume you all know that as your Rio fans. And the second one is like the more farther away. Can I screen share if you don't mind?
You're a mod, aren't you? You can do it. So
some nerdy stuff. So basically, this is your beautiful Rio de Janeiro city in VFR style maps. This is the airport you usually come in if you're like international. So this is the big airport. But somehow, someone decided to put an airport in the middle of the city that is, if you look correctly in the charts, only 1,323 meters. I'm not gonna waste time here because I'm gonna be explaining all that stuff when I actually am in the video. But yeah, and another fact is at the end of the movie with the cargo plane, some stuff.
That
Well,
is cool.
when you finish the video, feel free to share it in the server, and I'm sure a lot of people will see it and a lot of people will like it. So thanks for coming up and talking. And I'm going to move you back to the audience. So, C, does anyone else want to come and talk? Who else? We got What Parrot straight in there. That was so fast. What Parrot? What's happening, bro?
Mic check.
Hello.
Mic check is good. We can hear you loud and clear, very loudly and clearly. Go for it, mate. What does Rio 2 mean to you? The dire question that is.
All right. So I only watched Rio 2 one time, and it was at the release in 2014 at the cinema. And one thing that I can tell about 2 that I remember the drive to the cinema more vividly than the plot of the movie. It's
Indeed.
compared to the Rio 1, I prefer to pretend that Rio 2 does not exist.
Someone who has class and an understanding of the franchise. I take my hat off to you, sir. Me and my good friend Orange here, we spent too long writing a criticism for the second film. So it's interesting to hear someone like you who's, I remember that film, I watched it in the cinema when it came out. And you most vividly remember the drive there and back than the film. That's got to be saying something.
And I even remember that I got like sick next day with a fever. I remember that, but I don't remember the plot. I only remember it now because I read a summary, but I did not recall it at all.
Oh no, that's just what Rio 2 does to you. It's not. It's like one of those scary movies where if you watch it you die. No, you don't. It's one of those movies where it's so bad that if you watch it you just get ill.
Yeah,
that's just what happens. That's what happens whenever I watch it. I get ill. And here we are celebrating its anniversary because I don't know, we got to celebrate something, and we got to have another excuse to do another one of these Kahoots. So there you go. So
I'll say my piece eventually.
Oh, go on and say your piece. I can tell you're bursting at the seams.
Well, does anyone else from the audience wish to speak?
That's not what I meant. Let me worry about that, my friend. That's what we discussed. This. Let me worry about doing that. You say your piece, and then I'll worry about I'll worry about getting people from the audience. How about that?
Yeah, can I also say like just one more thing that how I ended up here? It's
Go on then.
yeah, I remember like yeah, I really liked 301. I also watched it at the release, and I was obsessed with it for a while, but then I kind of forgot that it existed. And then recently I stumbled on like a clip from the Rio in my YouTube recommendations, and then I rewatched it like 2 weeks ago, and I remembered how good this movie was. And then yeah, I just decided to look up some like fan content about that, and I found a link to this Discord server, and now I'm here.
That's often the thing about the film is a lot of people sort of watched it, forgot it existed, and then rediscovered it, and were like, oh. It's like rekindling your relationship with a long lost family member or something. It's wonderful. Not everyone gets the same thing, but there are a lot of people who do. I was just the same as I saw it when it came out in 2011. Really liked it. I saw Rio 2 when it came out in 2014. Kind of liked it. Thought it was okay. And then pig. And then I ever so slightly needed to write about something, and one of the ways I achieved that was by writing fan fiction. And guess what I chose for fan fiction writing? Oh boy, yes, I did. So that was a thing that happened, and that's why I'm here. So I can certainly relate to that when you say you've seen it and rekindled your relationship with it, as it were. I'm very much the same. So yeah, not alone there. And I must say, welcome to the community. We're not all full of idiots. I mean, I'm not. I don't know about anyone else, but there you go.
No, but yeah,
So,
I like, mostly like just read the chat. I haven't like wrote anything, but it's a pretty nice servers that we got here. Yeah, just one last thing that I wanted to say, just I guess some fun facts about me IRL. I'm a software developer and a pilot.
Ooh, you're a pilot.
Yeah, I'm a student pilot so far. I have my check ride coming up. Like I passed the theory portion of it, but with the flying portion, I can't get good enough weather. It's been canceled like 5 times already. I was getting like just bad weather. It was like too cloudy or the winds were too high. But hopefully I can get a successful attempt, and after that I will become a private pilot.
Man, the Rio franchise really does attract the pilots. We got Lil Yoda, then we got Hyacinth Burb, then we got Not Wacky, who's actually an Australian Air Force cadet himself. Yeah, we.
At this point, we ought to arrange just like a whole ass Rio air show.
I've suggested
Wouldn't that be
Oh,
great?
we could
Well,
bring in Tekio.
maybe
Place.
one day.
Oh yeah, Tekio. He's also pilot.
Maybe one day indeed. Maybe one day indeed.
I guess for starters we can do like it in a flight sim, and then maybe think about doing it IRL as well.
No. That would probably wreak a little bit of havoc though, because obviously we do it out over the Bay of Rio, wouldn't we? So just
Yeah.
all these planes just start arriving, and you get the people in the airport like, what on earth is going on? And then everyone's just in the cockpit going, all the birds of a feather.
Yeah, I noticed that Rio attracts the pilots
You get
and
like
the
the police
artists.
helicopters. You must divert your course. This is restricted airspace, and then everyone else will do that. Magic can happen for me. Dear me. Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks for sharing. Honestly, it's good to have you here, and hopefully stay for a bit. Not just for the event, but obviously in general. We hope to do more of these in the future because they seem to be quite popular. I mean, we got like we got 16 people at the moment. I've seen that fluctuated to 17. So hang on a minute, Tony. But it's good to have new people here. It's good to have people interact with us. It's the only way we can grow really and reach more people as a fan community. So it's good to have you here, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to meet everyone. I'm looking forward to the rest of the event.
All right, take care. Go on then, Tony. Up you come. Hello.
Hello.
Here he
There we
is.
go.
This
What's
is the
up?
dude who programmed our bots. A lot of damn bad people who should be grateful to this guy.
I'm disappointed. Only a little bit.
Aren't we all?
Okay, we ban people like that here who use the bots like that. Just saying.
Yeah. If I catch you abusing the blue bot, I'm going to abuse you.
That's a good rule.
Okay. There we go. Like I did that child in chat room earlier. Right. So, Tony Max, what is your opinion on Rio 2? Answer correctly.
Okay, out of 5 stars, I'm leaning in between 1.5 and 2.
That's fair.
But
That's
like
very
the original, I give a 4. It's pretty good. Like 4, that's like solid, you know.
That's
I've always
essentially my
said
opinion
that
as well.
I've always said it's not perfect. There are things that you could do differently, and
Definitely.
I think ultimately the film restricts itself to a child audience, and I think not even by making it dark and grim, there are things that you could sort of improve upon. Don't ask me to name any off the top of my head, right? But generally, you can tell it's aimed at younger people when it could be a little bit better.
Honestly,
Generally,
it might
not a
make me
lot,
weird, but I actually prefer that.
that it's family friendly.
Yeah, I love writing that is told for 2 audiences. Like if it has both children and adults in mind, like writing a script like that is pretty difficult, and I have a great amount of appreciation for movies that do it right, which there aren't that many of, but the ones that do it right, they really do it right.
That's true.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So you didn't like Rio 2. I mean, I've got to ask this question to someone. Why
Yeah.
not?
It wasn't memorable because I don't remember anything about it. I watched it for the first time. I watched it for the first time about 1.5 years ago. I watched it for the last time about 1.5 years ago. And yeah, that I don't know, man. The script wasn't very good. It wasn't very memorable, and I don't know.
The thing for me when I saw it was not at the time, because at the time I thought it was decent. It was mindless entertainment, and I enjoyed it as mindless entertainment because I watched the first film and I enjoyed the first film, right? But I forgot what I was going to say. I've got Alzheimer's. I got Alzheimer's, bro. I just forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah,
That
he forgets things
concerns
a
me.
lot.
I do that. I forget things a lot. Who are you again?
Name's Spixie.
Oh yeah. No, it's just completely gone out of my mind. Can you say something else that I don't look like an idiot? We're really good at this, aren't we? Maybe
I
should.
need
Maybe
you
I
here.
shouldn't.
I need you here,
Maybe
Big
I
J.
shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't be drinking strong cider while this goes on. That's probably not a good idea.
Don't be drinking hard while you're managing events.
I'll try not to say the N word.
Big J is the only reason we can even do this event in the first place, because
I
me
paid
and
for the- I
Orange,
paid for the
Macaw
Kahoot.
World, we can't really entertain crowds.
No, they can't. They try to, but they're very miserable at it. It's not brilliant. It's because I'm not afraid to. I'm not afraid to sort of like tell someone that they're an idiot.
I can entertain my family, and then I can entertain an ethics classroom, but I can't entertain normal people for some reason.
Hey, there you go, normal people. Brilliant. There you go. No, I've just completely forgot what I was going to talk about.
I'm sorry, I suddenly have to go for a haircut, but it's been great.
I love that. He's treated me so badly. I'm just gonna leave. I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
not
you're
usually this
good. You're
bad.
good. I just realized that it's 4:15 my time, which it's at 4:30, so I gotta go.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Oh
up
my
on
God,
stage,
bro,
Tony.
I almost
Thanks
just
for
clicked
coming
end
on.
stage for everyone. I'm
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
You have the power. You don't have the power to do that, do you?
I do. I don't know why I have so much power in this server.
You're a developer. How do you have that much power?
I
I don't
have
know.
no
What?
idea.
The staff hierarchy is so weird.
Yeah.
I don't get it, bro. I don't.
I mean,
get
it kind of makes sense
But-
that a developer is able to manage a stage. To be fair,
No,
kind of. In case you
Thanks
need
for
an IT
coming,
guy.
though, Tony. Thanks for
See ya,
coming.
Tony.
I expect we got time for like one or two more people. Does anyone else want to come up? Let's have like one more person, something like that. Anyone else want to come? Oh, they've seen how badly I was, and then
Oh,
they're
Mingle
just sort of
joined.
like, hey,
Mingle, you want to get up on stage?
oh, go on then,
Mingle's
Mangle. You want to come up? Well, we're just accosting this guy. He just walked in the door. We're like, Mangle, hey, how you doing? I still don't even really know who he is, but whatever.
All right. Spixie, do you want to
Oh, he said no.
Spixie, do you want to give your thoughts on Rio 2 before we start? And I'll get in also.
Yeah. So Rio 2. Yeah. It's a movie that exists. I've always said that the thing about Rio 2 is that it's advertised as a family movie. And it completely fails at making us care about the families that are in the movie. Rio 1, unironically, is a better shows family better than Rio 2. And Rio 2 has two families. You have the Gundersons, and you also have the tribe, which is supposed to be a great big blue family. But it's really hard to care about any of them. And with the Gundersons, it's really hard to care about the kids, the offspring that Blue and Jewel had. It's a bit unfortunate. It could have been so much more than it was. And it had so much going for it. But it was just so greatly weighed down by poor writing.
It could have been so much more, but it wasn't. It just sucked from beginning to end. Harder than a Dyson.
Yeah, they kind of assassinated some characters, but I've always said that the biggest thing that they fail to do that hinders the movie the most is failing to show family in family media.
I've always said that the biggest problem with Rio 2 is that it was a film that was supposed to be about Jewel that was about Blue. I think that's the shortest way you can sum it up. It was supposed to be about her, but it was about Blue. And they consistently at every turn and point were like, all right, how can we make him look like a buffoon? And then yeah, it was just bad. I really must admit. I saw it back in 2014. I thought it was decent, but really I've seen it again since, of course, even before we looked at it under a critical lens. And it's just a nothing burger. I would have rather that they just said that Jill died in an accident off screen than it's just depressing. Really, it is. So thank you everyone for being a part of its anniversary. It's a tragedy, but we're all here for it. So there you go.
We're celebrating the Rio community, not Rio 2's brilliant script writing.
The community as a whole, rather than the what's it called, the second film, horrible second film. So, right, what's next? People voted for the tour, didn't they? So,
well, I should give my opinions on Rio 2, and then we will start.
Oh, great, we're gonna be here all night.
No, I will keep it brief. To summarize my thoughts on Rio 2, they are very complex because, on an objective level, Rio 2 is not a good movie. In fact, it's one of the worst written blockbusters I have ever seen. at least from an animation studio. Big J and I, we spent about 12 hours. No, it was like 15. It was 13 hours. We spent watching
There's
Rio
too many
2.
hours.
Yeah, and just pulling it apart. And that's not counting that's not including the many countless hours after that I've spent criticizing the movie in general. The character writing is atrocious across the board. The plot is also atrocious. Pretty much everything in the movie is a downgrade in comparison to the first movie, with the lone possible exception of the score by John Powell. That is.
Oh yeah, the music slaps.
Well, the score in particular, not the music, because I think that's also a downgrade. And the score, I know Spixie and Golden Swords and other people like that, they prefer the first movie's score, and that's fine. I'm kind of torn on it because they're so different from each other.
I find the first to be more original, more unique, more like you can only find this here in this movie. Like
Yeah,
you cannot
that
find
is
this type of
true.
score anywhere else.
I can see that. It's just
Yeah,
the music. The music. Well, it's not just the contrast between southeastern, northern Brazilian styles of music. It's also the instrumentation. The first movie uses a lot more woodwinds and.
Oh yeah, I noticed that they use woodwinds everywhere. Oboe, clarinet, piccolo. They use that a ton in Rio's score,
Yeah.
which isn't something I actually
Not
noticed until recently. When I just like to listen to the score, and I just like to make a note of every single instrument used. And I started doing that. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of woodwinds here.
And also the strings. It also places a heavy emphasis on strings. Rio 2 score places a lot more emphasis on trumpet, or not trumpet, but brass and percussion. And I'm a brass player, so I'm kind of biased in that sense. But I don't know. It depends on what I'm in the mood for, I guess. Now, on the other hand, ignoring all the criticism, I'm glad that the movie exists because.
Unfortunately, so none of us three would not be on this stage speaking to you now if it weren't for Rio 2.
It arguably it arguably made the fandom what it is today. In the sense that it is dedicated and well equipped and long lived, and it's not just some tiny little Reddit community. It inspired many fan fiction authors, myself included, and
Oh dear.
my main fan fiction project was based off of Rio 2. And the bulk of my fan fiction canon, which I've spent the past 7 years of my life working on, the bulk of that lore material is inspired off of Rio 2 also. So I can't really say that the movie is just bad and nothing else. I will give this to Rio 2. At the bare minimum, the movie establishes the groundwork for something good. That is my best
Indeed it
compliment.
does.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at the messages in the chat, and I will start the tour. I'll be switching over to my phone, so I'll be off the stage for a few minutes.
We'll manage without you. Don't worry.
That's true. As long as Jared is present on stage, we can always manage.
So, Homestar, why do you like the characters? And
Mangle wants to speak.
Oh, Mangle.
He wants up.
Go up, Mangle.
Come on, bro.
Sorry about that. Sorry
What's
about
up, bro?
not wanting to speak. I was committing war crimes in a game I was playing. But we're talking about Rio 2, right?
Yes.
Oh boy, this one is going to be unique because I didn't see it in theaters. Because during the time my parents were struggling financially because I was only 10. So unfortunately, the only method I could see Rio 2 was in DVD.
Hmm.
Surprisingly, I didn't get spoiled of the movie somehow.
I mean,
So-
was 2014 really a time when like spoilers were everywhere? I mean, because nowadays there's huge internet culture around every movie, but like the internet culture in like the earlier 2010s, I feel like it wasn't quite
Well,
as
the Rio,
extensive.
the Rio
You have-
fandom was very developed back
But
then.
it's. I think the best way to
Have
describe
3
Rio.
years of history.
I think the best way to describe Rio 2 is that it has potential, but it has been squandered by not having its right identity. Because it tries to be it tries to be about family, but it also tries to be like preserving animals and the rainforest, and also about Nigel's revenge. And there's like way too many things to go on with. So
Yeah, it was a flustercuck, so to speak.
but one of
I mean,
the one of the main potentials it has is that it, like Orange said, it inspired a lot of people, and I think that's because it barely explained it gave enough information about the tribe's tradition, but not enough to like remove headcanons. So Ryoto is like, it's not a good film, but it's one of those films where you could essentially add your own ideas and it could potentially work as its own thing and could coexist with the main universe.
If you
It's sort of
fundamentally-
unintrusive, yeah.
Now, will this change with Rio 3? Probably, but oh boy, considering Disney's track record, it's probably going to be somehow not affect anyone at all. But yeah,
I swear the movie has a lot of moments where it's just like actively trying to spite you. Like when
It
Blue
does
says
feel
something
like
that
that, doesn't it?
Jewel responds with nothing except an NPC stare. And just like, yeah, someone is messing with me. Like you're purposely trying to tick me off as the audience.
Yeah.
speaking of which, I think Rio 2 was the only time I paused a movie when it came out to when it came to streaming, I believe.
Digest what you had
Okay.
seen.
Like I saw it on DVD first, and then then once I managed to get it on streaming, I paused it like various times just to comprehend. It's definitely one of those movies where you have to turn off your brain.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
in order
exactly,
to
it's
enjoy it
slop
really
that you just
nicely,
have to
you gotta
enjoy
turn
it.
off your brain.
in other words, the only way to enjoy it is to kill yourself so that you can't think about it anymore.
Pretty much. I mean, I would like to do that, but there's certain things that prevent me from doing so.
To be
Yeah.
fair, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I can't
it
do
de-
that until I've finished my comic project.
the
And
the
other
worst
Oh
part
yeah,
about
I'll join you.
the worst part about turn off your brain movies is that sometimes they work. A good example is the Michael Bay verse of Transformers. They're bad, but like
Seen it.
I do think there are some movies where you can kind of turn off your brain and kind of enjoy them in a way, like The Mummy.
which
Although
one?
even now that I think about it, no, that wasn't really that enjoyable of a movie when you actually pay attention to what's happening. So yeah, Rio 2 is bad. Although there
It's
is
bad.
nuance to it. There
Yeah,
is nuance to it though. So
it's not like super bad to the point that it's super bad to the point you can't watch it, but it's like bad enough to you know like the differences. Don't feel bad, Gary Tricks.
Indeed. Is he is Orange still here or is he gone? Oh no,
yeah,
he's still here.
no, I'm here. Primeval wants to come up to the stage.
Yeah, he can if he puts his hand up and I'll accept it. Well, thanks for talking, Mangle. It's good to hear from you again. I hope you enjoy the show and all that. Man, I'm tired. But thanks for coming up in the Movie Vector audience. Well, I mean, I'll invite him, but yeah. Right, come on. You want to say something? Come up and speak. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
It's always amusing the diversity of microphones people have. Anyway, yeah. How would you do?
I'm all good.
Well, that's all we can hope for, isn't it?
I mean,
So, Rio 2. Go on then.
well, first off, I first seen the first Rio movie on DVD back in like 2011 or 2012. I don't know. I was 11 or 12 back then.
Well, I think a lot of us were. So,
Yeah, I feel so out of
And after a
place.
few watchings, I absolutely love the first Rio movie, and Jewel is my favorite character.
why?
I don't know. Because I um
Well, you are speaking to the forefront of experts on her character.
she's
Try me.
brilliant. She's brilliant in the first
Mm,
movie, but in the second
she,
movie, not so much.
That's
ignoring
very
the
true.
second film, I have actually wanted to ask this as someone who sort of says right at the gate, "I love Jewel. I think she's brilliant." What? Why? Help me understand. Because I could tell you all night why she's a brilliant character, but go on. I'm interested to hear.
Because beside the fact that she's attractive, uh,
Mhm.
she has a good character development in the first movie.
Can you explain? Not like super in depthly, like, but give me the gist of it.
Like when she first met Blue, it's really rough around the edges. Being being I don't know, being being a straight up to Blue at the first act, but in the second act, she started to warm up to Blue during the song Hot Wings and and on a train on the way to Luis's garage.
Well, she did. It's not just the scene in the Samba Club where Jules started to warm up to him. It was more as well as that the events that happened before it. There are nuances in their relationship that happened before that. What are you laughing at,
Oh, sorry, nothing.
boy? There are nuances in their relationship and how they know each other, but the first time that we see them do something of any interest to each other. No, not to any. How do I put it? Let me think of the words to say. The first event where you could sort of tell that she kind of starts to take a liking to him in any description is the Vista Chinesa scene, where Jill is very confident. She's very sure of what she believes in, but as well as that, she's quite out there, a little bit like me in that sort of sense, where the scene where they're at the bottom of the what's it's called, the Chinesa, and she's like, I'm going to have to drag you up there. Which is to say, if you could fly, you'd be able to do it yourself. So I'm better than you because I'm fly. It's the subtle subtext in what she doesn't say, right? So when he then drags her up there, and she knows full well he's a pet, he's upstaged her essentially in something she's quite sure in. So it's a matter of how it goes about, not just the main events of the film that take place. When they say, "Oh, well, they started to love each other when they were in the Samba Club." No, she had inklings towards him before that, and then there's when they're on top of that mountain. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. When they're on top of
Pedro
the mountain, and
Bonita.
she says, "Oh, I wasn't really that interested." when they're on top of the mountain, she says, "Hey, you want to get back to Linda? This
I
is
don't
the
know.
only way." Right?
I don't know.
So
It's so hard to
e-
explain.
e- even though she doesn't really like humans, even at this point, she doesn't like them. She doesn't care for them. She still thinks he's a pet, and that's a bad thing. She's still like, well, hey, if you know, let's get out of the chain, and then you get to go back to that life that you like. So she does wish good on him. Now, I can see in the chat here that you two are having a bicker.
Well,
What para?
besides that, I can't be the only one who thinks Jewel is kind of hot.
Don't say it like that, you Neanderthal. Um,
Sorry.
don't say it like that. She's a bird. Goodness me. Anyway, you're
She's
beefing
very
with
well
what para?
designed. I don't
She
really see her as that.
I've
But, you know,
always said, so I don't disagree with you on what you're saying, but I've always said that she is a character. She's obviously designed to have sex appeal. She's designed to be very feminine. She's designed to be, you know, this glamorous woman, right, in of the form of a bird. So it's not that you're wrong per se. It's just don't say it like that. Now, I see you are bickering with what parrot in the chat. Why don't you come up here and speak your mind here? So we can have a debate, a first ever Rio Discord debate, probably. So what parrot? You say that Jewel has no meaningful character development in the first movie. Interesting statement. Back it up.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear it.
I was typing a very long message. I just finished it, but I guess I can just say it verbally. So, like, what character development is for me?
Back it up.
And yeah, I might be mixing
Let him
up some
speak.
terms because
Anyways,
English is not
I
my
don't
first
like
language.
my Predator profile pic.
Let him
So
speak. Go on.
here is like let's take a character who has some meaningful character development in the movie. Like for example, Blue Witch is the obvious example. Like at the beginning of the movie, he is not open to the idea of like living outside of his home, and he is afraid to fly. But all the movie we see him change, and we actually see him overcome some obstacles and change his beliefs and values, and then finally be able to fly. But on the other hand, with Jewel, what like the only thing that could be considered character development for her is like her opinion on humans. But I don't think movie gives enough spotlight to this to really like for it to be meaningful for the movie as a whole. Otherwise, she starts like as the same character as she ends the movie. She doesn't change in any meaningful way. She doesn't have to give up anything. She doesn't like learn or realize something. And yes, like basically, what do you think changed about Jewel compared to the start of the movie that you could consider character development? Because like I said, besides her opinion on humans, which is not showcased enough, I don't think there is anything.
It's an interesting statement, certainly. So I'll let Primeval speak now, and I'll pop the mute on you. So it's not derogatory. Don't worry. It's just to let Primeval speak. So how would you refute what Parrot has said?
I don't know. I don't know, honestly.
I'll give you a minute. It's all right. Just have a think.
What was it?
I've unmuted you.
What was it?
He's
Didn't you
referring to
hear?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's referring to Watt Parrot's argument. Like, what was it? He's arguing that her only development was her opinion on humans. That's his argument.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Interesting. I think I could begin to answer it in a manner of speaking, and that's that. To a lot of an extent, you are correct. Yes, she doesn't really change in a great deal, right? She doesn't fundamentally change like Blue does. Blue goes to Rio and it's a coming of age thing. Jewel already lives there and probably has lived there. She's, you know, based on what we learn of her from the tribe in Rio 2 and what she must have been through to get there. whole thing burnt to the ground, you know. So ultimately, yeah, you're quite right. There's not really an incredible deal in which she can change, having have besides having met Blue and understood that humans are not bad, um, so it's not that she doesn't change. She does. She changes in a meaningful way, which is to say, she overcomes a fear of humans, which it is established in the second film to be something big and deep rooted. Right? She doesn't like humans. Hates them. Hates. Right? They burnt her tribe down, and it's natural that she won't like them. So overcoming that is essentially the biggest story they want to tell with her. But she also does become a little more, how do I put it, over the course of the film. She becomes a little more soft in a way. She's quite cutting in the beginning, but she does sort of become a little bit more, amicable as time goes on. It's like Tony's back from his haircut. She does become a bit more amicable as time goes along. So it's not as if she doesn't change. So I don't disagree with you. I think you're quite right. Um, but I wouldn't say she doesn't change at all. That's for sure. So Primeval, was there anything you wanted to say having heard that, or are we going to conclude the first debate we've ever had? This is epic. I have unmuted
Can
him,
I,
haven't I? Yeah,
can
I
I
have.
respond? Or should he respond
I'll,
first?
I'll give him a chance to first, and then you can say whatever you need to.
Wait,
Although we need to move on though, so I prefer it.
what is it?
Yeah, I'll make it brief.
Let's go for it.
All right. So yeah, I agree with you that yeah, it's probably not correct to say that she doesn't have character development at all. But when I said meaningful, I meant compared to other events in the movie as a whole. I don't think they give enough time in the first movie for to discuss and develop her relationship to humans, and that would be an obvious and easy choice to develop that and actually give her some character development. But the movie just doesn't have enough time to focus on that. And as far as her softening up, I think it's actually more due to the fact that that Blue changed, and I think it's to me, this is not really Jewel changing. It's Blue becoming their relationship becoming better, but I think Blue is the main driving force here. And yet, to me, the character development is more about overcoming something or realizing something, giving up something, or uh, things like that. And I don't think just she has a lot of that in the first movie. Can't speak about the second movie because I don't remember it, but that's my take.
I think the razzle dazzle of Joel is more that you're just served by how much she is. She is a lot of a character. So I can say that I can say that much for sure. Primeval, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to respond with, but otherwise I'm gonna have to pop you two back in the audience, and we'll move on.
All right, I will be
Shut
out.
up. Didn't give you permission to speak. I was talking to Primeval. So Primeval, yeah. Was there anything you wanted to respond with? Anything? I think he's gone. Okay.
Right. I rest my case.
So you rest your case indeed, and you're not wrong at all. So thank you for participating in probably the first debate we've ever actually had on one of these before, which is incredible. Wow, we had a debate, and then the guy who was getting debated rolled over and conceded immediately. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So I think I'll hand it over to Orange so he can give his tour, because that's probably the best thing for the moment.
All right, I will switch over to my phone, so I'll be out of the call for I don't know, a minute maybe. All right.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to entertain people. Right. In the chat, I'm going to make a poll. I'm going to ask a question. What do you think there are more of in the world, right? I'll make the poll. Do you think there are more doors in the world or wheels? And then and whatever you think, tell me why. So we think doors or wheels. So in the chat, until Orange returns, doors or wheels. I got everyone's saying wheels. Come on, why wheels? Why not doors? There's loads of doors in the world. Like a car often has like 4 doors and then a boot and then a bonnet. So you got 5 doors on a car. Small wheels count. Bearings don't count. A wheel has to be something that spins around on an axle. That's great. Oh, great. Now Orange's phone isn't working because it's terrible. I mean, so yeah, it's anything that's on an axle. So like a ball bearing doesn't count, or even like a wheel spider doesn't count because that's just a spider.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it speaks. It speaks.
You couldn't hear me on my phone, could you?
No, we couldn't. No, we can hear you now. You're on your computer.
Yeah, because I'm on my laptop. Yeah, my phone was not picking me up on the stage, which is weird because it always picks me up on calls. I don't know what the problem is.
Leave it to Orange Macaw World to have some sort of technical difficulty.
Yeah, because he spends like £5 on all of his technology. He gets his laptop out of the bin and he's had his phone since before. He took a selfie with Jesus, you know? So that's just technology for me. I'm like, I want a phone. I want a phone. I don't want to spend a penny more than $2,000. So there you go.
So what I
You'll have to just show things to your laptop webcam.
Okay, yeah, I'll just actually
Because to be honest, you've already dragged on way too long. We've been at it for about an hour and a half now, and we haven't got to any of the main events. I'm surprised people stuck around.
I don't disagree with you. It's just my laptop, I can't unplug the thing, so all right, so
we're not having golden swords, oh dear.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can't unplug this computer.
I guess that means that somebody else will win the Kahoot besides him this time.
You might have to save the tour for another time if you can't do it.
Actually, I'm gonna have to try to
just show things to the webcam. You'll have to do that.
All right. Okay,
Watch his camera not work now.
Shut up. This is the Rio Museum.
The Rio Museum. It looks amazing.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm gonna have. So this is gonna be.
Bro, we can't see anything. Your camera's not working.
Wait, my camera is not working. Seriously?
No, it's not working.
It hadn't. I mean, whenever you enable your camera, it typically takes a while for it to actually take effect. Let's give it a bit more time. What Parrot says works for me. I don't say anything.
Hang on a minute.
All right.
I'll disable this video and then enable it again, see if that does anything.
Hang on. I'm going to try to connect to the stage with my headphones and see if that does anything with the speakers. Because, yeah, I have no idea what the problem is. Why it doesn't recognize
stuff, mate,
on stages.
Your stuff is just rubbish. You like to buy rubbish. How much did you pay for that laptop? And it was like flipping $200. Not like $200. How much did you pay for that laptop?
It was $750.
$750. And it's total crap. Oh goodness me. This is why you ask me about technology, not like anyone else. All right, now we got to wait for him now. He's having technical difficulties. So back to the doors or wheels.
I see him.
Oh, We
right.
see him.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I see and hear you.
Wait, you can
Oh,
hear me?
that's rare.
Yes.
That's rare. We can see him and we can hear him. We're looking right up your schnoz right now, everyone. And welcome to this event. We got a live view up his schnoz.
My shirt is orange. And anyway, Big J, you can hear me.
Yes, I just said that. Listen, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Anyway, now we are no longer plagued with technical difficulties. Okay, so
Don't say that.
It's the truth.
So this is the full museum. This is what I've been building for a good chunk of my life, right here.
I thought I'd mess with him by turning off his volume for a second then.
All right, so I'm gonna go through. Oh yeah, and here's the Rio 2 display. I will go through everything in detail, not in huge detail because I'd be here all night. But starting off, this is the library of the collection here. So so these are the books. Most of these are not particularly notable. They're mostly children's books. However, there are some exceptions. These are all copies of The Art of Rio. And this one's a standard edition. This one is a limited edition, and only 500 of these were ever printed. This one is serial number 343, I believe. This one is also standard edition, but it is signed by the animation crew, including Jules' character designer, including Blue's character designer, including Coro Sadania. It's a very rare version. Well, the actual book isn't, but it being signed. Yeah. Anyway, this is kind of a more video-based library and audio-based. This you can't see it, but this is a Hollywood Reporter poster, or it's actually a magazine page on the inside of that. This is a gift from Freddie Rad. Yeah, military patches. He sent these to me.
I'm kicking myself that I didn't think to send him something like that.
These are some Rio soundtracks.
It was 50-50 Freddie Rad and me, because somebody had to draw that. It was a 50-50 effort.
This is pretty standard, just the Rio 2 soundtrack. This is the Rio soundtrack, but it is a specially marked company copy, so it's pretty hard to find. And this is a German Rio audiobook. I will have Freddie Brad translate these or work on the translation projects. The DS game, some books in here. Got a bunch of Rio DVDs. The Party Edition, 2 of those. A rare. I don't know if you can see it because it's awkward.
I think your camera field of view is very.
I have 0 field of view from this because I have to face the camera, or I have to point out my face to see anything.
Hold it a little bit further away, yeah? There you go. That's a bit better, isn't it?
Anyway, there are many editions, and I also got the Wii games and some other things. Jintai Toys Blue, and Jintai Toys Jewel. These are Chinese.
She looks like she's seen something.
I love those plushies, but only from the side. From the front, they kind of fall short.
Rio 2 Snow Globe.
Ooh.
These are
That's cute. Don't think
Yeah.
I've seen that before. I don't remember that at least.
Some Canadian cups. When I got these in the mail, they reeked of cigarette smoke. So
Yeah.
some autographs from Herbie Hops, my main Rio dealer. Okay, that's the library. It doesn't look very tidy. I apologize for that, but it's not really meant for display. So, okay.
Despite the fact that you're displaying it to
Yes,
14
I'm
people.
aware. Yes. Okay. Now we have the other part of the Rio library. This display. Now, these displays were made for Safeway and Albertsons supermarkets, and this version is a pretty rare one. Well, I mean, these are extremely rare as is, but this is a double row variant, and these are rarer than the typical versions of these, which are usually triple rowed variations. So
Oranges, pride and joy.
yeah, this is the centerpiece of the collection right here. Unfortunately, Bia is defaced.
I sneezed.
Oh, I didn't notice that before.
That was me.
Someone didn't like her. Understandable.
It was me.
Yeah, those. Yeah, yeah, it's an in-joke. Okay, so I will go through these versions. I have about 40 different versions of the Rio movies in total. Yes, I do mean 40. I'm not exaggerating that. All of them are cataloged. This is my original copy. This is Big J's original copy. This is an Italian rental edition. Again, it's very awkward handling this camera. I really don't like it. The Brazilian version of the movie, the Christmas French edition right here. This is a rental edition of the first movie. Rio 2 and DVD.
Who wants to rent Rio? Like, I don't get it.
Because Blockbuster Video was still a thing at the time. And that's a widescreen version of Rio. Now, this shelf is a little bit more interesting. This is a German steelbook. It's 3D. This is a 2014 version of Rio. That's a Rio Blu-ray with a blue-only cover. I refer to it as the junior novel cover variant. This is a similar Blu-ray, but it has a... I'm not sure if you can see what I'm pointing here, but it has a Rio 2... Sorry. Again, I hate this camera.
Get that phone, mate.
No, on FaceTime you can flip the camera around. In Discord you can't.
Yes, you can.
I thought you could.
It's in the top. It's in the top right corner. You ignoramus.
Oh,
You figured it out. Yes.
You absolute. You are such an idiot. I breathe the same air as you. Sometimes I'm surprised that I'm still alive.
All you had to say was it's in the top right corner.
You're not much better.
I will admit, I was very dumb.
Yeah, that camera does look like you fished it out of the dumpster.
He did fish it out of the dumpster.
No, I've had this phone since 2017.
He will do anything but buy a Samsung phone. He has an SE from 2016. I mean, credit to it, it's still working, but oh my goodness me. Get a new one, please.
Okay. Does anyone want me to like go over anything again? Or actually, no, I shouldn't because I'm like blowing through battery. Okay. This one has a Rio 2 raffle ticket attached, which is pretty unusual. This is a library edition, and it's marked as such. Okay. This is probably the rarest of all the Rio editions. It's a Rio 2 Hong Kong Steelbook.
Yeah, for $259. Don't let him tell you it's not US dollars.
Yeah, Hong Kong dollars.
He's coping. It's not. It's US dollars. He's coping.
He's coping.
He's coping.
I paid $49 for it USD. Okay. That is a British version of Rio 2 Blu-ray. Sing along edition.
What is the sing-along edition, anyways? Is it just lyrics on the screen? Playful little dot bouncing from word to word.
I think. That's my original copy of Rio 2.
Just enable captions.
All right, this is a Canadian 4-disc 3D edition. Pretty nice. This is a Russian Rio box set from the collection of Herbie Hops, who formerly had the largest Rio collection in the world. This is an Australian 3D edition. That's a 2015 Rio Blu-ray. This is a Chinese Rio Steelbook. Only 1,000 of these are made. The Costco edition of the Blu-ray, the Japanese version of Rio 2, and 2015 Rio 2 Blu-ray. Okay. Now let's move on to, I guess the shelves over here. All right. You can see it all right, I guess.
Yeah, so you can actually see it decently, believe it or not.
All right. So this, I have to bend back awkwardly so that you can get a decent view of the shelf.
Bruh.
This is a Rio McDonald's display. It has all the figures, although most of them have dropped to the bottom because the adhesives are very old and withering. Some Rio McDonald's Happy Meal boxes. All the names are copyrighted for some reason, or trademarked, I should say.
How do you trademark the name Jewel? What? I mean, Blue, maybe.
Pedro and Nico.
Jewel was the first one you went to.
Yeah.
What about
Jewel,
Pedro?
Nico. Yeah, Pedro's trademarked. Nico's trademarked. Raphael's. All of them are trademarked for some reason. Anyway, this Jewel and this Blue, they were the first items to ever enter this collection, or what today forms the collection. Because I got a Nigel before Jewel, and I lost that Nigel, unfortunately. Some Nestle toys, Kinder toys, Kinder Surprise. Over here, this is a framed print signed by Jesse Eisenberg. Some
I saw him the other day.
Allegedly, some Rio, some British promotional items, a T-shirt, cards, a pencil pouch, I think that is, and some stickers. Some German material. We have a gift card and a postcard. Over here, we have some Rio rubber bands. These were given out at movie theaters. A Brazilian mug. It's a promotional mug, very unusual. This is an award screening copy of Real in Rio. These would have been viewed at the Oscars and other ceremonies. Canadian Walmart gift card. This is an award screen copy of Rio 2. This is a Get Glue sticker. Get Glue was a, I think it was a TV promotional site back in the day. It no longer exists, but I think. Some Russian Rio whistles.
Ooh.
I think they're Russian anyway. And then some Rio 2 Ukrainian yogurt magnet packs, courtesy of Freddy Rad. This shelf is mostly devoted to film memorabilia. This is a limited edition print signed by Carl Sodania. It is numbered, or its serial number is 38 out of 60. This is a Blockbuster video card. These were put on the shelves of a Blockbuster video store, and you would select the movie. This is a French Rio Cinema Index card. Has a detailed description of the movie and everything.
Yes, the French do that.
Yeah, I guess. A very rare Louise plush promotional item. Same
I
thing
still
with the blue.
swear that's Churchill.
Yeah, it does look like him.
Oh, yeah.
Some French lobby cinema cards. This is one of the very few items with Linda on it.
Yeah, and
Linda isn't
human characters
exactly
in
marketable.
general. My goodness, that is. Yeah, I was about to point that out. Yeah, it's kind of jarring seeing humans on any museum item because nobody cares about them.
Except for Landon and us. Yeah, and us, like me, because anyway. A Rio theater ticket. These are very difficult to find.
Ooh.
These are trailer reels. And this one has the original labels still on it. This is for a V2 scope projector. This is a little theater Mylar banner sign, and this is a Canadian Walmart gift card as well. And this is the little slip cover for the index cards, or the lobby cards, I mean. These are highlights of the collection. This is a print signed by Anne Hathaway. These are very expensive. This was painted by I Am Big J. This is the cover for one of my upcoming fan fiction stories.
It took me long enough, that's for sure. And it cost me enough money to make and ship it, but there you go.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's my favorite of his artworks.
Bless.
I love it too, genuinely.
This is, again, a highlight. This is a special crew screening ticket signed by Carl Sodania and also sketched by Carl Sodania. It's in a special issue of Animation Magazine, also from the collection of Herbie. This is an Oscar and Annie Awards season advertisement panel. I've never seen another one. Down here, we have some Rio 2 merch. This is a Flying High Jewel. It's a remote control toy. This is a steelbook
I love Volante.
magnet.
That was funny. That's depressing though as well.
Why?
She looks depressing. Look at that ABS plastic mold visibly going down her chest. Has she got a big helicopter stick? Sorry, has she got a big helicopter sticking out of her head, or does she actually use the wings?
She does use the wings.
Zoom out.
It's hard to see, but it looks to me like she has black wings and a black tail.
Damn. Oh, there you go.
Third-degree burns are quite something.
No. Some Rio 2 theater glasses in the original packaging and slipcover. Some Kids Cuisine glasses. Some Rio bookmarks. Now this one is one of the first items that entered my collection. My first crush threw this away in a trash can. It was hers, and I fished it out of said trash can.
Oh goodness me!
That's how.
Oh goodness me!
Some Mexican Rio cups, a British football, and colored pencils, and British Rio 2 stickers. This is a Home Depot workshop pin, and
This is
with
really
its original.
pleasant, really smooth video.
This connection is from the moon.
My knee. This is painful. I find my house is horrible. I mean, it could be worse, but it's still awful. Anyway, some more Rio merch. The tattoo set, DVD display panel, keychains, band-aids. Yes, they are actually band-aids. Toothbrushes. These are some of the latest pieces.
Oh, those are adorable. I want one.
I don't. I don't brush my teeth anyway, so you know.
Yeah, me neither.
That might be why you have gingivitis. This one's from 2015. This is a
Allegedly.
2016 variant. But allegedly. Some Rio 2 character clips, a sparkling sticker sheet. This is a promotional item, very rare. This is a Polish little advertisement flyer. This is a complete Italian Rio 2 card album, trading card album. This is these stickers were intended for pediatricians' offices.
It's just a way of saying, oh, we got a load of spare plastic and adhesive lying around. What should we do with it? Print characters from that new film on them and give them away at doctors' offices.
Pediatrician. Those are foot doctors, right? I assume.
No, that's a kid's doctor. Oh, has he stopped speaking again?
Spixie.
No, he hasn't.
Hello. I think the last 15 seconds of what he said was lost to the void.
It's possible his connection is bad.
Yeah, pediatricians or kids' doctors. Anyway.
I just said that.
Did you hear what I... Oh, okay. All right.
Start again.
Well, he said the last 15... Anyway. Angry Birds Rio shelf. This is a little... Got a jewel, a blue caged bird, very expensive by the way, a pink caged bird, the game on PC. This is a little bottle of perfume.
Ooh.
Seriously. I paid $13 for that. By the way, that's one of the cheaper items in this collection. I paid a good chunk of money for this collection to keep acquisitions flowing. Virtually all my income goes into this Rio museum. I should point that out.
He is really irresponsible with money.
Orange Macau World does not save up.
For real. Like, he's worse with money than me, and I'm the guy who had an S23 Ultra, and like when the new one came out, I was like, oh yeah, I'll have that one. Just like gets the new one. When the next one comes out, I'll probably get that as well. And he is worse with money than I am. and he's currently like having a fit or something. I don't know what he's doing. There's
Okay.
pixels moving around on my screen that are like vaguely blue.
Can you see the shelf now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Well enough, as well as
Ooh.
we're going to see it.
That is interesting. I like the way that's set up. I like the way it's displayed.
This is a promotional Rio Beach bag with a towel included. This is a Thai popcorn bucket. Some German cups with their original straws. That's the Jewel straw. This is a British promotional cap.
With the original title design.
It is as well.
From a. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I was pointing out the original title design on the cap.
Yeah. This was the promotional logo right here. You can also see it on this.
Ooh, yeah.
And there's also a beach bag that has the same logo, but I do not have that. Anyway, yeah, you got your lip balm, your bath bombs, your bath right here.
Wait,
your
that,
hair.
That orange container with Blue and Jewel from the Rio 2 promotional render. That's like a shampoo or something?
Yeah, it's a bubble bath.
Use it.
Why would you put that image on it? It's kind of odd.
What image is on it? I didn't see. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That should have a message on the back. That should have a message on the back for how do you. Oh, it was mango flavored, of course.
I mean, it's a little bit suggestive for a kid's bubble bath.
They knew what they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Certainly, there's no way about it. That shampoo on the back should say instructions for use. If you don't know how to use this, we suggest you find someone you really, really like and ask them to show you how.
This is a blue hair comb.
Ooh.
What is?
In the original pack.
Too bad we can't see it because I can see
Yeah, because his video is running up at 2 frames per minute, and
my goodness,
he's got it zoomed too far in.
Can you see it now?
No.
You're not centering the camera on his head perfectly. It's a bit too low.
You can literally look through the viewfinder. How are you struggling to do this? How are you struggling
I have
to
it
do this?
center in front of the viewfinder. I have it centered in front of the viewfinder.
Hold it further away then. Your camera's just terrible. It's awful. It's really bad.
There,
Hold it further away.
Right here.
You two are way
Can
too
you
funny.
see it? No, because the light.
Well, I'll give you an image of what we can
There's Blue's face. Okay, I'm done with that. Yeah. Show me in.
Oh, I didn't get it. And like half of the people have left now, by the way, so you should probably get a move on.
We haven't lost half. Okay.
Yeah, what I mean.
Okay. All right. So the bottom shelves, some more merchandise. Can you see it clearly?
Yeah, well enough.
Oh yeah, I see it.
As well as it's going to go. They're Pez dispensers.
I know a guy who owns a blue Pez dispenser. Yeah, they're very cute. Is that a Nico Pez dispenser?
Yeah. Guy. These are Australian Pez dispensers. These are American. These are bagged. The bagged ones are pretty usually. The boxed ones are far more common, and I have those in a crate. These are Jack specific plush toys. I don't have the Gabby or the talking variant anyway. This is a Raphael vinyl doll from Brazil. Spix series.
Yeah, I can see it. That is.
He looks
I don't think
pleased with himself.
Huh. Yeah. Like the internet quality that Orange has is like the bare minimum for him to be able to show off this museum. But I see
This is what
the
we're looking at.
I see the Raphael toy. It's very cute. I love it.
This is what you see before you die.
I don't think I've seen that before.
My life is going to flash before my eyes when I'm dead, and it's going to. I'm going to remember this for real.
These are the Carl's Jr. toys. You got the magnifier, the pocket knife, the Gabby fountain, and the little activity book. This is a Rio, New Zealand postcard. Over here in this shelf, you got German lobby cards, an Australian flyer, a British flyer, a Thai. Yeah, these are both Thai promotional cups. You got Blue Tea posing on that one. Some figurines in the boxes and a Best Buy lunchbox. Okay, now that's it for the main display area. So the only things left are just random things I have throughout the room. Yeah, tons of plush toys in here. And I might as well open this container. All those, in addition to some other items stored in there, including a DVD display banner. That's an Italian propaganda poster, by the way. Let's see.
Has he moved on to war merch now?
You got
You're just passing by.
nah. This is Rio 2 lunch bag. It's a promotional item. Very rare. That's a little backpack. Over here, this is a crate of
Oh, full blue plushes.
That looks like a murder scene salver.
Yeah.
It's just a waste. This is where all of the butchered blue and jewels in fan fiction go to die.
Mm.
Every single time you write a fan fiction where you do blue and jewel wrong, that's where they end up.
No, there should be way more. Way
in
more.
In a tub in Trajan's room.
in blue. Very unusual.
Why is the top of his head white?
And this is a British Pedro, made by White House Laser. I've never seen another one. Could be. Anyway, those are the blues and jewels. Okay, now over here. Oh, that's my parrot staff, by the way.
Parrot walking stick.
These are Rio crates. Yep. these are crates full of more Rio merch. I'm not going to bother taking stuff out because that would be kind of a pain, and quite frankly, I don't have enough battery to do that. These in this tube, these are Rio static clings. They were giant stickers put on movie theater windows to promote the movie. And over here are some more highlights that I have in this drawer for good reason. These are Angry Birds Rio prototype plushies. These are caged birds. The blue and the yellow. Both of these are one of only two in existence, by the way. This blue caged bird, this is one of only two in the entire world. And it was in my hand. Okay.
Question, do you know where the other ones actually are?
All right. They should be in. I don't know if the other ones were sold by Maximus or not, but if not, then he would have them still, presumably. Okay. The final thing. Oh yeah, and by the way, that crate in the back is supposed to store missile warheads. All right. Not that I have any, because that would be kind of illegal.
Kind of.
I think. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a disruptive device license would cover that. I'm not actually sure.
It's America. I wouldn't be surprised.
I know rockets.
America.
I know rockets. I do know that bazooka rockets are covered by that. Anyway, this you can't really see it because of the lighting. Actually, you can kind of see it now. This is the bus shelter poster that I posted in the chat a while ago. I'm not going to bring that down because it's an absolute nightmare to like get set up with only one person. So these are my regular T-shirts. Now in the back, in the very back is something quite special, and this is the final item that I have to show you guys. Okay. This I've stored in the very back. This is a Rio 2 crew jacket.
Something that I really want. I mean, it'd be great to wear out in public because it's subtle, because it just has the feathers on it. It's not like flaunting the characters or anything. Ah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, this is authentic. These are incredibly rare. I don't know how many of these made, but it couldn't have been any more than a few thousand. If being generous. Okay. That is the Rio Museum. Do you guys want to see anything else, or did you want me to cover anything else again? I guess I can show you the animation crew in the book. The signatures in here. Yeah, this is the animation crew. Let's see, where is Sang Jung Lee? Yes, this is Sang Jung Lee right here, Jill's character designer. And here's Carl Sedania.
Sergio Pablos?
He should be in here. Let's see, that's Jason Sadler. He was also a character designer. He might be on the back page, I'm not sure. Okay. You have little personalized messages in here.
Love Linda? Wait, what's that? Someone role-playing?
Maybe.
Interesting. That's cute.
You have like little blue sketches in here.
I love that so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if
For Ori, I
Pablo's
guess.
signature is in here.
Huh.
That was the recipient, I guess.
I wonder why Mrs. Ori gave up her signed book.
I don't know. Maybe to raise money for a college fund. You never know. Okay. That is the Rio Museum. What did you guys think?
It was so good. A
It
lot of the
was
stuff
good
was
based on what we saw.
I didn't see. Yeah, it was hard to see a lot of it, but there's a lot of items in there that you showed off that I haven't actually seen before. Because this is a never-ending merchandise pit. I swear.
Yeah. You will. There is a question that is relevant to the Rio Museum in the Kahoot. So, anyway, I'm going to turn off my camera and I will get back on stage through my computer. So, anyway, hang on.
Right, I think it's time for the Kahoot. You know what to do.
Okay. Yep. Get all that.
Okay. We want to start the Kahoot at this point?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Here is how it's going to work. Let me just get it started, yeah? Okay. So here is what's going to happen to anyone who wants to play Kahoot. Hopefully you do, you know. I mean, I paid enough for it. So here's what's going to happen. You need to go to... Let me find the link for you. So you need to go to this website. Now, I need to see engagement from people. Let me know if you're on this website and you're on the screen where you need to put in a pen, because you're going to need to do that.
Interestingly enough, we don't have Golden Swords or Topaz here, which were first and second place of the Kahoot last time. So this is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So a lot of people just let me know when they're on that screen. I'll drop the pin in a minute. Once when a lot of people can say, "Yeah, I'm on that screen," then I can drop it in there, and a lot of people can join because I can put the pin in. I mean, it's good in a way that Golden Swords is not here, because then that means it gives somebody else the chance to win.
Yeah, we won't have a repeat victor.
So here is the link. You'll want to click that. Now, because there is a prize on the line, you need to use a name for the Kahoot that I can recognize you as. So don't do a silly one. I usually would encourage you to use a silly one, but I need you to use a name that I can recognize you as. So, like that one guy who's joined that's called Blue, I don't know who you are, so I need you to give me a name that I can recognize.
The pin is in the link, right?
Yeah, it's in the link. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
I'll just...
Let me type it out.
Yeah, you can type it out. If you're in it, then you can type out. See, I don't know who Thomas is. So I need you to put a name on that I can recognize you as. Because otherwise you could just say, oh, well, I won.
Yeah, it's probably best to have your Kahoot name be your your
So I
actual
don't know who
Discord
Thomas
name?
was, but I've booted him. You need to put a name on that I can recognize you as. So we got what parrot? I know who that is. I got Gertrix. So yeah. So everyone in at the moment, all 5 people, I know who they are. So I'll give you time. I'll give you a few minutes to get on in, and then I'll explain how this is going to have to go because it's not going to make a lot of sense until I explain it. Yeah, you can put your username. In fact, that's most ideal because if you don't use a name that I can recognize, then I can't, you know, I can't let you receive the prize, can I? Which Spixie is very kindly paying for because you know, I'm tight. So there you go.
Okay, so now that I can actually see the chat again, does anyone have any questions in the meantime about the museum?
Not any off the top of my head.
I did see that Jeritrix, he mentioned price. So the value of this collection, it's difficult to estimate because prices have gone up significantly since I started collecting. If I were to throw out a figure, I'd say probably no less than $10,000, if not more. Yeah, it is quite a lot to deal with.
With my net worth, I can actually have the ability to buy all of it away. I mean, if you were selling it, but like $10,000,
Well, I
I can
mean,
afford.
yeah.
I can afford that. Well, I can't afford it, but I could pay for it.
Well, if I were to sell it to anybody, it would be you, assuming that it could be shipped.
We've
and
got 8 people. I want at least 10 before I start it. I got 8 people. I want 10 in here before we start it. And I will explain how this is going to go ahead. Basically, I have the education edition of Kahoot. You can get a version of it for Enterprise. But yeah, no, you're Homestar, you're in it. Don't worry. Everyone, there are people in it. There's 8 people. I'll just show you for the sake of clarity. That's who's in at the moment. Someone tried joining using a funny name, which is just useless.
Oh,
well, there's someone called
Topaz is in.
Topaz, but I don't think that's Topaz unless he's here. So, you know.
Oh, that's
I mean-
that's Q Stritch. Yeah, he's he named himself Topaz. That's what you did, isn't it?
I'd rather he didn't, but
I was right. Yeah.
all right. I'm calling it now. Anyone else who joins and doesn't put a name that I can recognize you as, you're not. I mean, I'll start the game, but I won't give you the prize if you win because I won't know who it is. I need 2 more. I don't want to start it unless we got about 10 people in. Because it's a waste of time otherwise. You're paying to everyone and literally nobody has joined. That's depressing.
Bingo just requested to speak.
Yeah, you can let him up.
Okay.
So, curious question while we're waiting. What happens if somebody who has a username that we don't recognize wins? Do you give it to second place or do you give it to third place?
We don't allow them to join.
Well, if I can reasonably conclude that it's nobody here, then yeah, I just won't allow them to join. But if you're doing a silly joke, it's like, well, hey, you can do that, but I won't give you the prize. So is really nobody else going to join? Is that all we got?
There's like only 12 people here. So, which honestly, I am amazed. And that probably speaks value of how well Rio 2 was received.
Yes, exactly.
Well, still, it's a Kahoot with prizes attached to it. You know?
Exactly. There's not insignificant prizes attached to this.
To be fair, of how much of a curb stomp the first one was, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, the first one was good.
It was good, but like, yeah, Golden Sword's just kind of like everyone just came in with a sword. Golden Swords came in with a fucking 60-inch gun, and that is me talking about.
Oh yeah, he like absolutely destroyed everybody.
Yeah, Golden Swords. He was a master.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
I mean, Colby was pretty close, and so was Topaz
Yeah.
and Stilteeks, but like everybody else.
all right, boys, retake. All right, boys. Grid Chick says first place wins the Orange Museum. Do you accept?
Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put that in announcements. Put that in announcements. Hang on a minute, 1 second.
Wait.
Whoever wins first place gets to own the Orange Museum.
Done it. I put it in announcements.
If you're not American, you can maybe become an employee of the Rio Museum. Maybe.
There you go. I put it in announcements. It's official. Your museum is a prize now.
We'll figure out the
You want to
details
win?
later.
You want to win 9 grand's worth of like Rio merch? Just flip and win this Kahoot.
I just messaged Scarlexy. See if he's alive.
Oh, I know what I can do.
Hmm.
I can do this. Hang on. Oh, Pashka isn't
That's-
here either. This is terrible. This has been like we've booked this in advance.
Yeah, I mean it's the anniversary of Rio 2, which so far isn't well received by the fans, and I was expecting like 50 people. I didn't expect 12.
50. We only had half that last time.
Yeah, like last time we had a peak of 30 people total. So
25 audience members. Yeah.
Bro,
20.
someone left.
Yeah, and that's
Someone's
not,
left. Come on, bro.
yeah, and that's not including.
No, he's come back. Yeah, good.
Yeah, that 30 is not including people who left before the game. So, or
Okay. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to start it before I do, but okay, I need everyone who's in there at the moment, I need you to understand what I'm about to say. Now listen carefully, because I'm not gonna say it. Well, I'll say it again. I'll repeat myself if I have to. I've got the education edition of Kahoot, right? So basically, what you're going to see on your screen, you know how you have the different colors of the answers. You're not going to see the answers or the question on your screen. All you are going to see is the 4 colors of what you can select, right? The theory is that you're in a classroom and the teacher's screen is at the front, so you're in the classroom, you're there in person, you can see it anyway, right? So to get around this, what I'm going to do, which I'll do now, is I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So let me know if you can all see that. You should all be able to see it. Shouldn't be a problem. You all see it? We all see it. Okay. Now, what you're going to have to do is basically you're going to have to if you're on you're going to need to be on PC basically. You're going to need to put your screen in window mode basically. You're going to need to see my screen streaming, and you're going to be able to need to see your own screen for the answers as well, right? So you do that just by grabbing the top bar and splitting it so you can see 2 screens, right?
If you're really
'Cause-
handy with Alt Tab, maybe you could do that. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
best
So, oh dear, Colby is cooking us a surprise. That can't be bad. So you're gonna have to be looking at my stream, but you're still gonna need to be able to see the Kahoot screen as well, right? So this is why I have the first question be, something silly so that you can just get to grips on it. But do we understand this? You have to be watching my stream, and you have to also have the tab open with the game on it as well. Because you'll see exactly what I'm talking about in a moment when we get going. But
I still
Yeah.
can't see your stream.
well, a lot of people can, so long as a lot of people can. But I need to hear. Can we all react? Okay, give
Oh,
me
wait.
some reacts.
Wait, Scarlixy just responded to me. Yeah, wait a moment for his response.
Who is that keeps leaving? Can you stop doing that? That's annoying because I'm gonna have to start. Like, yeah, the double tender dude who just joined. Like, you need to stay in.
Yes. Scarlixy says he's going to join the game now.
All right. So I'll hold off at least until he joins.
Yeah.
So do we know what we're doing? Because I'm going to start it once Scarlixy joins. Yes, we know what we're doing. So hopefully it goes well. This one's really not as long as last time though, so it hopefully shouldn't take like a half an hour. All right, we've got Scarlixy. So I am going to start it. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. So you're going to need to be able to see my screen streaming, and also you're going to need to be able to see the your own screen as well. So we all in? Are we all seeing the first slide?
Do we have Scarlixy in there?
Yes, he's in.
Okay, continue.
We all see the slide. We're all in. We're all settled, and that sort of thing. I need to get some reactions here. Any
Rio
issues?
gaming.
Any technical issues? We're all in. Wait, that looks good. All right, looks like we might have it. So you need to see my stream, and you need to be able to see yours as well. That's the last time I'm going to say it. So here we go. Question 1 underway. We're getting answers. People are seeing it.
You don't have the music on, do you?
I do.
I hear his
It's
music.
just fairly quiet.
Yeah, turn it up. I can't hear it at all.
Yes, well, we know that you have a lot of technical difficulties. Right.
Spixie, can you hear the music?
Yeah, I was hearing it. It was relatively quiet.
You
Most of that.
you just have crap technology. That's all.
It worked
Right.
perfectly fine last time.
Yeah, you know. All right, first real question underway. Hopefully it goes without a hint.
I can hear it now, but it's just really quiet.
That's it.
It's probably on your end, Orange.
I'll
Wait,
try
hang on.
plugging in my headphones.
Let me send. Can I send this?
Okay, first serious question. Let's see what the rankings are. So we got Watt Parrot got straight in there with the right answer, it seems.
Orange, you gotta mess with this. That's where the volume is.
Yeah, hang on. Look, I'll
I
turn it
sent
all
it
the way
in
up.
the
Okay,
event chat.
I'll turn the actual music all the way up, and if people complain that it's too loud, then can you just turn your own volume down, just for the sake of Mr. Orange here, because the world revolves around him. So first serious question, and yeah, we got 3 correct answers. Brilliant. Think about this one.
Adultery.
Ooh, that's surprising. Who got that right? Yes, good
Nice.
one, brilliant. They were clearly it's
Arsenal,
stated so explicitly. Well, yeah, Saldana confirmed it, but it was stated almost explicitly through visuals that they were a thing, and in dialogue as well, because she said there was nothing to mention. You know, she was covering it up. So, I like to do joke questions because it's funny. It means that, you know, we all have fun. I get to have fun. I get to, you know, not lose my mind while I'm making these things. So, you know. Oh, look how many people agreed with me. You just got ratioed. Now you can
Cry
cry
about
about it.
No, it was not taken on my phone.
Wow, you really felt the need to state that, bruh. Also, I think you're the only person who's going to be intelligent enough to get the joke. Does he get it? Does he get it?
Yes, I got
No.
the joke.
Which joke?
Our American cousin. Anyway,
What does it mean?
Ooh.
it's in reference to me. Anyway.
No, it was the. No, it's not in reference to you. It was the play that Abraham Lincoln was watching before. I thought you were supposed to be smart. Anyway, we got Watt Power in the lead, which is good to see. Good to see. We got someone who's like a big brain in here. I mean, like the guy was willing to debate on stage, so like, fair enough. To be fair, since it's the Olympics, it could be any of these.
Ooh, yeah, I actually remember the answer to this one.
Gangnam Style. I mean, like I say, I gotta have my fun. Nobody chose it though. Ooh, Watt Parrot doing well
Who
now.
is this
We
Watt
got-
Parrot guy? I've never seen him before. He's doing so well.
He was
Good job.
literally on call earlier. You
Yeah, I know,
forgetful
but
bugger.
like before the
he only
events, I
joined
haven't
recently.
seen him.
He's like he's humiliating people who have been in the community for like much longer.
For real.
You chose yellow because that's the true correct answer. Oh, he's on a roll. Damn, bro. What prize did we even say we were going to give out? It was a Steam gift card, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could also be Discord Nitro if you ask for that. They're about $10 anyhow.
Oh, yeah, you know, just ask him for like 10 quid's worth of gear.
The correct answer is the image that you see.
I mean, you would have to be really adept to know that.
No one on the leaderboard got it right.
Nobody got it right.
We'll never know who got it right.
Damn.
Oh, hey, Splat04 in the chat.
It's still open. It's still open if anyone else wanted to join it. The trouble is they just be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you can join the Kahoot if you want to.
I can't restart it just for one person, but, you know.
Who picked Orange Recall World?
No, for real, who did choose? Yeah. See, alright, I didn't give the briefing about the joke questions. If an answer clearly appears to be a joke, don't pick it. What Parrot back with another correct answer. He's like the fan favorite, the underdog. Like just joined the other week. He's killing it right now. I respect him
Yes.
for it.
He joined, didn't say anything, and then proceeded to embarrass everyone in the Kahoot.
Yeah, for real. Well, you'd have to have played the game. Ooh, it's getting interesting.
It's getting a bit interesting.
Has Splat joined, is he?
You mean soda? Why'd you change the wording of the question?
Hey?
I clearly said soda. Why'd you change the wording of the question?
Were they the same thing?
No, they're.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, you dimwit.
Oh, I know
I know
this
what
one.
I'm doing.
And you spelled Antarctica wrong, anyway.
Guarana. I've had some
Oh,
before.
I don't think anyone really cares.
The stuff is delicious.
Anyway, I paid for the Kahoot, so there's nothing you can do about it. I love making these.
Ah, people thought it was a joke question.
That's why I do them. You got to stay on your toes. You got to stay on your toes. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I had fun with the images as well. This one is interesting. This is like, this is really hard. There's like six possibilities. It's not 1 in 4, it's 1 in 6 now of just getting it randomly right. So you better know it.
Russia?
Ooh. Yeah, it's Russia. Russia.
People got it confused with the amusement park.
I did put museum, right? Oh no, the zoo. Oh, zoo? Really? There's a Rio themed. Wait, there's a Rio themed zoo. What? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Actually, read the questions.
I didn't. Who can be bothered to do that? I just put them on there.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you going to do about it? I couldn't be bothered with this one either. This is just the sort of. This is the power that I have. This is the power that I have over Orange, and there's nothing he can do about it. You do realize if once everyone answers, it automatically ends. Oh dear. Guess what? That was a double point question, if memory serves me correctly. So yeah. Yeah, pouring salt on a frog like actually makes it explode.
Ooh.
I think
I
you're
wanna see that in
confusing
action.
frogs for mollusks.
Don't spoil my dreams.
Mollusks are not snails. Are not frogs. Ugh.
I was gonna say snails are not frogs. Snails are not frogs. There's an in-joke in this one as well, which is amusing.
Heard about morning. Oh my god.
He's got it. He's got it.
This bird is literally Elvis. It's literally an Elvis insert OC that they decided to put in Rio 2, the movie.
Ooh, Geartrix coming back.
But like the
Is
actual.
Splat actually in, by the way? Splat, are you in? Because I don't
mean,
know
he showed
who
up
the people
late.
are. It's fine, it's just...
The species pictured in that photo is literally called a cock of the rock. That's what it's called.
We're already halfway through. It's tragic. Ooh, we got some clever people in here. Yes, you have to be pretty adept to get that. We got Mangle, who's like, ooh, Mangle is coming back.
Mm.
The challenger. You better yeah. The question is in the picture. He tries so hard to be funny. It's amusing. He fails spectacularly.
Kristen is in the image, isn't it?
It's in the image, isn't it?
Scarlexy, to answer your question, we're going to be doing a reading of the Rio 2 Junior novel reading.
I will be reading
I said
the Rio 2 Junior novel.
Reading twice, but yes.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet four people chose Budweiser because it's the only beer brand they've heard of. I was tempted to put as a joke answer Waskaran.
I took this screenshot, by the way. It was really hard to find a good screenshot from this scene because there's so much motion there. As Blue and Jewel are like tumbling down the mountain.
Rip.
Animation there is amazing though. It's so cute.
Official fan fiction, yeah, it's cute. Oh, come on. You're all really sick. Like really sick. How did you not get that? Even I know that, and I'm stupid. Honestly. I feel funny. Maybe like I say, maybe I shouldn't have had some potent scrumping. Bruh. Look at Fickens is in here or something. Like, what? Goodness me, nobody got it. You like literally skirted around the correct answer like it's a like some ex-girlfriend that you don't want to see again.
Whoa, Levaillon doesn't sound very Portuguese now, does it? What?
Did Orange not give you an image?
The image he gave me literally gives the answer away.
Yeah, but most people wouldn't know what instrument it actually is, though.
Well, it becomes one of two. It eliminates, like, the other two suggestions.
That's true.
Half-wit. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, harpsichord.
Indeed.
I know. Actually,
is that
what is this? What is this image? It's just it was like the only. It was the only image that Kahoot suggested. Like whenever I make the questions, Kahoot says, "Oh, hey, do you want to use this image?" I'm like, "No." But usually it gives me like 6 or 7 suggestions. This question, for some freaking reason, it only suggested that image. So I was like, let's just use that one because it looks funny.
That costume, that's a Slee Stack from Land of the Lost. So.
Isn't it? Damn. Yeah. I love it. A lot of people chose Anne Hathaway there. That's not a terrible choice, to be honest with you. She's probably the second most decorated in a way. No, I must admit, I wouldn't have gotten this one. Call from Irvine.
Good. Someone picked Flying Dreams, which is not a Rio song. That is from The Secret of Nim, by the way.
Right, somebody chose literally the answer of saying the image he gave me stared into my soul, so have this instead. Why would you choose that and think it was the right answer? That's a statement.
The throwing.
If anyone who says that it was them, I'm gonna ban you. You're getting banned. Oh yeah, double points. If you know this, you have to be special. Munich. Color blue, you're Munich. Again,
Yeah.
someone has chosen the statement. Why would you do that? That's a statement. Stop choosing the statements. Right.
Yeah.
What parrot has like? All right. Let's we're about 10 questions or something like that out from the end. I think it's about. Actually, no, it's about 8. We're about 8 questions away from the end. The standings at the moment are interesting. Mangle he's about 3,000 points behind, but all it would take is like some good reflexes and some cock ups from Wet Parrot, and we Scarlixy, like if you try, then you'll win and you'll get a gift card. So try. Who's really saying who is what parrot? Like, bruh, the guy came up on stage and spoke earlier. Were you asleep? Yeah, everyone got that. Fair enough. I'll note how nobody chose the Bible and the Lord of the Rings this time. Yeah, good, you'll learn. Yeah, that one. Which I forgot Paint.net existed and was a thing that I had. How I make these is he gives me a document full of the questions and the possible answers, and then he puts an asterisk next to the correct answer. And then, how did 5 people choose something like that in the novel? Because to know the answer to this, you either know the answer to this question or you don't, and you'll know the answer by reading the novel. So I don't get that. How can 5 people choose that? That's like a hunch. Damn. Oh no, yeah, what parrot's run away with it? I changed my mind. He's just opened up a lead of about 1,000 points.
No, that was also not from my phone.
I love how you feel the need to say this when it's obvious that it wasn't. Fair enough. Ooh. Scarlixy is catching up.
These
It's
questions
getting
were
interesting.
written Yeah, these questions were written by Pashka.
And they're
from here.
really easy. I was tempted to make all of these double points. Ooh. Ooh, it's getting interesting. We've got more contenders. And we've got 4 questions to go.
The yellow train, it's a tram. Is that a...
I just
And-
copied and pasted what...
Oh, that's what Pascal said.
Yeah, okay.
I did those only earlier.
And he
when I got
misspelled
back from my
Nico's
team.
name.
He also
Oh, yeah.
misspelled Botafogo. Oh well.
Yeah, I literally copied and pasted all of the... Yeah. Ooh, Mangle is coming for Scarlixie. And Lyota's not far behind. It's all really close, actually. They're all in the 8,000 marks.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what parrot is running away with it? The guy is, like, humiliating people.
Who are you, and why are you so wise in the ways of Rio?
Where have you been?
Yeah, where have you been all this time?
I mean it, by the way. I mean it. Anyone who gets this wrong, I seriously mean it. You're just getting banned. I'm gonna ban you. Bruh.
Oh,
Bruh. I literally said the name several times earlier. How could you get this wrong? More people got it wrong than got it right. Bruh. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for you. Scarlixie, you guessed and you're in second place. How have you been getting any of the answers right? Oh my goodness me, if you didn't know that, that's crazy. That is mental. If you know this, you're a bit of a melt, to be honest with you.
He didn't even get the name completely correct, by the way, but whatever.
Exactly what parrot is just Golden Sword's alt?
Maybe.
If his voice wasn't completely different, I'd suspect that.
Yeah, not a lot of people knew that one. I have no idea what it was. Oh, sure you did, Geartrick. Sure you did. That's okay. I had to cut down this question because it was too long, and this is the last question, by the way. So basically, congratulations, what parrot you just won. Well,
You just showed up 8 days ago.
I mean, where 2 types of waters mix, and it's called the meeting of the waters. It's a wrap for y'all. Yeah, it's a wrap for y'all. Well, I hope that was worth it. I hope it was worth making. I hope we all enjoyed it. I enjoy making these. I love to make more of them, but there's only so many questions you can ask about Rio. You have to start sort of, you know. You'd have to start sort of, you know, getting crazy with it. And this one's double points. You better choose wisely. Choose wisely. Choose
now-
wisely.
I'm.
Please don't tell me you actually made that one double points.
Yeah, that's actually double points.
What?
It's actually double points. Let's see who won. Ooh.
The fake
Colby,
topaz.
Yeah, I could maybe.
Ooh. Damn, bro. Well,
Well,
that was the podium.
I guessed most of them. Oh,
Oh, you guessed most of them. Oh, sure you did.
Leona said he got from third to second just because he answered "I am gay."
Yeah, you would have done because it was double points. Nah, congratulations, What Power. Do you want to come up and gloat your victory?
Mhm.
Yes. Hang on, let me invite him on. Yeah, bring him on. Yeah, you won. Well done.
It was quite interesting. Yeah, like for most of them, I guessed, but I was able to just like narrow down the choices because some of them seemed fake. Like the question about how many items are in the Rio Museum, there were like just two powers of two, and one number seemed too small, so I just picked the remaining number.
Oh, he's Sherlock. That's how he won. Mm.
Who has the power of reason?
Brilliant.
No, the real way I guessed that I went to Orange Macau's World Home and counted all of the objects while he wasn't looking. So I knew
Wow. Huh.
That's crazy. So, congratulations, you've won a £10 or $10 Steam gift card or a Discord Nitro for a month or whatever. What do you want?
I guess I
Like,
would go with Discord Nitro. I don't play games a lot.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll get that for you
that
then.
Yeah, speak to Spixie about what prize you've won. You've won a prize, let's put it that way. We got a live Mangle reaction coming up. Let's leave What Power on the stage. He can stay because he won.
I think I need to friend you in order to
Yeah, sure.
give you yeah.
Mangle, live Mangle reaction. What happened? How you doing? What happened?
Basically, I kept on guessing.
Bro, why do people keep guessing? Like, this is the Rio fan community, and everyone was like, I guess, lol. There's going to be fans.
95% of fans are casual fans. I guess it depends on the context. But
The only time I'll probably guess, the only time I will not guess is if we do like a fan fiction kind of. Even then, I'll probably guess some stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
And-
that's
and besi-
crazy.
And besides, let's face it, with the time limit, if you try to analyze things correctly, you're probably going to get it wrong. So sometimes you do have to guess.
Hmm. That's mental. I think since we've been on for a while now, we're still going to continue. Obviously, I think it's time for like a break, a couple-minute intermission. I need a Waz.
Also, I wanted to be speaker because I have to remind Orange, you have to now sell the rights to the museum to What Parrot.
Oh yeah, you have to give the Rio Museum to What Power because that was in the announcements. That's one of the things.
Not if I delete it.
I live in North Carolina, so that's pretty close. Ready to arrange the pickup time.
I didn't hear any of what you said. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Yeah, I said.
It is too.
Did you say?
It is too.
Did you say that the
It is
Rio
true.
Museum is in Virginia?
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I live in North Carolina, so that's pretty close. So I'm going to be driving up to collect the museum.
That's crazy. You're gonna get like this dude turning up like, I want the I want the Rio Museum. Oh, Mangle has like literally just beat me to it. Has he actually deleted it? No, he hasn't. It's still there.
Quick, everyone, screenshot it so Sphinx deletes
Yeah,
it.
screenshot it.
Sphinx deletes it.
Screenshot it. So when he deletes it, then we've got evidence. We got the receipts. Ah, that's crazy. Well, I'd say honestly, even if you did guess,
There is no evidence. It's all gone.
Oh yeah, and Colby
Right,
literally has the recording. So
Wait, hang on one sec. I also have Orange at my DMs.
damn, bro, that's more than women would hope to be.
Thank you for sharing.
I'm also sending
Yeah,
this to Kobe.
everyone
I'm also sending
drop
this
it
to
in the
Kobe
chat.
too. So Kobe too, and I'm also saying this to Joda as well.
Everyone just drop the evidence in the chat. He can't delete it all. Just keep dropping it. Drop the evidence.
Also, there's
He's
another
never
reason I
getting
come up
away
here.
from this.
Also,
even gonna try.
so remember question 8 or 9 when only one person got the right answer?
Was that you?
Yes,
Crazy. And you actually knew it, or you just guessed?
I guessed.
Oh, Colby's got the receipts as well. That's crazy. You're not getting away from that. Okay, all right, you can stop now. You can
Started a
stop. That's enough.
screenshot revolution. Holy shit!
You can stop now. That's enough. All right, that's enough. We get the point. You can stop doing it now. All right, great. Yeah, we got it in video form. We got it in all sorts. It's in motion, and I'm powerless. But all right, yeah, no more new ones now. The joke is now old.
No.
Flipped it.
As per tradition of the internet, we're going to double kill it.
Okay, Scarlixia is the last one. That's it. Boom.
If at some point I might be willing to give away a Rio plush as a prize.
Honestly, I'm really tempted to put both cahoots together into one, add more questions, shake up the results, and then do it as an entire thing, and then say whoever wins that actually gets like a plush or something.
No.
Okay. So there we go. That was live Mangle reaction. Brilliant. Yeah, we're gonna have an intermission and of like I don't know, like a couple of minutes, something like that, and then we're gonna carry on with the junior novel reading. Oh, before that, Homestar wants to come up. We got a live Homestar reaction going on here. Come on up, Homestar. What's the reaction?
7th place. I mean,
That sounds like a skill issue, bro.
Yeah. I know. I mean,
That tends to happen in cahoots with
partially
7 or more
guessing.
people.
At least I did guess the Nigel one with the Hamlet quote. I mean
With
that
the
was
Hamlet quote. Bro, get a new chat spam quote from Homestar. At least I got the question from the start. Boom, Homestar. Crazy. So yeah, you came last then, basically.
Yeah.
That's tough. And do better, I guess. Bye.
Nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it's not being a massive fan of an animated movie franchise is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, no.
Or
for
not
real.
being
All right.
absolutely obsessed with it. I know you're a fan of, but yeah.
And again, the questions that I made were deliberately designed to be hard. So.
Oh yeah, like you really need like the blend of the hard questions and the easy questions. So, for now, it's time for an intermission because I need the loo. So yeah, everybody go about your business for a couple of minutes, and then we'll come back and do a Rio 2 Junior novel reading. Take care for the time being. Good. Bye for now.
Okay.
For the second.
For a few minutes.
And we're back. Long time no see. I've been to the loo now, so that's great. Oh, well, looks like my comrades are otherwise engaged. Looks like they've taken an intermission as well. But it's okay. Once they're back, well, there's Spixie.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I went to take a dump. Absolutely, big fat dump. Mm.
I went and got some ramen to eat.
Are you broke or something? Ramen.
No, I got it because it was fast.
Bruh. I don't know where Trajan's gone. He's just disappeared.
Hmm.
Well, we need him to do the reading, so that's a shame. We're down to 11 people. 11 legends who've stuck with us, which is great. It's sad though that people stayed for the Kahoot and then just left. It's what can you do, eh? The real ones remain. Yeah, I think for real though, I'm gonna make them into a like one big Kahoot and then make that available and then make the questions available so that we can host it and then the actual we can do another event at some point whenever in the future whatever and then the price for that one can be like a plush. That would be ideal. I'm gonna put Orange in the audience until he like actually comes back. Yeah, poor Colby. He has to like edit all of this. He still hasn't done the last one. The last one was about a month ago, so that's terrible. I'm trying to think of something we can talk about in the meantime until Orange returns. What's a topic of conversation?
I did actually want to
tell us how much you like animation or something. I don't know.
Oh no, I was actually going to. Orange is back! Yay! Hello. I was actually gonna talk about the theme you guys were discussing earlier, which was Jules' character development, and I did actually have something to add to that. I didn't get an opportunity to get in. So Jules' character development, she in the first movie, she doesn't really have a clear character arc, similar, which is unlike Luke because he does have one. But she does develop a little bit. Like her character does alter, and she does clearly learn a new lesson. So for Jewel, I think the best way to put it is that by the end of the movie, she learns that love can come from anywhere. I think that's a pretty good way to put it, since she found love from the most unlikely source in her eyes. And so I thought that was like an interesting way to like describe the lesson she learned in that movie. A good partner can come from anywhere.
Indeed it can. I'll unmute the Orange.
Oh, I'm already
Because
on
obviously
mute.
he's- Well, no, you weren't because I can mute you and then you can't talk, and you can unmute yourself, but you have to do it manually. So if you didn't have the permission to do it, you'd be muted forever.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess Lil Yoda or you can find the novel on the Internet Archive or something.
I don't know where it is.
Because I had the book, but I prefer that you read it. So.
Okay. Fair enough. While I look for it, as Spixie, you can answer that question.
The second
Yoda, yeah, we're looking for the second movie. So if you can find the book of the second movie, then
I'm now drinking maracuja juice, and I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it.
Oh, I'm drinking
Yeah,
Henry
fine.
Weston's medium dry, cloudy vintage cider.
Passion fruit juice. I mean, I love passion fruits, but the juice is a bit watery for my taste. Brazilian fruits in
Oh,
general
Colby,
tend
have
to be a
you
bit watery.
Colby, have you you've got the book?
Hmm.
Have you got
Q&A?
the book? Because if
Hmm.
you've got the book, then well, Q&A we can do another time or something. But Colby, if you've got the book, can you like send it to me so I can read it and stream
I
it?
actually really like the idea of a Q&A. Although I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
if
not
we get that many
now.
questions.
Yeah, Colby, can you send it to me so that I
It's
can
like
read it and
in the
stream it?
future, like if I do find success with my animation projects, and I do have a lot of people to speak to, then I would absolutely do that. Yeah, I'd love to do Q&A. But yeah, currently right now I don't have much to show. I just have some test animations.
I mean, I
Q&A
don't know what
between the
anyone
three
would.
of us would be cool too, as well.
I don't know what anyone would want to ask me personally, but I can
Yeah.
talk about the film certainly. All right, Colby has sent me the junior novel. Do I like jazz? Yes, I legitimately do. One of my favorite genres of
Oh,
music
I
is
can confirm
Ethiopian
that
jazz.
he does like jazz.
If you remember earlier on when I had one of the questions, which was which song from Rio 2 was performed at the 2016 Rio Olympics, and I had and I listed one of the answers as Ayakim Tendengo, which was it's just a piece of Ethiopian jazz music, and I'll upload it now because it is the happiest music you'll ever hear. Literally, is like the most happy. This is happy music, which is why I chose it. What in my brain? If you ever meet me, that song is just playing in my brain on loop. Like if you could
Nice.
if you did a mind read on me, that's what you wouldn't hear any thoughts. You just hear that. That's literally it.
Big J listens to jazz music and says, "Bro, this is literally just like Jewel, for real, for real."
No, that was the Ironsides, and that wasn't jazz.
It was totally
It
jazz.
it was
It's smooth
kind
jazz.
of like no, it wasn't smooth jazz. It sort of was, but it was like its own fusion of it. Yeah, that's Ethiopian jazz music. Came out in like 1970 or something. It's like ancient.
Meanwhile, I listen to like music from the 1880s. Anyway,
Of course we do.
Someone just posted the B movie script.
Here's the link to the book. Colby posted it in the in the last event chat. I remembered that.
I just listen to video game music. It's often what I'm listening to when I'm drawing my Rio comic.
I need
Various
the
video game titles, themes.
Is this internet archive place where I can just rent the book for? Yeah.
Let's
Alright,
hear.
I'll just do that.
Splat04 mentioned something called meet and tweet. Something. What did you say? Meet and tweet. What is that? I'm gonna find out what that is.
Okay, borrow for 1 hour. So as it turns out, I can borrow this for an hour, and then if I return it, then I can get it back again. So there you go. So I will stream this. Basically, yeah, you can borrow it indefinitely. So I'm going to go live so you can see the pages, and just close those. Can we all see my screen? Can we all see what we're looking at?
By Krista Roberts.
I presume everyone can. I mean, I don't know. I can't see because I'm in full screen on the. Are people saying they can see my screen?
I can see it just fine.
Yeah, I said I need to know. A lot of other people can. Is anyone saying they can't see it? Put it that way. No, okay. Then let's begin. Based on the feature film Rio 2, the junior novel. I like this image. It's actually very pleasant. Like, this image conjures up just disgust in me because of what it's representing, but if you wiped my memory entirely of Rio 2 and then just showed me this image and said, hey, this film is out, I'd be like, oh my goodness me, I want to see it. So it's very pleasant.
This book, my mom gave me a copy of it before the movie even came out, and I read it so heavily. It's pretty worn.
I presume he's showing it, but I'm full screen, so I can't see.
Nah,
Wait,
yeah,
You had the junior novel before you watched Rio 2?
Yeah, it came out before Rio 2.
So you spoiled it for yourself.
I don't think I actually read the book before the movie came out, or I might have. I don't remember.
Oh.
But
Rest
if
in
I
peace.
did, it wasn't much. So
Okay. Well, I'll start reading then.
No.
Hyper Festival is an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers. Rio 2, the junior novel. Rio 2, copyright 2014 20th Century Fox Film Corporation, all rights reserved, printed in the United States of America. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever without written permission.
Why does
except in the
Bia
case of
have
brief
human
quotations embodied in
fingers?
critical articles and reviews. For information, address HarperCollins Children's Books, a division of HarperCollins Publishers, 10 East 51st Street, New York, NY 10022. www.harpercollinschildrens.com. That's enough of that.
Why do you have human? Oh my goodness.
Wow. Adapted by Krista Roberts. Why does she have hands and fingers?
Yeah, that's what I was
creepy.
saying. What she has human fingers. Like the birds have feathered. They have index feathers, which act like humans' fingers, but they aren't shaped like them. They're still shaped like feathers. Here, they literally reconstructed Bia's biology to give her human hands.
Why is Tiago and Carla doing like some kind of BDSM routine where he's like pulling on her with a lead or something? Look, he's like legitimately pulling on her. She's on a lead.
Look at Carla. She and Tiago. They don't have human fingers. They have feathers. Well, Bia.
Yeah, they do as well. And Bia is like
She's just mutated in comparison.
She's flipping salad fingers or something.
It looks fan made. Why would you put that in the official material?
If you look at Tiago's wings as well, like look, they're literally all feathers, whereas Bia's like she has palms and they start to bend in a certain way that's literally hands.
Yeah,
and then
they have three-dimensional mass. That's a big no-no.
Carla's mostly the same. On the right, she has all feathers. On the left, they start to become fingers. They literally become fingers. And she also looks like she's enjoying that. She's also fat. Look at the beer belly. Look at the beer belly action going on there. She's round. Oh my goodness.
Star wants to go up stage.
What does he want?
I think I know the answer to Bia's hands, he says.
Oh, go on then. Let him up.
Okay.
All right.
Is he up?
So my guess is they used like human hands for PNGs and they just tranced it together to make this. Just used some hands and they just drawed it. It just looked like some feathers doing that. That's my guess. That's my guess of how.
They look like they're referenced from human hands. Actually, they're cannily long on the tips.
That is my guess.
I mean, the Bia illustration is in a distinctive art style. I don't think it's those I can almost guarantee you are in coloring books. In fact, I can check right now. Right now, I'm gonna check, see if they are in there.
He's walking over to his Rio 2 coloring book.
Oh goodness me!
Because he does possess it. Look at how long, like the tips of her fingers are on her her right wing. I don't know if I can even call it a ween if she has human fingers on it.
Anyway, reading time. What voice should I give this? Does this need like the trailer voice or? Or what?
Sure. Oh yeah, but yep, it's in the coloring book. Yep.
Ooh, we need the.
At least be consistent about it. Don't just have feathers that can morph into human fingers and have 3D mass. They're supposed to be
Okay.
flat.
Here we go. Are we ready? Big hype. Hype up.
Mm.
Throat lube. You're about to hear my really good reading action. In the magical city of Rio de Janeiro, a party was taking place. Children were waving sparklers. Couples were dancing to vibrant Brazilian rhythms. That's prose done badly. Cruise ships filled with guests in the party spirit were docked in the bay off Copacabana Beach. I don't know what accent I'm doing there. Everyone was getting into the groove, laughing and making wishes as they tossed flowers into the ocean. Because tonight's celebration wasn't just any party, it was New Year's Eve, and no one was happier than a rare blue Spix macaw named Blue. Creative naming. Who named him? They must be such a twit. High up on Corcovado Mountain, in the shadows of the Cristo Redentor statue, birds of all colours swirled and partied together. Swirled. Nico, a yellow canary, and Pedro, a red-crested cardinal, were spinning the tunes. Catchy tunes with hot, upbeat tempos. Ooh. I wouldn't really call What Is Love hot and upbeat, but whatever. Blue knew he wasn't the best dancer, but he definitely had the best dance party he ever could ask for, his wife, Jewel. That's weird, but whatever. For a bird from Minnesota, you've got some moves, Jewel said as Blue dipped her on the crowded dance floor. Oh, actually, that wasn't a move, Blue smiled back at his wife. That was an accent, but I accept the compliment. The couple twirled in time to the music. You already said that. Blue had been the last male of his species until his caretaker, Linda, brought him from their home in Minnesota to an aviary in Rio owned by Tulio Monteiro, a Brazilian ornithologist. There, Blue met and fell in love with Jewel, a female blue Spix macaw. He certainly did. Now they had 3 children together and lived in a sanctuary. Sorry, I should say, there, Blue met and fell in love with Jewel, a female Spix macaw, and got busy. Sorry. Now they have 3 children together and lived in a sanctuary Linda and Tulio created. Life was pretty good. About average. Could be better, could be worse. It's great Raphael could watch the kids, Jill said as they bopped to the beat. That's not what they're doing, but whatever. Blue nodded, shaking his bright blue tail feathers. Yeah, looks like you're stuck with me all night. And Jill smiled back adoringly. And I couldn't be happier. You're my one and only, Blue. Blue narrowly missed stepping on Jill's toe. What? I thought he was supposed to be good at dancing. It's official. Canon sources state that Joel complimenting him minorly causes him to lose his cool completely. Whoops. That's a good thing, since I'm the only other one.
This in the movie, this didn't happen. Him almost stepping on her toe.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a book.
If we're going to take anything as canon, we'll take it from the film. Oh, that's a good thing, since I'm the only other one. It was a running joke between them. No other blue Spix macaws existed in the world, except for their children. Hey, you love birds! Blue and Joel turned at the sound of a familiar voice. It was their friend Raphael, a Toko toucan, with his wife Eva, a keel-billed toucan. What? She is?
Yeah.
Wow. Raphael's yellow-orange bill gleamed in the moonlight. Happy New Year! But if Raphael and Eva were here, Blue thought, where were his kids? Rafi, where are... The kids are with Louise. No worries.
She misspelled Rafi.
Yeah, it's only one F.
Yeah.
The kids are with Louise. Worries right here, Blue said nervously, tapping himself on the chest. Immediately, Blue and Jewel looked across the dancing crowd, searching. Then Blue spotted Louise the bulldog, boogieing to the beat. Dog drool was flying everywhere, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. Trying not to panic, Blue and Jewel hurried over to Louise. Louise! Blue said, dodging a spittle of drool. Where are the kids? What? I don't have any kids. Our kids. Oh, right. I left them with Tiny. Tiny? What? She's an excellent babysitter. Blue and Jewel knew their kids would love staying with Tiny. They hoped she felt the same way. Terrible babysitter, said Tiny, a small green bird. Not even just what kind of bird she is, just she's a small green bird. She had agreed to let the kids tie her to a large bottle rocket and to then put it. I don't think she agreed to that. But now she wasn't sure it was the best idea. This is gonna be awesome, Tiago assured her. He was the youngest and only boy, and he is 9. Right now, he was zipping around, jamming fireworks into the ground. His bookish sister Bio, bookish. Actually, she deserves all the slander she can get. Was working out the details for her own New Year's spectacle here at the base of Corcovado. Alright, I've done the calculations, and each explosion would be perfectly synced to the beat, she said confidently. Unless I didn't carry the 1. Over to the side, Carla, the oldest and most artistic of the 3 kids, was sharing her opinion. Here's my vision. Red, blue, green, yellow, yellow, purple. Here's my vision, Tiago declared. He held a lit match. Boom, bow, pang, kapow. That's not what he said, but whatever. He tore across Bia's drawings. Worry lines creased Tiny's forehead. I don't think your parents would like this very much, she warned Tiago. No sooner were the words out of her mouth when Blue and Jewel flew in and landed. Whoa, 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 Jewel said as Tiago ran by with the match. She grabbed him by his tail feathers while Blue took the lit match. Where are you going, little bird? What is this? Blue let out an exasperated sigh. Guys, you know the rules. No pyrotechnics without adult supervision. Blue shrugged. We asked Tiny. That's even worse, Blue's commented. Sorry, Tiny. Tiny hung her head in shame. She was still tied to the rocket. You don't have to pay me, Senior Blue. Blue took the rest of the fireworks out of Clara's hand. Carla's hand, even. Kids, next time ask me. But you always say no. No, I don't. Dad, you're in denial. Okay, honey, do I always say no? Yes. No. Great, now Mom's saying it too. Do you know how dangerous this is? He asked. The match flames singed Blue's talons and he dropped it. Tiago nodded enthusiastically, making Blue groan. How many times did he have to tell them? Listen, we're the last Blue Spix macaws left on the planet, he reminded his family. We have to stay safe. Birds of blue feathers have to stick together. I smell chicken. I could eat. It wasn't chicken, it was Blue's tail feathers. The drop match had lit them on fire. No. By my calculations, that's like his 27th no today. As Blue shook out his flaming feathers, a few of them fell off and fluttered to the ground, landing on top of the fireworks Bia and Tiago had set up. The fireworks ignited, including the one Tiny was strapped to. The small green bird frantically tried to blow out the lit fuse. Oh no. Blue ran over to help her. Luckily, he was able to free Tiny from the rocket, but unluckily, he got caught on the Roman candle himself. Is it a rocket or a Roman candle? He braced himself for what was coming next. 5, 4, 3, 2... Everybody, fly! Happy New Year! His family moved out of the way as Blue was launched into the sky. A few seconds later, Blue dropped back to Earth, landing on the arm of the Cristo Redentor. That was not a few seconds. On the statue beside his family. Well, this year's off to a great start, he said as fireworks filled the night sky to the delight of the kids. Little did Blue and Jewel know as their children gathered around them that their greatest adventure was about to begin. So that was chapter 1. What are people saying about it?
For a junior novel, it's fine. It was adequate, but as a piece of
everyone's left. There's like 8 people left. That's tragic.
It sounds like it was written by an AI. I mean, I wouldn't say it's that.
I wouldn't. No, if I go to ChatGPT, hang on a minute. If I go to ChatGPT,
I've seen Rio fan fiction written by AI.
Hang on a minute.
And
yeah, they're not that bad actually. They legitimately are not awful. I have seen the average story that ChatGPT writes is like a 4 or 5 out of 10. It doesn't necessarily tell an excellent story, but usually it's fairly accurate, and obviously it's an AI, so the grammar is pretty good. So basically, they're like short, inoffensive stories, and they don't do anything offensive, and obviously the grammar is brilliant. So if I say, I'm going to talk to ChatGPT, I'm going to say, are you familiar with the blue? Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Again, for its target audience, I think it's fine, I guess. But at the same time, it could have been much more.
Yeah.
Yeah, like children's literature is a bit of a difficult topic because I'd say much more difficult than children's like movies because with a kids movie you don't really have to simplify things exactly. You just have to make it palatable in some way, like don't make it super violent and explicitly complex. But
I'll put it in writing in fan fiction. I asked ChatGPT to do a junior novel, and this is what it came up with. It's going to be in content blocked by the server.
It does justice to Rio 2, which isn't saying that
Really?
much, but
Hang on,
it does.
I'll send it to our group, and then you can paste it, because unless it's like accidentally sworn or something, then yeah.
yeah,
it properly respects Rio 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as good as Rio 2, which is the best you can hope for.
Boop. I can send it in the chat.
Yeah, do that, please.
he did.
Okay, good. Okay, are we ready for chapter 2, the 8 people left here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Deep in the lush tropics, the Amazon River flowed steadily through the rainforest. A thick canopy of trees blocked the sky. In the distance, strange, exotic animals hooted and called out. The place was teeming with life. A canoe glided along the river. Inside were 2 people, Brazilian ornithologist Tulio Monteiro and his American-born wife Linda, and 1 small bird in a large birdcage. Tulio sat in the back of the boat, holding a camcorder, recording everything. He spoke into it excitedly, thrilled by the sights and sounds of the jungle. Day 3, no lean. 2,000 miles from Rio. We've reached the center of the rainforest. Exotic jungle sounds echoed around them. It was a world made for adventure. Shut up. We are surrounded by plants and animals struggling for survival. As Tulio spoke, Linda paddled along in front. While we glide effortlessly... What? We effortlessly glide down the river. What, that doesn't make sense in that context. He says, we are surrounded by plants and animals struggling for survival. We effortlessly glide down the river. That's just weird. That's not what he said. Anyway. Effortless for you. Suddenly, a flash of color caught her eye. A beautiful butterfly fluttered in the air in front of her. She let out a small gasp. How pretty! Then snap! A piranha leapt out of the water and chomped on the butterfly. Oh! Oh! But the piranha, ignoring her, had already dropped back into the water. Well, that's what she does.
I really like
It's in the movie. It's not a piranha. It's like some kind of, I don't know. It's not an arapaima. It's like some kind of.
It's a big fish.
Yeah,
it's a big old fish.
I don't think it was an arapaima because it was a bit small for one, but it could have been.
To be fair, for the junior novel, just say it's a piranha. I can forgive that.
Maybe.
Anyway.
Maybe young one.
The savage beauty of the circle of life. We are near the nesting grounds of the Amazonian wood quail, Odontophorus gujarensis. Months ago, we rescued this little bird from smugglers. It was sick, malnourished, with a broken leg. But now, my trusty assistant, I mean my loving wife and colleague, will now release her back to her natural habitat.
In the movie, did they mention that the species was saved from smugglers? The bird in particular that they released, the quail? Oh.
Yes.
That's something
That's
I missed.
pretty much exactly what she says in the film. They had reached the riverbank. Linda opened the bird cage. The little bird stood there, shaking a little. It's okay. You can go now, just like this. Let me talk to her. Go on. Do you think she's going to be all right? The little bird didn't look too sure of herself. Give her some time. Just then, several other Amazonian wood quails emerged from the jungle. Linda and Tulio watched from the canoe, touched. Yeah, no, touched them. As the other quails made a circle around the little one and welcomed her. Linda whispered as the little bird headed into the brush with her new friends. But then, to Tulio's surprise, just as quickly as she'd gone into the jungle, she came out again, squawking urgently. Wait a minute, what is she saying, Tulio? They had brand on me so strongly, you know. It's just hard for her to say goodbye. No, I think I think she's trying to warn us. No, Linda. It might be some sort of mating dance.
Huh?
Tulio! By now, little bird was running in circles, pointing and squawking. Suddenly, Linda
Actually
realized that
says
the canoe was... It does, yeah.
That's
was
funny.
drifting faster down the river. She grabbed the sides of the canoe as it sailed wildly through the water. Tulio! In the quickly approaching distance, Tulio could hear what sounded like a dull roar. Linda yelled, grabbing a paddle and digging it into the churning water. Oh, the peaceful Amazon River they cruised down this morning was leading them to rapids. Tulio fumbled for a paddle and quickly began paddling against the surge. Take a shot every time they say paddle. Oh, okay, paddle, watch out, he cried as the paddle slipped from his grasp into the rushing water. He began shouting directions to water. Paddle, backward, to the right, no, left, he gulped there. Forward, no, backward. Linda was doing her best, but it was impossible. Make up your mind, Tulio. It was too late. They charged down the rapids. Linda tried to push away from the rocks, jamming the oar in between them, but snapped the oar broke in half. That's a weak-ass oar. Jeez, it sprinkles! Linda shrieked, her eyes widening in horror. The boat careened out of control. Spinning, the canoe went backwards over the falls. Tulio! Linda cried as she and Tulio were catapulted out of the canoe and swept under the rushing water. Downriver, the capsized canoe gently floated by. Tulio and Seth, what are you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, that is one of the worst scenes in the movie, or one of the dumbest, because I've been whitewater rafting before, and falls are not something that only appear like right in front of your face. You can hear them from quite a long distance. And they didn't have a map on them apparently to like figure this out, unless they're going into unexplored territory, which could be a possibility, but they never mentioned that. So, yeah. Go on.
Downriver, the capsized canoe floated gently by. Tulio had surfaced, gasping for air. In his hands, he still held his camera. Grabbing onto a rock, he pulled himself onto the bank. Linda! Tulio! Linda shouted as she emerged from the bushes, wrapped up in vines and covered with sticks and leaves. She tried to wipe the gunk off her body. Thank heavens you're okay! They hugged each other, relieved. A loud squawk rang out in the rainforest, catching their attention. It doesn't hold the same weight that it does in the film without that context.
What context?
Well, we sort of see the blue bird flying in the trees before Linda says, Tulio, is that a... You know. He motioned for her to stay quiet. Then he crept forward toward the bushes and raised his camera to try and snap a picture. A blue streak flashed past them, startling Tulio enough that he dropped his camera in the river. A bright blue feather floated down and settled nearby. His eyes wide, Tulio picked up the feather and blew on it and stuck his tongue out to taste the end. Linda, this is incredible, he said excitedly, handing her the feather. This wasn't just any feather. It belonged to a blue macaw. Well, yeah, presumably it was blue, because the feather is blue. And birds have feathers. Meanwhile, back in Rio, Jill glided through the air over Guanabara Bay, filled with joy. In her beak, she clutched a large Brazil nut. A perfect breakfast. Soaring over the lagoon, she gazed out on the city below her. Street vendors were moving in and out of stopped traffic in the morning rush hour. Tourists with their maps and cameras were filling the streets, going in and out of buildings. Humans were busy
Doesn't
doing the things
explain
that
which
humans
buildings.
Humans were busy
Yeah.
doing things that humans did. Very great prose, Krista.
Prose
Yeah.
down poorly.
Yeah, like The Hobbit is a children's book, by the way. So there's no excuse for. I get making prose simple for children. Like you don't want to make it abstract allegories, but
Yeah.
you do want to make it somewhat detailed, and it just isn't. Not really. It's like average fan
Indeed.
fiction territory.
If there's a detail that wasn't shown in the movie, there's no reason to put it in this junior novel. Yeah, it's pretty lazy. I mean, even like the guy who was like, there's a guy yelling out in Portuguese. That was like the only Portuguese line in the movie. Who's like, he was a street vendor or something. He was on the ground as Jewel flew overhead, and in the junior novel, it doesn't even bother to describe that. It just says humans are doing human things. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it reads a lot like a fan fiction.
Uh-huh.
Joel was glad she was a macaw.
Why is it stated now?
She was a macaw.
Do you know,
That's so
I am
thrown in.
I'm really glad that I am not an ant or a slug or a microorganism. Would I want to be a bird? Probably not. So there you go. Flying to the bird conservatory.
That's not what a conservatory is.
A conservatory is the flipping thing that my neighbor's got on the front of her house.
It was a lodge. It was a
conservatory is for
sanctuary
music. That's
territory.
not what a. That's not what a conservation. Oh man. Actually, I'll look it up. Well, you are already.
I'm literally streaming. Bruh. Yeah.
I will look up the definition just to make sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
By
the way, Colby, I did just dox myself, so you need to you need to like remove the last minute or so of that footage. When I did that Google search.
Yeah,
doxed myself.
I looked up the definition, and yeah, she got it wrong. Totally.
Well, I just looked up the definition.
Anyway, go on.
Yeah.
Just call it the sanctuary property, bro.
I mean, yeah, I would have preferred that even.
Yeah, that's not what.
Flying. Yeah, that's egregious. That is. Hang on one moment. One second. On. Because I just doxed myself. I'm just telling Colby not to get that bit. Flying to the bird conservatory, she glided over the observation tower and swooped past Fernando. He was 16 now and looked after birds from the surrounding jungle, and we never see him again. Good
16?
morning, Jewel.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
Was his age stated in the first novel or movie?
No, I don't think it was.
Interesting.
Well, if he's 16 here, and this takes some place in 2014 and 2011, he would be 13, and I don't think he really looks 13 in
He's
Rio 1.
I think he's supposed to be 12 in the first movie. I think.
I guess. Okay. I would have said he'd recently had his 16th birthday or something. Okay. Soon she came to a man-made birdhouse that sat atop a tall pole next to Linda and Tulio's cottage. There was one main room and 3 smaller rooms that had been added on over the years. Over the years. Minutes aren't years. 3 minutes, 2.5 seconds is not even close to a year. But it was home. Jewel landed outside the main box and poked her head inside. Hey, everyone! Look what I found! No one answered her. Blue? Kids? She peeked in the other boxes. They were empty. Where did everybody? The sound of clanging pots and a blaring television caught her attention. It was coming from Linda and Tulio's cottage. A window was open. Who's ready for some breakfast? She heard Blue say. She shook her head. Unbelievable. The kitchen was all hustle and bustle. Really? Blue manned the griddle. What's a griddle? Hang on, Really? What is a griddle?
Well, there's the Wikipedia article.
Oh. Call it a frying pan, then you... Oh, I hate Americans. I really can't stand them. I really can't. Oh, dear me. Right, where did I get to? Blue hitting the gritty. Oh, the book can actually be read out loud. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, as we were.
Oh, I guess we don't need you then.
Yeah, we don't need you either.
True.
The griddle. Flipping pancakes like a professional chef. Did you know that these whole wheat pancakes have twice the vitamins and minerals of regular pancakes? And with the blueberries, it's 4 times as tasty. Hey, where are the blueberries? Oh, Dad, looking for this? Blue's eyes narrowed. He knew what Tiago was doing. He was throwing down a challenge. Bring it. It's down to the final minutes. He's got magic in his feet. He shoots. He scores. Goal! Oh, yeah, I'm good.
I like how there's no pros in there. They just did the dialogue and didn't describe what he was doing with his feet or anything.
No, he does. It does. I just
Blue pulled off some fancy footwork.
Yeah, he pulled off some fancy footwork. That's about it.
She thought that was okay for the pros.
It'll do. Anyhow. Getting into the spirit, Tiago lined the rest of the blueberries up, took aim, and began kicking them to Blue. Heads up, Dad! Blue could handle one berry, but this was too much. Berries flew at him left and right. That's not possible.
Left and right.
He tried to kick them all into the pancakes. Yeah, they all came from the same direction. Tiago set up like a dispenser trap or something, but instead he tripped and fell, sending a pancake flying across the room. Splat, it hit the wall next to the window where Jewel was sat, looking less than amused. She blinked 3 times. Uh-oh,
What?
the 3 blink. Mom's mad, time to go. That is interesting, actually.
Huh.
Uh-oh, the 3rd guy. Hey, honey, are you hungry? Blue, we talked about this. The kids watched their parents' neck twist. Carla said as Blue fidgeted. Change of subject. Huh. So what do you got there? Blue managed to say. Breakfast, she told him, irritated. That's funny, but seriously, what is that? I find it hard to believe he doesn't know what that is, by the way. Excessively hard to believe. Even though she says, I never thought I'd find this one close to the city, I still... This film only...
that he taught his kids to open a can of them.
Haha.
Not only that, but also it sort of
I never
starts
thought of
to
that.
show... It sort of starts to show how Jewel must not love him. Because they can't have done anything together in the time since the first film.
Apparently, they never went away from the city.
They never went away from the city. They never did anything. Jewel never taught him how to survive in the jungle. She never told him about Roberto.
Did they at least go on a honeymoon or something? Like,
Yeah, like, did they go on a honeymoon? Like, You didn't even think about these characters. The fans love your characters more than you do. It's just depressing. This is just one of the reasons why Rio 2 is a bad sequel, because even for Saldana, he just didn't care about the characters, obviously. Because they're just nothing's done with them. Anyway. I wanted to show the kids how to open one. You mean like this? He popped open a can of Brazil nuts, causing his mother to groan. Dad already showed us. Jill looked at Blue, but before she could say anything, Carla let out a squeal. Wait, go back. Mom, Dad, you're on TV. The family gathered around the television set. A reporter was interviewing Tulio. Dr. Tulio Monteiro, the Birdman of Brazil, announced an important discovery today.
No one was
the
interviewing
reporter said.
Tulio. What?
Yeah. The camera.
How do you interview someone in the Amazon? I mean, unless you fly out there, but
Well, she's
there's no
sort
internet
of
connection, so
interviewing
they
him.
can't have a live connection. So, what Tulio did, he recorded something and then he sent it to the news channel. Or I assume.
No, I shouldn't have thought so. His camera was destroyed, so he's probably got some kind of
He did
video
magic,
link equipment, or like a camera or something. So yeah.
It is a Zoom call.
Scarlexy said, "At least Pixie
Yeah,
is making glass feathers."
as
Scarlexy.
What did he say?
As I said in a recent message, like Blue and Jewel, the way that they're written in the movie, they don't act like lovers at all, let alone lovers that are bearing the weight of their entire species.
Yeah.
And have been doing that for the last 4 years. And yeah, no. Like me and Isabella act more like lovers than those morons. That's what I said in the message. It's like,
yeah.
And we barely see each other. That's the thing. We see each other maybe like, well, put it this way. We saw each other once after like a year and a half of like being separated. So anyway, go
on. We're famous, Carla said excitedly. The scene flashed back to Tulio and Linda at their camp in the Amazon. There may be a whole flock out there, and if there is, we will find them and protect them. Tulio pulled Linda closer. She waved at the camera. Hi, Linda, Blue said to the TV. They were still waving as the camera pulled away. I do like that detail in Rio too. It's very Blue. I like that.
Yeah, it is. I do. I like it as well.
Jill gazed at her family in amazement. We're not the only ones. There are more of us out there. Yeah, that's great. I am sure there. All this time, I thought we were alone. Hey, it hasn't been all bad. Well, of course not. Of course it has been. I hate you. I can't stand you. You're annoying and you pick your beak. You're disgusting. And you're a nerd and you're not bright. And I have to teach you how to do everything. Only I haven't teach you how to. I'm just a bitch.
She doesn't teach him anything.
Of course not. But just imagine just imagine if there was a whole flock of us. I could go and commit adultery and you won't even know about it.
Like, imagine if there was a scene in Rio 2 where like Blue does something that only a wild bird would know how to do, and he's like, "Thank you, Jewel, for teaching me this." But there's none of that because nothing happened in between the movies. Apparently, nothing happened.
How amazing would that be?
Blue and Jewel don't have a history.
They don't either, except that I think that I wholeheartedly believe that's why the New Year's Eve scene was there, so that we could say, hey, they love each other. Let's just make sure you believe that let's just make sure that fact is put in there, and that's a mark in the sand. They love each other.
The relationship is just crossing out
the entire
checkboxes.
rest. Yeah, the entire rest of the movie contradicts that, but still.
Like, dance together,
even that
checkbox.
scene contradicts that because, I mean,
I have a health. I have a healthier, I have a healthier homosexual relationship with Orange McCall World than Blue and Joel have. It's
And
terrible.
we're not even gay. We're not even gay. I'm as straight as a pole. Okay.
I'm as straight as an arrow.
I'm as straight as
Spixie
a
isn't, but
river.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it's bad. Uh, of course not, but just imagine if there was a whole flock of us. That's the other thing that sort of bugs me a little. It's like, yeah, you're my husband. Blue is supposed to be everything to Joel, like literally everything, and her kids and such. And imagine if there was a whole flock of us. Um, Joel, there is a whole flock of you. It's called your family. Or
Yeah.
does Blue, Carla, Bia, and Tiago just not count? There is a whole flock of you. It's called your children. I mean, I get what she's saying, but I understand what she's trying to say, but it's literally sort of being ignorant, like, oh well, my family doesn't count. The one I love most supposedly in the world doesn't count, and my children don't count. That's awful. How amazing would that be?
It does not feel like a family, man. It don't feel like they care about each other that much.
What that's basically saying, this is a family movie, but it's saying, what if there were more people besides this family? Because I don't know, I want more people to talk to. I really don't know what the alter. I get what she's trying to say. Obviously, it's to set up what's about to happen and how they're about to, find the Spix McCall tribe and all that. That's fine, but still, it's not done very well. Anyway. We got to do something. We do? Yeah, we have to fly to the Amazon and help Linda and Tulio find them. I don't like as well how she says this as if it's nothing. Which is, this is why Blue is done dirty. Because Joel has just said, let's just go to the Amazon. She should know that's a long distance. And obviously, because Blue doesn't know what a Brazil nut is, obviously he's never been anywhere with her, so they've not been out of the city, so they haven't been on a long flight, so she shouldn't know if he's any good at flying long distance. So, and then Blue is like, whoa, 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 we can't just pack up and go. And it's true, they can. So, this is what I mean by Joel is getting butchered. It's just wrong.
Yeah,
Whoa,
and apparently
whoa, whoa,
Jewel is
we
not
can't just
attached to
pack up and
Rio
go.
at all. She does not care about the city of Rio. She shows no admiration for it, despite the fact that it's been her home for the last 4 years.
She does 4, and then at least 4, and then debatably, however much longer than that.
4 at the minimum.
At least 4, yeah. I think realistically, undeniably, she was at that aviary like a month before Tulio found Blue, like at least a month, because she's had time to be in the aviary and become notable. Let's just say, like, there's no way that Tulio found Jewel and then traveled the world, and then so it's going to be at least a month, and that's generous. I would say it's probably more like a few, and then Tulio sees Blue in a YouTube video or something, which is how he ends up doing it, because that's the explanation you just have to go with, and I think that's sort of like, I don't know what the explanation is as to how Tulio manages to find Blue, is that the film presents specifically.
Well, the movie canon doesn't have an explanation, but the junior novel does explain that he found him on a social media post or video.
YouTube video.
And I must admit that does make a lot of sense. So I would go with that as the official explanation, because it's from a canon source material, and it makes a lot of sense, and it clears up an issue with the films, so I wouldn't have any problem with accepting it. Other such things from that book, no. But that, yeah, I can get along with it. That's fine, because clearly what that is the early part, the early version of the script. As is this. This is also, Well, probably a less early version of the script, but you know what I mean. Anyway. Why not? It's about time this family got a little air under our wings. She zoomed in the air. Zoomed, bruh. Toward the
Seriously?
startled kids. Startled?
She did not zoom. She lightly flew over, very slowly.
Yeah. Look at us! iPods, TV, pancakes. We're not people, Blue. We're birds. Hey, Mom. The poor delivery on that as well. She delivers the whole.
Yeah, that was bad.
Shut up! That hurt my ear. The whole line is delivered, and then they're not interjected as they are in the film, which is poor. We have to get out into the wild and be birds, Blue. Let the kids connect to their roots. Show them what I had. Now, I do like the latter. You know, it's a mixed bag. I like the latter thing she says, show them what I had, which is something that she would want to share. I have no problem with that. There was a spark in Joel's eyes that Blue had never seen before. And I don't mind that detail either, because he would have never seen anything like this in her before. Absolutely. I don't deny it. So we can consider this junior novel reading plus cherry picking what I do and don't like about Rio 2. They need this. We need this. Come on, Blue. What do you say? She's kind of using like the old feminine charm on it. They don't talk about it. They just sort of manipulate Blue into. They sort of put him on the spot and say you have to say yes or no to this now. And like the
Blue
there's three ways that he can go.
Sorry.
There's
Blue gets
three ways it
manipulated by
can
Joel
go.
quite a bit
He says
in this
yes, I know. He says yes and all is happy. He says no and everyone hates him. Or he says we need to talk about it and then everyone hates him. So basically to win here he set us to say yes, but he can't bring himself to say yes, a fair shout, so he says maybe. And I don't know. And I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this situation. So, you know, he didn't say no, which means he practically said yes. Things were moving too fast. Hey, wait a second. It's like he does want to talk about it. He doesn't want to just do this, but they force him to do it anyway. It's bad. I know it's supposed to be funny and like, haha, Blue the nerd is just a dad now, and he has to be a dad.
He isn't
Bad.
shown as one.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It's gonna be so much fun. Yeah. They've omitted the part where Joel hugs him.
Didn't care.
Bruh. They've literally omitted the part where Joel hugs him. She literally does. She hugs him really tightly. Deary, deary me. What time is it? Because I've got to give the book back in a minute. I can just do it now and then. Let's just do it now while I remember it. Borrow for an hour.
This is an excellent website.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Internet Archive has been really useful
Ta-da.
for sources. Hang on, I need to get something real quick.
Every year, Nico and Pedro put on an incredible show for Carnival, and every year everyone wanted to be a part of it. This year was no exception. A long line of birds sat perched on the telephone wires outside Luis's garage. Pigeons and parakeets, doves and hummingbirds and cuckoos all. None of those birds were any of those. But whatever. All mingled together doing vocal exercises and getting ready for their moment to shine. Next, Luis called. He was working the entrance door. A tall, long-legged spoonbill confidently looked at the other contenders. That would be me, he said cockily. Okay, everyone can go home now. You're looking at the next king of Carnival. He flew through the door and landed next to Luis. They omit the part as well where he's weighing down the telephone line and sends everyone flying. So, yeah. Hey, big bird, break a leg, Luis said encouragingly. As the bird walked inside, he slipped on Luis's drool and fell down. Ooh, walk it off, buddy. I must admit, it's That scene is actually kind of funny.
I agree.
It has its moments. The film has its moments. It's boring all the way through, but there are like bits in it. So there you go. Okay. It was audition time, and Eva had just finished belting out a rousing song from the judge. It wasn't rousing. From the
Arousing.
judge's table, Nico and Pedro stared at her open-mouthed. Raphael was hanging on every note. Raphael smiled and clapped energetically. Then he flew over to her side. Bravo, bravo. He doesn't say bravo. He says brava, like presumably the Portuguese translation of it. That was amazing. Eva, my love, you hit every note. Huh, guys? He doesn't say Eva, darling, you hit every note. I'm pretty sure he says Eva, my love, you hit every note. Huh, guys? Yeah, with a bunch of notes I never heard of. Eva was looking eagerly at the judges. So am I going to be in your Carnival production this year? Nico and Pedro looked at each other. Neither of them knew what to say. Yeah, we'll get back to you. Raphael has your contact info, right?
What? What
Yeah, because
what do you mean contact? They're birds.
I could see why they omitted that detail because it was very redundant. Very redundant.
What? Okay, they didn't contact info. I live in this tree. I live in tree 9853.
Yeah. Pedro spoke first. Yeah, we'll get back to you. Eva sensed that they weren't being truthful with her. Hey, don't worry, I'll talk to them. We'll find the perfect spot for you. Antarctica, maybe. You better. Ciao, ciao. That's the wrong spelling.
So
that's Italian.
Yeah, so two things. So they changed the line to Antarctica, maybe, and I guess that was to, not be offensive, but for the time that Rio 2 was made, it was funnier because Ecuador was kind of the black sheep of South America at that time.
Oh my goodness.
So
they didn't want to alienate their Ecuadorian viewers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing, I think the movie's line, along with a bunch of notes I've never heard of, is funnier than this.
Yeah.
Which is kind of bland dialogue. Ohio, maybe. Ohio's really nice, except for the crack roads. Those are bad.
What? There's not giant 2-mile long demons roaming the streets of Ohio? What? That's news to me.
I'm just looking in the chat.
Right.
Yeah, I just looked in the chat. Let me go see my ex. That is literally what she's saying there. There's no other way of interpreting it. Right, okay. You better. Ciao, ciao. Bye, boys. And with a wave, the Oprah singing toucan flew off. See you back at home, my tasty mango. Bruh. None of these acts are inspiring. I'm just not inspired. Carnival is right around the corner, and our reputations are on the line. Copy that. We need something that can make us wiggle. Something to make us jiggle. We need something that pops. Pop, 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 pop. You know what pop is backwards? Pop. Next. Nico knew his friend was right. Next, he barked, with hoping greatness would walk through the door. It was the spoonbill. He wiped the drool off himself. Ew, disgusting. Gentlemen, I'm your... Whoa! Blue slipped in a puddle of Luis's jewel and slid into the spoonbill. Crash. Blue and the spoonbill untangled themselves. The spoonbill flew up and landed on the hood of a car away from the commotion. He looked irritated. Sorry, bro. It's okay, Luis. Look, good to see you too. Pedro faced his friend. Listen, Blue, we're looking for a singer, a dancer, the whole package. Yeah, and you're more of a mumbler shuffler. You catch my drift? Oh no, I'm not here to order. They violated him there as well. I've got news. I'm going to the Amazon. Yay!
And Blue's not even that bad of a singer. Just saying.
No, at the end of the first
He's
movie,
not that bad of a singer, and he's not that bad of a dancer.
Yeah, the first movie makes a point of him being a great dancer, and he's shown to be a good singer at the end of the movie. So yeah, no, that's also an assassination of his character. I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, there's a me neither. And there's
Bruh.
during the Samba Club scene, he like spins Jewel around and throws her up in the air. So yeah,
He literally pulls off him and Jill together as a duo. Pull off probably like the best move they've ever seen in the history of their flipping establishment. I don't get how they can be saying all that. Like you're a mumbler shuffler, dude. He's literally cracked.
he's better at dancing than you are, Pedro.
He
Shut up.
literally is as well.
I dance like. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
Anyway, yeah. I'm a what? Oh, okay. Let's take 5. What? He shows down the hood of the car he was on popped open and slammed him in the face. How?
Huh?
How does that happen? Car bonnets don't have gas struts in them that pop up like that. They just on hinges and you hold it up with a prop. What? Not even my 22 grand Audi has a feature like that. Still just a hinge. Put it up on a prop. Right? Like what hillbilly favela mobile is going to be in that garage? Bruh. Blue and his buddies gathered on the garage rooftop, and he laid out his plan. He and Joel were taking their kids to the Amazon so they could learn to live like real birds. I mean, obviously, surely they would have talked about it in the meantime, but they just don't pay any attention to it. It's crazy. Like, even one scene where she consoles him. I know we get that sort of on the boat, but that's way too late. They're already on it now. It'd be nice just to see them, like, actually in a serious conversation. Like, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. Like, literally her saying that I would be happy. All she has to do is say that, and I legitimately would be happy. Just, you don't have to do this. I got carried away earlier. You don't have to do this, but it would mean the world to me. We haven't been on a honeymoon, like, because, I don't know, the conservation center hasn't allowed us to, so now maybe we really can, now that they're away. Just something like that. Just do something. Do something creative. Anything. Anyway.
It goes back into, it ties back into one of my suggested points in my hypothetical Rio 2 rewrite, where Jewel takes Blue through another stroll through Tijuca and compares it to the Amazon in a way that consoles him. Yeah, that would
We need
have been...
to work on that again.
Well, at some point. I don't want to do it now.
Yeah, well, not now. My dad's sending me cars. He's like, oh, look at this Jaguar. Father, we just bought a Mercedes. Anyway. Let's carry on.
Yeah,
how far should we get through this, by the way? Because it's going on like 2 o'clock in the morning where I am.
Whenever you're comfortable with going, I don't know.
I'll at least get to the scene where Jill and her father reunite. I'll at least get there. Whereabouts is that? Just for the sake of argument. Okay.
You skipped a page.
Page 66. Page 66. Okay, so we're about halfway through the reading. Oh no. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing is, I really, really would have, like, just anything. Guess what, Galaxy? They do get archived. I don't think you can view them, but they get archived. What's the score with average people viewing the archives?
Average people can't view them unless we were to give out like special permissions. I mean, I could do that theoretically, but I'd have to give.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to boost the server, and then you can see them. So it's
Or
sort of like
again,
it's a paywall.
or again, I could just give perms to anybody who wants to view them. But yeah.
Yeah, that can happen as well. Homestar has come back apparently. Yeah, give Scarlixy I don't know, some kind of role or another so they can view them. Okay. Okay. Right, where we get to? Blue and his buddies gathered on the garage rooftop, and he laid out his plan. He and Joel were taking the kids to the Amazon so they could learn to live like real birds. The Amazon? Luis whistled, shaking his head in amazement. Wow, that's wild. Blue took a deep breath. Yeah, Joel thinks it'll be good for us. How wild? Real wild. They got mosquitoes that suck your blood like Slurpees. Snakes that can swallow you whole. Flesh-eating piranhas that eat flesh. Oh, great. That sounds really nice. I'm not going. Guys. You have nothing to worry about. All those stories are highly exaggerated. You think so? Of course. If this is important to Jewel, just do it. Happy wife, happy life. Remember that. Happy wife, happy life. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You know, a little family vacation might actually be fun, he went on, trying to convince himself. Plus, it's not like it's forever. That's the spirit. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. See you in a couple of weeks. Yeah. They're not really very nice to him there. What is this drawing on the right-hand side? Why do his feet look like sticks, and why do they bend like that? Or why does he look fat?
Yeah, it's kind of uncanny. I much prefer the drawings of the other Rio coloring book, which I did actually save every single drawing in its own reference folder. Let's see here.
He looks fat.
The other one has drawings like this, and they're beautiful. They're honestly gorgeous, and they're so adorable too. They look great.
Oh yeah, no, that's lovely.
Yeah, they're
I've
amazing.
never seen those before.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's some really good ones. I could go on all day about how amazing these are. This is one of my favorites.
You'll have to send me some.
The coloring book.
Where did you get them?
The coloring books literally provide more insight into the relationship between the movies than the actual movies.
Literally.
The coloring books.
Like, look at this one. Look at this one. Like, there's Blue and Jewel and the three kids, and they're flying by Raphael and his three kids. And they're like flying together as a family because you can see that the kids are younger than they are in Rio.
For real.
And it looks so cute and it's amazing. And I don't know why could he not have instead of having a montage of like flying, in addition to having a montage of flying to the Amazon, you could just have a montage of
a montage with Blue and Jewel and their relationship advancing to the point where we see them.
Exactly.
I'd rather
have a
that
montage
than
of
the
the
flipping
early parenthood. Audiences would eat
What
that
about
up,
the New
man.
Year's scene? I would have rather seen that. We're not interested in this whole. Oh yeah, the kids are goofy. We want to see.
Why did we get this? Who
them.
knows why we didn't? Man, I always say this. It was so easy to do. They had it right in front of them.
This is why I don't want Rio 3 to come out, because I don't trust them to do it properly. We would do it better.
I get why the New Year's scene was included because Copacabana.
Oh yeah.
Like Copacabana.
I don't begrudge it existing. There's just things I'd rather have.
Yeah, but I do agree with you that I would rather have that montage hypothetically than the New
Honestly,
Year's
just
scene.
Because it's just swap them out. It is. And it doesn't even provide insight into the relationship because apparently it takes place a month before the events of the main plot. And like it's basically the same thing. It's just establishing the characters exist. Why not just like, even if it was just one scene, why not have it be like, I don't know, Blue and Jewel teaching Tiago to take his first few steps or something. Like even Blue Tech knew to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Ah man.
If Blue Tech is doing better,
And they
content,
even have the
then-
assets for the baby kids because they put them on the fridge. There's a assets of them being younger, them appearing younger. Why not just use that for like a prologue scene that isn't the New Year's scene? It's just so easy to do, man, and it's something people would really, really want to see.
Yeah. That is our job as fan fiction writers to do that for people.
Fan fiction writers can't show stuff on screen, though, man.
I
mean, not that I
no,
trust them
we
to.
can't.
It's your E.L. James.
Wait,
Is
what?
that supposed to be an obscure reference we don't get?
No, that's the author of 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh,
Never heard of them.
interesting.
What? What? You don't know what that is?
I know what 50 Shades of Grey is. I've just never heard of the guy who wrote it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Her 50 Shades of Grey was originally a Twilight fan fiction that she wrote.
What?
And then she made it into an original novel. And sold
Good
it.
fan
No
fiction author
way.
spotted.
That's crazy.
Let's see. Do they have any more interquill period lore here? Oh, they do. They do. Oh my goodness. This one. I redrew this. Hey, look, it's Blue and Jewel, and they're playing around with Raphael's kids. And this is so interesting because when I think
It shows their relationship with Raphael as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm pretty sure is the intent here is Raphael is purposefully like having his kids play with Blue and Jewel because he wants Blue and Jewel to get comfortable around having kids or just comfortable around infants in general. You can interpret it as him encouraging them to be parents. It's so cute. It's so amazing.
The thing that what they've done as well is very deliberate. You've got Blue who's sort of seeing them as being not too bad, and you've got Jewel who's holding them pleasantly, right? Because if you remember in the film, you'll see that the Jewel is not averse to the children. She actually thinks they're endearing. She likes them.
Yes.
But Blue sort of doesn't really. As you notice, it's like when they start talking about love and that sort of thing is when she starts going, oh, no, I'm not interested. But when she when they talk about the kids, she likes the kids, but doesn't like Blue at that time. So it's the people who made this coloring book cared because they very deliberately drew Jewel with the toucan chicks.
Yeah,
because
they cared more about the lore of the franchise than the writers
in.
of Rio 2.
This is better than it is better than the entirety of Rio 2 because they actually cared, which is depressing. Send me the link to wherever you got those as well because I haven't seen them before.
I'm shocked. Like, and the thing is too is that the Rio children's books are generally terrible. But apparently the coloring book people, for some reason, were not. I find that really odd. Because that requires the least amount of storytelling effort.
Yeah, you can just have a montage made of just the I posted like 1, 2, 3, 4 coloring book images that take place between movies or are intended to. Just have a montage of that, especially this one of like, oh my goodness. I love the coloring book so much. I'm going to go back to this one. Look at that, man. I just love that.
It shows that they
why
actually
not include that in the
love each
montage?
other.
Like, yeah. Just Blue and Jewel
They
soaring over the
love
city.
each other. That's what
I need it too,
shows
Skylexy. I need it too.
I should
I do
paint that.
too.
It's something that would not be very hard to do.
I should paint that on a large canvas in my style.
Yeah.
And I should get, to be honest, that's the sort of thing I should give away as a prize. I should do a painting and then give it away as a prize or something like that.
This is why I was like inspired to like learn animation, and so I could like eventually learn and become skilled enough to like create some sort of animated media for this. It's why I do. It's why I use these rigs and do test animations, because I love to do something like this, man. Something that's cute, something that shows.
I'm going to save that as reference imagery, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because I expect
that
that'll be the next
something
thing
we never got to see.
Would anyone be down for that? If we actually did put all of those questions into one Kahoot, put it into a barrel or something, had some easier questions that people could actually get and understand, and then had a top prize or something, either for the writing competition or whatever, just as some kind of top prize. If I did a painting where there was essentially something like what Spixie's just posted, like this from the coloring book. If I did that and I gave it away as like a top prize for winning a competition, or as like part of a giveaway, a lottery, or something like that, would anyone would anyone want that?
Me.
Well, like if we did some kind of event where anyone could get it, could have the chance to win a painting that I do, and I'll sign it and all that sort of thing, I'll give it away. Bearing in mind, you sort of need to know I'd need to know your address and all that to post it to you or something, unless I send it to Orange first. Actually, I'd probably do that. If I did that, would people be interested? Because I'd be happy to.
I'd be interested in seeing that. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. The only condition would be if I did it would be that if I need it back, you have to send it back to me. But the problem is, I wouldn't make a montage. I'd have to. I'd go
I'm not
away
saying
and think
you
about it.
should, but like I was referring to Rio 2
right,
again.
yeah.
Like,
I get you.
The
I
prologue.
get you.
It's like it would show the audience, yeah, time has passed, but
the only thing that comes close in the movie to that is that little brief picture montage that's on the news broadcast. And
those are just still images, though. They're still renders. They're better than nothing, I guess. They show us Blue and Jules' marriage, which is like alongside Linda and Tulio. That was actually really cute. I'm glad they included that. I'm glad we got something.
They did that much, but
they did that much.
And they showed a generic. They showed a picture of them flying. I guess that was okay, and they showed a picture of the kids, but nothing like really insightful. Except for the marriage, maybe.
The marriage, yeah, I'd say that was the best part. The other two were pretty basic. But like the three images I show here, they actually communicate a lot about their characters.
Yeah.
The thing is that Raphael isn't seen, which is to say that it's not. They don't really care about him. It's just, oh yeah, the most marketable characters seen together. That'll get the fans going.
Yeah, I like to see like Raphael involved in that type of thing too, because he's obviously meant to be very encouraging of like their parenthood in general, and I love that idea.
understand why Raphael was so unmarketable. Like,
Me neither, man.
I don't like, even on my DVD covers, right? Like the American versions have Raphael on the cover, but the European ones don't for some reason. It's like he's like a political radical who has to be censored.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very Orange Macaw World way of putting it, but yeah.
Or no, like Stalin edited him out of the news, the photo. He was carried off to the NKVD chamber.
And just look at him. He's more physically appealing as a character than Nico and Pedro are. He's got a beautiful character design, honestly, like comparable to Blue and Jewel, and like how good it looks. He's a brilliantly designed character, both physically and like emotionally, in terms of like how he's actually written as well. It's all done a lot better than Canary and the Fat Cardinal. And for some reason, Nico and Pedro are the ones that get all the attention in the promotionals. Other
Yeah,
than
I don't
the
like Nico and
protagonist
Pedro's
and
designs.
Deuteragonist. Yeah, I don't know why Raphael is just so slept on, and you can see it in Rio too as well. Like he's even more useless than Nico and Pedro are, because at least Nico and Pedro are like organizing they're organizing Amazon Untamed. Raphael is just along for the ride. He's just there. No one cares, man. And why? Why not? I don't understand. He's such a good character.
Yeah.
Imagine if Golden Swords was in this conversation. It'd be twice as long.
He'd have exploded by now. We'd be picking bits of him off of the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, exactly. And we get Luis, instead of that, we get Luis twerking on every piece of promotional material.
Yeah. Like, and also the animated promotional material as well. Like, it's always Luis. I swear. Like all the Rio 2 advertisements, Luis comes in and twerks his ass. I don't
we
get
gotta
it.
have the dog in it.
Raphael just isn't promoted as at all, despite the fact that, I mean, the fans love him and he's a great
They
character
don't
in
care.
every single way.
They care more for him than Louise, that's for sure. Like Louise, he might have been more popular with kids, maybe, but if you look at fan fiction material,
no one cares about Louise.
Yeah, no one cares about him. Like he's an NPC at most. Like
He doesn't fit.
Yeah,
honestly, I wouldn't have a clue what to do with him, and I don't really feel motivated to give him his own story. I mean, I could, but like, his character just isn't interesting.
I could.
It's like it could, but he's just not worth the effort.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I could do something with him, but I don't really care to. I'd rather do Tulio because he has much more potential as a character than
me too.
Than any of the side characters except for Raphael.
What about Fernando?
I do something with Fernando.
Fernando, maybe.
I find Fernando pretty interesting, honestly.
I had an idea that I hadn't
character.
really done much on, where he and Joel become friends, and they start going into like the favelas together and causing mischief and I didn't get very far through it, but he Fernando actually gets bullied or something by some kids, and Joel like has to save him by
I
doing
really
something
like
other.
that. That is
She
genuinely
doesn't like bullies, or like he's being bullied by kids in the favelas, and then he like actually takes Joel with him one time, and she sees that he's getting bullied, and she's like, bruh, you're getting bullied. Obviously, he can't understand her. You're getting bullied. You got to stand up to them. And then it's like, no, it's okay, I won't. And then something happens, and I don't know. They have some kind of confrontation with the bullies, and Joel manages to save. Like I say, it's only an idea at that point, but that was something I had in mind that I wanted to do. But it's like, I don't have the time to do it, and I'm never going to. So, I mean, if you really like it, then I'll see if there's somewhere I can fit it. But that would be sometime we could use Luis, as if Fernando's getting bullied or something. Have Joel go and get Luis and have Luis bite the bullies on the ass or something. So if we did something Luis, then that would be interesting. That's for sure. But I don't have the time to develop it. So
I'd be interested in seeing
it. Maybe
absolutely.
for the competition, I'll do something. But there's other such things I want to do. So we'll have to see how.
I like how you decided to make it specifically in the favelas. which is pretty interesting because honestly, I don't think the favelas are given very much attention in fan material at all. Anything outside of the favela scene in Rio 1. So yeah, I'd be interested in that.
I'll have to see.
Much easier to say
maybe
in the
for
city of
maybe
Rio
for my
somewhere.
competition, maybe for the competition.
Hmm.
I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But it's supposed to be they get along because they're quite similar in a manner of speaking. You got Joel who lost her parents. You got Fernando who never had them, and it's like I want them to connect. They don't know each other's stories. Well,
They're
Fernando
lone
certainly doesn't know
wolves.
Jules, but yeah, that
They're
sort
both
of
lone
thing.
wolves.
They're both lone wolves, and they sort of respect each other for that. And then obviously Fernando's a kid, and Jill knows Fernando's a kid, and she has this on-screen bond with him at the end of the film,
Oh
where
yeah.
she
I mean,
very specifically, people know what I'm talking about. I'll find
that
the
was a
picture
Chekhov's
just
gun.
for archive references. Where is it?
Yeah, you're talking about the moment where Fernando looks back at Jewel, remembers her biting Marcel's finger, and then does the same thing again. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm just finding the
Yeah.
picture for archive purposes. Hang on. Where is it? There we go. Just for the sake of anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about this scene where Joel is very clearly concerned about Fernando. So it's an expansion of that and how they
Interesting.
become friends and that sort of thing. I even maybe consider saying that she was a lot more willing to be around Fernando than around Tulio.
Fernando
But
risked himself to try and save her, so she'd respect him for
he
that.
did, yeah.
Definitely.
So I'm wondering if she would favor being around Fernando more than Tulio, because Fernando's not going to send her into the and then if he does
That makes sense.
give
Yeah,
her to
because
Tulio so that he can do some operation on her or something, and then she sort of not trust him or whatever. I don't know. There's things that I can.
Fernando's
do
not
with
going to
that.
poke her with Nito, so that makes sense why she'd want to be around him more than Tulio. I guess you could also say the same thing about Linda versus Tulio.
Just what
It
Scarlexia said.
depends.
He hasn't earned her respect in that moment. I think she always sort of understood. You could probably consider it headcanon, but it's very reasonable if you ask me, and that's that if, proverbially speaking, if she were like pinned down by some jaguar or some snake that's about to eat her, I believe she would say, fair enough, and then it would happen. Right, or at least in her mind, fair enough. You need to eat me to live. She understands the circle, right? There's a circle of life. She's the prey. That's the predator. She's going to get eaten, and that's it. She can't hate him for it. So, based on this, I think she'd see Fernando in very much the same way, and young as well. So, when he's like, sorry guys, nothing personal, and he's brought them there. I think she's less upset with him and more the smugglers. It's like there's assholes, but the smugglers are the much bigger ones. So she has more of a reason to go, he's only young. The humans like, yeah, the humans are horrible, but he's only young. He's not doing it out of any sort of malice, or she could speculate this. So I think she would respect him, definitely. And I'd be interested in doing something with it. Like I say, for my competition entry, I'll probably do something like that. But going back to, although it'll inevitably fall into the same trap of I try to achieve something brilliant in a very small time frame, because we're already halfway through the end of the period. Has anyone actually submitted anything yet?
I think there's one from Rayon Demetori.
Yeah.
Orange is muted for some reason.
Yeah, leave him be. I can't see it. Is anyone in here actually considering entering the fan fiction competition that finishes on the 1st of May? Anyone here that's gonna enter it? Galaxy isn't.
I plan to enter something else.
I was in the bathroom. You were talking about the fan fiction submissions.
Yeah. Big
Oh,
J
there are
asked
any.
if there were any submissions that exist.
The only submission I know of is Ray Wan's, what she posted in Writing in Fan Fiction. It was not very good. I'll
I
say
haven't
that
looked
right
at it yet.
Yeah, it was.
Colby
I
might
mean,
be
it was
one.
by Ray Wan, so it met a minimum standard, but at the same time, it's like it was the worst of his work that I've seen so far.
That's tough. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and you said something about me too.
Oh, nothing interesting. Just that you're a git.
Yeah, well, I think it was Spixie who said something about
Yeah,
me.
I was just mentioning how you're muted for some reason.
Yeah, that was it.
I plan to put in a submission.
If I've got the
hopefully.
time, if I got the time, I'll do one. I might even. I want to finish the two concepts that I told you to about, or at least start them. But I might shift priorities to getting a submission out. To be honest with you, because I've only got so long to do that. Trouble is at the end of the month I've got like a programming exam that's like 12 hours, so I'm at a disadvantage. So I'd have to like start tomorrow or something. And I got to change the oil in my high-end tomorrow. So we'll have to see.
And,
But I'll probably dream up something between Joel and Fernando. I don't know. I'll have to see how it goes. Where they become friends.
It would be interesting. My current submission idea is Tulio prequel, where he's on an expedition in New Guinea.
We've just given up on the Rio 2 Junior novel. It's just horrible, isn't it?
I mean, we had other interesting things to talk about, so.
Yeah,
more interesting things to discuss.
It's not as bad as the average fan fiction. I will say that to its credit.
The junior novel?
Yeah.
Well, it literally has to meet a standard of writing to be published, so.
Yeah. My mom. My mom agrees with me in the sense that professional writers, on average, are really no better than fan fiction authors. They just have better editors, and I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Because she read some fan fiction and was not impressed. And not just fan fiction, but like contemporary professional fiction. She did not like it. Yeah.
Contemporary professional fiction? What is that?
Like
so,
like fiction that's like recent and professionally published.
I see.
Yeah, exactly. The junior novel is just all right. That's the thing. It yields some original content because it's an early script of the second film, but it's just average in its writing. There's even some glaring mistakes in it. It's like saying conservatories. A conservatory is a thing you have on your house, as a sunroom. My nan had one on her cottage. So, yeah.
Or a music.
Going back to the painting. Yeah, going back to the painting thing earlier. Whether I give it away or not, I think that'll be the next one I do. I'm finishing one at the moment, which is going to be a cover for a story that I'm going to be writing. That covers Jewel and what she did in Rio before she ended up in Tulio's clutches. So essentially, it runs from the moment she arrives in Rio up until basically the moment Blue is shoved through the hatch. So it even covers her initial impressions of the artificial jungle and that sort of thing. So, because I want to tell a comprehensive story of her life, so I have sneaking suspicion that will be one of the first of those stories to be completed if I complete any of them. One of my one of my goals as a fan fiction writer and one of my New Year's resolutions is I want to have the story for what is known to me as Diamond in the Rough planned, at least. Not written. Writing it will take me several years, at least, and that's if I finish it. It'll take me several years. But planning it, I would like to at least have the plan done by the end of this year. So, I finish college soon, which is excellent. I have 3 A levels in engineering, and I'll be free to start planning a story for. Yeah. So that's most likely what I'll be doing in the 2 months before I go off to sea and do whatever it is I'm doing with some multinational corporation that specializes in defense. So I plan to have it, all planned out by the end of the year. So I'm excited to do this. I must admit, because I got to figure out what I want to do with Laura. I got to figure out what I want to do with the wars and such, and I've got to plan out one of Orange's stories for him because that's part of it. But it all falls under this sort of canon. What I'm going for with it is essentially the intentions behind writing the story about Jules Pass is supposed to be that it's the best interpretation of her character that there can be, with stylizations to make it interesting, and it's mostly potential. Because there are many ways of telling Jules' past. If you could make the argument to me, definitely, you could make the argument to me that she was captured by smugglers or something, managed to escape, bummed around for several years, and then ended up in Rio. It's quite hard to say how she ended up in Rio. Or you could say she literally lived in the Amazon for her whole life, and then the fire happened, and then a year later she was in Rio and met Blue and all that. So it was only like 5 years in between you. So there are ways of interpreting her life that you could tell me, and I could probably buy. I don't know. It just depends. But the story I want to tell is the intention behind it is to be pretty much the definitive, like, yeah, exactly what Scarlixy just said. The creators of the franchise won't do it, so I will. Right, that's the idea. Blue Sky Studios is no longer a thing. They've been bought out by Disney, and they don't make films anymore. So instead, I will tell her story, and I will do it to the best of my abilities. Because that's the thing: is it's my idea, it's my story, so it has my input. But it's still Jewel. I don't want to make her something she's not. So that's the intention behind that, and yeah, exactly. Fine, I'll do it myself. That's the thing. And I'm doing it with Orange and Spixie as well. And I hope to have it planned by the end of the year. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of what the 3 of us are united by. The creatives of the franchise won't do stuff with it, so we will.
Yeah, exactly. We will do it.
Mhm.
So we intend to bring that to life. Homestar says, "Don't forget you." Well, what do you bring to the table? Hit me with your best shot.
I've seen Homestar draw fan art with crossover fan art with Tiago and Dax.
Crossover fan art.
Yeah,
let's see.
Rio and Migration.
Well, let's see it. If you got it, you can post
we can
it,
skip
yeah.
that for now.
Yeah, we got him.
Okay.
Focus.
He can post it if he wants to, and I'll look at it. But yeah, a painting, like I was mentioning earlier, that will probably be the next one. This is why I started talking about this story. I'm currently painting a cover for the story of Jewel and Rio, how she gets there. Well, not how she gets there. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Of her being in Rio. It's called "Take Heed, Young Heathen," and I'm doing a cover for it. See you later, Dimitz. Hope you enjoyed the call. not the call, the event, I should say. This is an event, this is a formal event.
Tonight.
It's going to be a cover for that. And since I'm tearing this up and starting again, I'll give you a. This was the progress I made on it, but I'll be starting again because I was doing it with very poor reference imagery. Yeah, formal, I know. It's a bit of a. So this is what I came up with. It's just about to come through now. Unfortunately, I'll be tearing that up and starting again because now I have much better reference imagery, courtesy of Lyoda and Spixie's rig. Well, Lyoda's rig that Spixie posed for me.
Lil Yoda's rig and Spixie's posing. Rig posing.
Yeah, that's what I just said. So thanks to that, I'll be able to recreate it. That obviously is in progress. So I plan to finish that. Not that one exactly. I'll have to throw that one away, unfortunately. But I plan to finish that. But then I think we'll get a good sized canvas, and we'll do some mock ups, some poses, and we'll do something along the lines of what Spixie posted earlier. It's probably going to have Raphael in it. In which case, I will probably directly trace the that little head peek he does there. So I'll do it in my style, and I'll probably have the kids in it and that sort of thing. So yeah,
Cool.
I'd like to do that, and essentially,
That sounds ambitious.
Yeah, definitely. The more I'm thinking about it, I'll talk to the person who helps me do it. I'll talk to Claire about it because I'm seeing her on Saturday, where we will hopefully make progress on that cover. And I'll say, what can we do? Ultimately, it'll be me coming up with the idea and what it will be and the substance of it. Because I came up with the substance of the cover art for Take Heed, Young Heathen. The story is essentially supposed to be how Jewel was sort of exhausted her purpose in life because her tribe is dead. Anyone she cared about is dead. The one person she especially cared about is dead. She's loveless. She is the last of her kind. She's just definitively learned as well by another circumstance that her species is gone and she's the only one left. And so she's come to Rio and she's like, well, I'm going to live out the rest of my days here in whatever pleasure I can find, and then that's that. And I have her reflect on this after she's had this terrible time. I'm sort of paraphrasing it here so we can get back to the story. She has this terrible time learning that her species is dead because she goes somewhere and discovers that it indeed is because what's the short story of the Katinga is basically it's like if there's going to be any Spix McCalls left, they're going to be there, and she goes there and finds that there isn't any. There you go. That's the short version. You don't need to say anything now. So she's just been there and she's gone to Rio and she's like, yeah, that's it. I give up. But she gets there, and what happens is she actually enjoys herself. She has a decent time. She makes a hollow. She's like, that's good. It's her own level of craftsmanship. She's happy with it. And then once she's spent the day building that hollow, and she's around the humans, and she sort of she pulls some pranks and that sort of thing, has fun with messing with humans. Like she steals the keys to a Lamborghini and that sort of thing. Just generally fun stuff like that. And she does. She has the time of her life, and it's supposed to be how she goes to the beach when the sun is set. She's made her hollow, but she's like, I just don't feel tired. So she goes to the beach, and she ends up. Yeah, well, she literally does in a way. She doesn't steal the car; she steals the keys. But so anyway, so she's built this hollow, and she goes, "Well, I'm not tired," because she's got all this energy that she's ecstatic and she's. Do you know? Believe it or not, what Homestar just said. Not far from it. I had in mind as well. I wanted to have her go to the beach and when when the sun is sort of setting, and she's like, "Well, I'll watch the sunset on the beach because that's something I can do as pleasure, right?" And when she gets there, she does. She gets quite tired because she's flown there now, and the sun is setting, and circadian rhythm is going, and it's supposed to be the scene where she sort of questions her entire life choices. Part of me for saying it, but it's supposed to be quite deep and poignant and that sort of thing. And I really do want to have her just sort of flop on her back and stop caring. Just yeah, she makes the agreement with herself, saying, "Yeah, I've arrived here. This is it. I've seen everything there is to see in life for a bird to see. I've had my tribe burned down. I survived that. I've had love. Survived that. I met, have seen a lot of the world. Survived that. Learned that they're dead. Has seen war. So there's just nothing else in life that she's got left to see. So she just says, "Yeah, I'm going to just allow myself this moment to be happy because I've never felt this happy in a long time. So I'm just going to lay here and be happy." And the tide is coming in as well, and that's the other. So all of this I'm explaining is something that I want to capture in this painting. I intend for it to be the best one that we did. And I did dialogue as well, which I actually don't know where I could find it. It's somewhere. I'd
I
be
could
very happy to paste it
probably
here.
do a bit of a control F search and find it for you.
Yeah, if you do a control F search and find it, then drop it in the chat that I did. So it's this scene where she finally allows herself this moment of peace where she's happy and she's now tired and she's done a lot of work. She leaves it there like, yeah, I don't mind. But the tide is coming in as well and she's acutely aware of it.
This is what you wrote.
He has found it. Yeah, he has found it. And I wrote this dialogue because after this she falls asleep. She falls asleep on the sand. And then a couple of hours later, something like that, or an hour later, a while later, after she's gone to sleep, somebody arrives, and it could be Raphael. It doesn't really matter who it is, but I'd like it to be Raphael. But I wrote it to be just this version of Jewel, who's just that's it. She's had enough. She hasn't got anything else to lose, and she just wants to be left alone in whatever modicum of pleasure she can find. So if people are reading that, then I'll give you a chance to read it, and then we'll get back to the novel because I got to give it back. Return now and rebook it out. I'll still see if I can get to the scene where we get to Eduardo, but still. The magnum opus, yeah, that's the thing is there's a few stories in it that I want to tell as part of the whole Diamond in the Rough canon type deal, which is I forget all their titles off the top of my head at the moment, but Take Heed Young Heathen will be the last one because quite literally it directly follows up to the film. Like it ends when Blue is pushed through the door. As in the final scene will be Joel hearing the hatch open. So and then it'll end, and then the first film will pick up where it left off. Yeah, you say you know the Raphael. Yeah, I'm acutely aware of these things. That's why I explicitly say that it could be Raphael. Her eyes are closed. She never sees who it is. She doesn't have a clue. It's dark, and she doesn't see who it is. But it probably is Raphael. And that's the thing is, she sort of doesn't acknowledge that she's seen him before, right? But this is the thing: is it could be Raphael, it could not be Raphael. It's possible to go either way. But the thing is that both Jewel and Raphael they're not stupid because she does threaten him. She says, "I'll put you in the ground." So maybe maybe she won't recognize him. He's got a distinctive voice, but then so do all the other oldish guys around there. You know, I don't think she'd mistake him for anyone else, but still, the fact of the matter is it could be him. That's what I wanted to sort of make clear. But something like that would be interesting because I would like to say that it is Raphael. For the sake of argument, I'd say it could be, but I'd like to say that it is distinctly, and actually have them talk about it after that. You know, has there ever been a fan fiction that you've seen where Joel and Raphael have a serious, genuine conversation?
Fan fictions aren't very good at that.
No.
I mean, in the serious conversation, it turns out to be like, as a recent example, self-insert OC reproducing the lines of telling the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better stick with Jewel, Blue. She's your reason to fly, your reason for life. And that the authors do that and say, yep, this is my deep scene.
And I would love to do a scene with Raphael and Jewel just on their own. Somewhere, you know, fairly nice-ish. Maybe when the kids have gone, like Eva takes the kids out and is in their home, or maybe the kids are even still around and they just accept the fact that, yeah, they're not old enough to know what we're talking about. Or maybe that they don't mind. Maybe the kids are a part of it. I don't know. But I would love to have a genuine adult conversation between Raphael and Jewel. Because what you have then is you have two very capable characters, right? Jewel's been there and done it, especially in this canon. She's been there and done it. She's seen war. She's seen a tribe burn down, right? She was trained to succeed to become the matriarch of that tribe, right? So she received intense training. You know, like how Roberto was, you know, this Rio 2 implies that Roberto received training. Roberto got it on the first try with the Jaguar meat trap, right? Jewel, although if she and Roberto fought together, he would probably win. She should be better trained than he is, because she would be trained to lead the tribe. And although I'm sure Roberto would be good at it, even in the interest of fairness, that's the point. So you've got Raphael, who's been shaped and is made wise by raising a massive family. You've also got Jewel, who's also very capable. So I would love to have them have a grown-up conversation, quite like what Spixie has just sent in chat that I wrote between them. Where what they talk about specifically, I'm not entirely sure, but it would probably be in a situation like that after, you know, they after the events of the first film and Jewel's flying again, that sort of thing. Or maybe even while a wing is broken during Faces of Joy. I don't know. You can make notes of this if you want, Trajan. Some kind of time when they are alone.
I'll probably
and they have
some kind of conversation between them in Faces of Joy, or probably several, if being honest.
He's so loud. Then you can take notes on this because it would probably follow that conversation that they had, saying, "I know that was you. You think or you know? You think it was me or you know it was me? I know it was you.
Well,
I know you well enough to know it was you."
It does kind of raise the question of why he didn't say anything when in the first movie. It does kind
She
of.
did sort of threaten to kill him.
It does really push canon, though. I don't know. It's. I mean,
it depends on how I portray it.
To be fair, Raphael seems like the type of guy who would keep your secret and guard it with his life.
Well, I mean, yeah, they'd have to bring it up there and then. Like they'd meet and it'd be like, "Don't I know you from somewhere?"
I mean, to be fair, if Raphael would Raphael when he saw Jewel on that beach, he knew that she was like extremely in a quite a depressive state. I mean, all he would see is just her lying on the beach as the tide rose to meet her. And it'd be kind of odd to bring that up in front of, like, when she sees her
Very brief
with Blue.
interaction.
It'd be very odd for him to say, like, "Oh yeah, you're the bird that was
you're that crazy
lying
lady who threatened
belly
to
up
kill me
on the beach, who looked like she
and
wanted
threatened to kill me."
who looked like she didn't have any purpose left in life, or sounded like it because
Yeah.
she spoke to him. So
I'll
from
I'll think
Raphael's
about it and
perspective,
see.
it'd make more sense not to bring that up,
I'll have a look at it and see what can be
especially in
done.
front
I
of
mean,
Blue.
I don't. Yeah, and he also very quickly wants Blue to be in love with Jewel. So
Mhm.
I
Absolutely.
mean, even maybe then you could say that's one of the reasons, one of the contributing reasons as to why Raphael is so keen to get Blue and Jewel to love each other because he's seen all of their works. But like I say, it is reaching, but I'll think about it definitely. I think this is one of those sorts of things where if I do it well, even if it sort of can be objectively proved to interfere with canon, which I don't think it can be objectively proved that it interferes, which is one of the reasons why I'm happy to do it. I think people would like it so much anyway that they wouldn't really care. So, I'd be willing to do it.
I mean, I get your point. I just don't want it to be like a Disney Star Wars show where they forcefully bring together characters that have no business canonically.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what you're
exactly.
talking about.
Yep, exactly. That show is the case study for what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
seen it before.
Yeah, don't. It's a waste of time.
It's a
horrible.
fan fiction. It's a poorly written Star Wars fan fiction.
Pretty much.
Well, I wouldn't just have Joel and Raphael just meshed together for no reason. There'd be a reason for it. I haven't given one because I haven't got one. I'm just saying that's proverbially something I quite like to do.
Yeah, to me it makes
because
sense for
no
Raphael.
one's done it before. For Joel and Raphael to have an intelligent conversation, even if she does go there with the express purpose of saying, "That was you, wasn't it?" You know, you could argue that that's reason enough because, well, it actually contributed sort of like, I didn't want to bring it up. I made you from the moment I saw you. I didn't say anything. Not with Blue. He wouldn't understand, or I didn't want him to know, or something. So I think so long as I gave a good enough reason retroactively, then I expect I could do it.
I wonder if there's
I
a
mean,
moment like during the first film where this conversation between them could potentially happen. Like, I know that was you. I don't know if there's like any point.
During the first film, maybe I'd have to think about when it could be. Hey you, old timer. I know that was you.
The tram. You could probably do it on the tram.
Could be the tram. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I'd have to think about it. But they Blue and Jewel are sort of chained together in the first film. So.
Oh yeah, it's also true. Yeah.
You forgot about that, didn't you?
I forgot that they were chained together.
I was waiting for you to realize. They can't really have a private conversation because they're chained to each other. Unless you had Blue cover his ears or something, then
what would have you had like on the tram?
You could have
the intelligent conversation between Joel and Raphael, but it's moot because they're chained.
You could okay, it can still work. Like even if they're chained, you can have Blue like off talking to Nico and Pedro about something, and meanwhile on the other side,
she'd have to
the other end
whisper
of the
to
chain. Yeah.
Well, put her wing around his shoulder and say, "I know that was you. You're not going to say anything, are you?" No.
I kind of doubt
I'm not
that
gonna
Jewel
say
would
anything.
put her wing around his shoulder. I feel like Raphael would do that to Jewel.
Or like, on his shoulder or something. It's just sort of like, you're not going to tell him, are you? Yeah. Words to that effect. Just you didn't. That was you, wasn't it? Of course, it was me. I made you from the. I made you from the moment I saw you. Well, my beak is sealed. I'm not saying anything. It's up to you to tell her when he's ready for it. What do you mean when he's ready for it?
Maybe
Just look at
Raphael
him.
could like
Look at
mention
him. He's all over you. Unfortunately, we're chained together. Well, no, he'd say like, look at him. He's all over you. Yeah, two all over me. But fall off the fall off the back of the truck and I break my leg. Yeah, two all over me. I don't so much mind him being all over me. It's just that when she does, I break a bone, something like that. But yeah, and maybe I'll do since that's kind of short and not extremely sophisticated. Maybe I could do that for the competition. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I
But
think it'd be interesting for Raphael to say something like, I'm glad with the way things turned out for you."
Turned out
It's
for me
just,
how?
like, kind of hinting
What do you
towards
what do you
her,
mean?
like,
What do you mean? Glad the way things turned out?
or
Nothing's
are turning
turned out
out.
yet.
True.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just
nothing's happened yet. Look at him; he's all over you. You know
Mhm.
that sort of thing. I'll see what I can do. I'd like to do it, but we'll have to see. So
Are we
anyway,
gonna?
let's go back to that junior novel reading because I've renewed it now.
Yeah. Okay, you actually renewed it. Good. I was afraid that you had forgotten to do that in the midst of your tangent.
Is it a problem that I went off on a tangent?
For like an hour? Yeah.
There goes that problem then. Right.
Did
Silence
you
the
just kick?
haters. Yeah. No, don't. No.
Back up here. No.
No, back.
This
Go
is
away.
his event. Shut up.
My event, mate. I pay for the Kahoot. Wouldn't have the event without the Kahoot. I've got the
He
novel.
wrote the
I'm reading the
Kahoot
novel.
questions, you imbecile.
I made the Kahoot and I paid for it. And I hosted the thing. You wouldn't have it for me. Anyway. Right, let's read the thing. We had a productive conversation, my Anson. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I'm
Anyway, you went to the loo. You just went AWOL. You went, I'm gonna have a dump. Anyway. Right. Where did we get to? Yeah, okay, thanks guys. He'd managed to talk himself into it. He tried to put on a brave smile as he flew off. See you in a couple of weeks. Safe travels, Blue. Raphael called after him. Bring me back a souvenir. Raphael sighed. He's dead. Raphael said that. Pedro would say that. That's not what Raphael would say. What? Huh? Raphael's literally just said, yeah, the Amazon is great. Just do what you think would be right for Jewel. Yep, he's dead.
So he's
given him this advice. He's lied to his face. Saying, oh yeah, going to the Amazon is a good thing. Bruh, that's just as bad as when you spike your friend's drink. That's awful.
Raphael sighed. He's dead. What? Oh my.
He's dead.
Eh? He's dead. You
That
you
would
sigh at
literally
that?
be. That'd literally be like me spending all evening trying to convince you to, like, I don't know, buy a Lamborghini when you don't have a driver's license, and then when
guys.
you say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go and buy it," well, he's dead. He's gonna crash it. He's gonna end up in a ditch the next day.
Too bad, nice guy. That's Nico's
Too
line.
bad. Too bad, nice guy.
That's maybe you would say that on the first day of meeting Blue, but you've been his friend for 4 years. It's like
that's
like
not
me,
even said in jest. That's serious.
Okay, it's like me, you, and Orange. Just like 3 years from now, we've had a relationship, a friendly relationship for like 4 years, and then one day I'm just dead.
Dying, and then
I just collapse, and then both Orange and you are just collectively like, too bad, nice guy.
Well, no, it'd have to be me. It would have to be me who dies because that's something I would say.
Yeah, okay, true.
The most accurate.
If either of you, if I die in any way, okay. First of all, play the Killer Bean dance music at my funeral, and don't be sad about it. But secondly, you have my permission to go, he's dead, too bad, nice guy. And take that screenshot, laminate it, put it on my tombstone. I give you my full permission.
What about the
my
3
full
infant
permission to do
children,
that.
Raphael?
Like
I-
the closest analogy I can think of is if you came to America, we went to Baltimore, and I went on a lecture to you about the ghetto, and like you walk into the ghetto, and I'm like, he's dead. Too bad, nice guy. Yeah, that's the most accurate analogy. It would be like me. Yeah, what
It would be like you
Raphael's
talk. No, it'd be like you talking me into going there and like shouting the N word at the top of my lungs or something. And then when I actually go and go off to do it,
pretty much. Yeah, it's Raphael trying to get Blue to appease Jewel, even though he is fully aware that it
Yeah.
will probably result in his death. He's an absolutely horrible friend.
Yeah. No, he's apocalyptically horrible here. He's literally
it's
sending
tragic.
his friend off to his death.
He's just smooth talked his friend to death. There's no redemption from that. It's not something that can be redeemed.
He-
That's terrible.
and he's his paragon too. Blue's paragon.
Damn.
What?
His paragon.
Here you go.
Oh, companion. I see. Huh.
Well, a paragon in literature is the archetype. The archetype. The archetypical old wise man or teacher who gives advice
Oh.
to the protagonist. That's what a paragon
This
is.
isn't ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, that's
Interesting.
terrible. Raphael gazed into the horizon when Blue had flown off. Pedro and Nico's words worried him because he knew there was some truth to them. Blue didn't know the first thing about living in the wild, but Raphael thought there was a way he can help. I have to come off voice now, but you can keep reading
Sorry,
and I'll turn
Blue
the
did not
page
know
when
the
you need
first
to.
thing about living in the wild. Jewel has been his
Yeah,
wife for 4 years. It's so
Yep.
bad.
Jewel didn't teach him anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, Blue.
She
Alright.
hates him.
All
You
right.
gotta
didn't know
read
the
now. I'm
first
coming off the
thing?
mic.
Okay.
I'll
That's-
turn the page when you get to the end of it.
No time has passed. Literally, no time has passed. This is 2 days after the first film.
Pretty much, yeah. Or
Even
that's
then,
how-
saying "too bad, nice guy" would be a stretch, but it wouldn't be impossible.
Chapter 4. The big day had finally arrived. The day Blue and his family would set out for the Amazon. The kids were practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. Amazon! Tiago yelled Tarzan style from
Please
atop the
don't
bird.
do that.
That's what he does in the movie.
Yeah.
Please don't do that.
That's what he does in the movie.
Please don't do that.
Tiago yelled Tarzan style from atop the
Oh.
birdhouse.
Oh my god, Tarzan! This is a fan fiction.
In what way? Like,
The way it's described, Tarzan style, referencing the media.
They don't know
it
how
feels-
to describe it any other way.
Yep.
yeah, I mean, I get it because that's what it's modeled after, like Tarzan, but still, it's not a very good description. He snapped on a pair of flying goggles and zoomed down to the opening. She really has a thing with the word zoomed, for some reason. Let's go! Come on, Dad! Come on! Blue stepped out, trying not to let his nerves get the best of him. Okay, bug spray, check. Water purifier,
Trying not
check.
to let his nerves get the best
What?
of him.
What is he nervous for? The Amazon is literally thousands of kilometers away. Why is he nervous?
It's the act of
I guess
leaving to
because
go
the
there.
trip. the trip probably, but yeah.
And Joel hasn't taught him anything about surviving, so he should be a little bit worried, shouldn't he?
Band-aids. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Tiago rummaged around the fanny pack Blue wore and pulled out a small tool. Oh, cool! He cried. The all-in-one adventures knife! when he popped.
Can you read it normally?
No, I find it kind of amusing, not gonna lie.
The
It hurts my
all-in-one
ears.
adventurer's knife. It opened all sorts of the gadgets. Fanned out. I'll be in charge of this. Blue reprimanded, wrestling the knife away from his son. That's not for you.
Reprimanded. Big word.
Reprimanded.
Yeah,
Outright.
I don't think that's definitely not the choice of words I would use for that, because I mean, it's not technically wrong, but it's weird.
Reprimanded is like a punishment, right? Or like
a
slap on the wrist.
Not necessarily. It's like a kind of a criticism. And well, it can be in conjunction with punishment, but yeah, it's more like criticism than like just scolding. So Blue fluttered down next to them. Hey, Dad. She said, "Oh, sorry, Bia. I can't see the. Okay, there we go." Bia fluttered down next to them. Hey, Dad, she said, barely looking up from the book she was reading. Did you know the Amazon has snakes that can swallow you whole? Blue took a deep, calming breath. Actually, Bia, all those stories are highly exaggerated. Bia shook her head. No, really, look. So, this I'm going to comment on because, okay, Bia, at the end of the movie, right, she has a knowledge of zoology that is advanced enough to know what a pseudodendrobate is, okay? And yet, she's explaining this information like she just learned it out of a children's pop-up book.
That's a good point. She didn't know that anacondas are able to swallow their predators whole, which is pretty basic information. It's something that I already knew, but I didn't know what a pseudodendrobate is.
Yeah.
So not only is she an encyclopedia, she's not even consistent about it.
Yeah, like Bia, like in our document, in our Trainwreck document, she's supposed to be the smart character, and yet she has more sins marked on her character than Tiago or Carla. She is the worst written out of the three kids. In general, which is
she's barely written at all.
Yeah, and she's the most idiotic, ironically, out of the three, on a consistent basis. Yeah, unless the children's pop-up book just happens to have pseudodendrobate marked in it, which I doubt.
It's possible.
Also,
it's possible. I doubt it as well, but it's possible.
I mean, technically it's possible, but when I was a little kid, I was absolutely steeped in herpetology, okay? Reptiles and amphibians. I read voraciously those books. And I never found the word pseudodendrobate anywhere in those books. Like a children's pop-up book is not going to have pseudodendrobate in it. So it just hammers home the point that Bia, she's not a character. She's just a device for the writers, and she has no agency. Her personality, I've said this in the past many times, her personality is Amazon Echo. That is what she is.
Yeah, the kids in general, all three of them, they don't belong in the movie. they're kind of forcefully inserted because I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
the kids as a concept are left over from the first script, the one about Bia being too afraid to fly. And they were wrote for that. And then they changed the script entirely, but they didn't get rid of the new characters. That was from the old script. So that's why they exist in the movie, but don't do anything.
And Carla, she's described in this book as being the most artistic out of the three. There was
Because
only
she sings?
artistic.
Oh, artistic. I thought you said autistic, right?
Oh, it makes sense.
There is only one scene in this book and in the movie where she is like slightly portrayed as an artist, and that's the opening. During the talent show, she's just a good organizer. Her skill in art is never portrayed in those scenes.
She really likes the color purple.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tiago, I mean, technically he is better written than Bia, but he's the least interesting out of the three. He has the least personality. He is the most boring. Anyway. I will continue reading this. Blue took a deep, calming breath. Oh wait, I already read that. Also, I should point out that my ethics professor, his voice sounds like Blue, and it's really distracting sometimes.
Is it closer than mine?
Oh yes, much
wow.
closer. Like the first day of class, I couldn't get over it. It was really funny. And this class, he brought his 4-year-old son, which was funny because we were talking about all this philosophical stuff that is not exactly family friendly, but but whatever. He was like pulling out his Paw Patrol plushies and
Schooling is. He sounds like a good dad.
Oh yeah. My ethics professor, yeah, he's great.
Have you already spilled your Rio interest to him, like you seem to do with all your teachers?
Oh yeah, like I told my desk partner on the first day of class, oh yeah, I'm the director of the Rio Museum, and I didn't know
That's
at the
not
time.
flex.
Yeah, I didn't know at that point that that what you said to your partner was what they were going to reveal to the whole class. So, so my desk partner revealed to the whole class, oh yeah, he's the owner and curator of the Rio Museum, and that was interesting. And
I mean, you're kind of immune to embarrassment from what I've seen, so I'm sure you handled it well.
Yeah, and then he asked, well, this was a different day. He asked, why did you join this class? To take a philosophy course, and he said, yeah, but why did you take this class? To find my own final causality, and everyone burst out laughing. That was my serious answer.
Meanies? You couldn't tell you were being vulnerable in that moment?
Well, well, in retrospect, I think it was funny, but yeah. Well, it's an answer that's very much me.
It is, yes.
We know.
My dad is definitely not Blue. Anyway, let's see.
Your dad's not a bird. Good to know. I would be concerned if my father had feathers.
Yeah, my dad is not really into Rio. But whatever. Okay. Let's see. Actually, Bia, all those stories are highly exaggerated. Bia shook her head. No, really, look. She spun the book around, showing Blue a photo. A photo? That's not
Huh?
what a photo is. Of
An
an
image.
enormous anaconda. The snake was bulging with what was apparently was his last meal.
Okay, maybe it was. Oh, you know what? I bet it actually was intended to be like an actual photo before the movie was animated, and it was made like this because this is based off of like a storyboard or something, or sorry, the early
Okay,
script.
yeah, probably.
So it makes sense. They probably changed it.
Yeah, to make it more child friendly. Even
Mhm.
though the first movie shows a snake devouring a frog, again, it's just another example of the movie trying so hard to be child friendly.
Meanwhile, the map behind the news reporter in Rio 2 just looks like something a 5-year-old drew. Yeah, it's stylized like that.
That newscast scene is terrible. Like the sub. I've talked about it. Well, written about it. I mean, so is Big J. Okay.
Yeah.
Colby said something.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh.
I didn't anyway.
Um.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right. The snake was bulging with
We're
what
getting on now.
apparently was his last meal. Blue gasped, horrified. Oh, that's sick, Tiago said, doing a little happy dance.
What?
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 That's
No,
not what he
he
does.
grabbed the book and like opened and closed it for it to see the
Okay,
pop out effect.
Assuming that this is from a storyboard, why would he do that? Is he like
doing a little happy dance?
I mean, I know he's like a child and he's supposed to, oh, I love explosions.
Oh yeah, he's into
Maybe-
war. That's why.
Maybe he like did some sort of pose, like spread his legs and clenched his fists or something like that, like in excitement. And I guess that was interpreted, something like that was interpreted as a happy dance.
Maybe.
Very weird.
I don't know. Jill joined them. All right, we ready to go? She asked before her eyes lit on Blue's waist. Fanny pack, she said, raising an eye. Yeah, I need it for the GPS, Blue said firmly. Ooh, wait, the GPS. He dashed back into the birdhouse to find it. Jill was getting impatient. She wanted to get an early start and time was slipping away. Carla, she called, we're leaving. I'm not going, came Carla's voice from inside the birdhouse. It's gonna be lame. Just then, Blue came back outside with the GPS.
Who wrote that dialogue?
And also, Carla, she's a bratty teenager in this scene and in no other.
Yep.
Yeah.
I noticed that too. They not only did they
False.
choose a bad way to handle her character, they decided to not even be consistent about it. They didn't own up to it. They're just like she has a bit of character in this scene, and the rest of the movie she has zilch character.
Portray the teenager as a teenager.
Yeah, she has 3 different characters in the movie, basically. Her opening, this, and her Amazon Untamed. Again, the characters have no agency in Rio 2. They are just the writer's NPCs to program.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just then, Blue came back outside the GPS. Here it is. I programmed in Lyndon Tulio's coordinates. We're all set. Prove it. He pressed a button on the device. Destination, Amazon. Destination, Amazon, a woman's voice said. Except she had a British accent, so it sounded more like Amazon.
What?
That's what it says. Amazon.
I guess the GPS later.
Amazon.
I guess she originally had a British accent. What the heck? This is so weird. Okay, first of all,
Amozone.
first of all,
I
you
sound
don't
like that.
you
I
don't
say Amazon.
program coordinates. You enter coordinates into like a
But-
search box or something.
Not even
Um,
Australians say it like that. Like,
I am from the United Kingdom.
And also,
and
seriously,
I am familiar with the accents around here. They change notably every 13 or so kilometers. I do not know a single person who would say Amazon across the entirety of the UK. I'm not familiar with any accent where it would sound like that. I'm not familiar with any person who would say it like that. They're literally saying she had a British accent, so it sounded more like Amazon.
yeah,
That's not a British
what makes
accent.
this scene not feel very real and feel very child movie like is Destination Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon covers a very, very large chunk of South America, so you're gonna have to be more specific, GPS Link.
yeah, well, I think it's pretty well established why the filmmakers didn't want to use a precise location.
Mm. Don't
Um,
treat us like idiots, though. Destination Amazon.
Amozone.
Amazon.
It's like a parody of an Australian accent, like on a comedy routine by an American.
Amazon.
It's really bad. Like, even when I was a kid, I was skeptical of that. Amozone. Amozone.
Amazon.
Amozone.
Yeah, I don't recall British people speaking like that. I thought it'd more be like Amazon. Or something
Yeah.
like that.
I mean, I do kind of. Well, no, not really, because at the time that Rio 2 came out, one of my friends, she had a phone with Siri, and Siri was set to a British voice, and this kind of reminded me of that when I read this, and like when I was a kid. But yeah, it's just bad because it shows that Krista Roberts doesn't know anything about what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Jewel cocked her head. You trust this woman? She asked Blue. Yes, I do. He mimicked the GPS voice with a wink, making Jewel laugh.
Oh, Jewel laughs there instead of giving him an
she
exasperated
laughs.
expression.
Or sorry, because going by novel canon, yes, I do, mate. An approaching figure flying through the air caught their attention. It was Raphael. Hey, wait up, family, he said, swooping down beside them. I'm coming too. Don't worry, buddy, he said when he saw Blue's surprised expression. What? That's a really bad transition. There's like no transition between those two lines of dialogue, and it occurs post hoc. Why? Why would you do that? That's awful.
Yeah. And this, why would you not describe Raphael coming up and hugging Blue?
Or even his expression at the bare minimum.
Yeah, there's literally a reason why whenever I write like prose fan fiction, I always include expressions and body language because it creates a picture in your head so that you can easily visualize the scene. It's just prose 101. But Krista does not feel like it a lot of the time.
Yeah, like events in a conversation don't sequentially connect for some reason in chronological order. I mean, you could say that there are some situations in prose where you do that, but that's with like very complex. I'm not an expert in the technical terms of English, right? But this is not it. Don't worry, buddy, he said when he saw Blue's surprised expression. We got your back. Eva let you come? Blue asked, incredulous. Eva never let Raphael do anything. Sure, Raphael said easily. I promised her a spot in the Carnival show. Okay, moving on. A little shriek came from above them. You did what? Nico cried. He and Pedro landed beside the group. You guys are late, Raphael scolded the canary and the cardinal. Clock late, Nico admitted. Pedro did a little dance. But musician early. That's bad. But musician early.
I mean, that's exactly what they said in the movie. So, and
Yeah,
yeah,
she pretty much just copied and pasted the script where it suited her.
That's their actual line in the movie. I didn't even notice. That.
Yes.
Okay. That's still awful dialogue. Hearing the commotion, Carla stuck her head out of her room. Wait, you guys are coming? Pedro held up his wings in a movie director moment.
What?
Oh my
Did the
goodness, Krista,
teleprompter?
you're pros.
Did she read off? Did she read off the teleprompter? Did she do a Joe Biden?
She. Okay.
Don't
I
worry,
get it.
buddy. Pause. We got your back.
I get that this is a kid's book, right? And you want the prose to be, more informal. You don't want to read like, Evil Noir or, it. But she's not actually describing what's taking place. She's just giving vague descriptors, not even really good adjectives, to things that the characters are doing, thinking that it's passable, but she... Okay. If I had never seen the movie, I would have no idea what this is referring to, that she's describing. Yeah, so that's bad.
It relies on
Yeah,
you seeing
it
the
basically
movie.
needs the movie as context. And considering the fact that this was published before the movie was released,
We wouldn't miss it for the world. We're gonna scout the wildest, coolest talent in the jungle. Nico clutched his bottle cap hat to his chest. His bottle cap hat. That's a bit
just
redundant.
call it a bottle cap.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, it's redundant. It's our inspiration for this year's Carnival show, Amazon Untamed. Cool, Carl exclaimed. Then she caught herself. I mean, yeah, okay, I guess I'll go.
Brilliant dialogue. Absolutely brilliant. Oscar worthy.
Yep, reads like a Sora Wing fanfiction.
It does!
Except this is the actual movie's dialogue, which is the thing.
Yeah, especially the Outcast. It reads like dialogue from that.
Yeah. I mean, Sora Wing, I will give her this. She was a literal teenager. She was 14 at the time she wrote The Outcast. This was written by professional screenwriters who presumably had to earn degrees in order to get their jobs.
And they did the same thing as some 14-year-old kid on fanfiction.net.
Yeah. I know that I don't write dialogue the best. Okay, but...
Yours isn't childish, at least.
Well, I guess there's that. And I wrote Chapter Y. Amazon jungle or bust, baby, Nico yelled, doing a little fist bump.
Fist bump.
Pedro was, I guess, with the air. Again, she doesn't describe really anything. There's no substance in the prose. Which, again, you don't want to make prose super abstract in a kid's book. For obvious reasons. But, again, like I said earlier, The Hobbit is a children's book. And it's made for roughly the same age demographic too. Okay. Well, maybe slightly older. Maybe. I'll continue. Okay, by the standards of a junior novel, like an average junior novel, yeah, you can say this is serviceable, but I don't really care, because junior novels like adult novels today are written in contemporary American English, which I don't write in for very good a reason. At least in prose fiction that's actually meant to be taken seriously. This is obviously a much lighter tone than anything that I write, pretty much, but still, if you hadn't seen the movie, then you would not know what he's actually doing. It's like reading those stories by what's her name, Destiny Copley 13, where she just copies and pastes the script and she expects you to know the movie.
I spent 2 and a bit hours typing out a whole ass review of the story and urging her desperately touch grass, make real human connections rather than doing this piss poor interpretation of whatever it is you're doing. And she took one look at it and blocked me, so that's depressing.
Yeah. Pedro's busy high-fiving the kids, who are even more excited now. Who's ready for a tropical adventure? All right, Carlos said. Let's go, birds, Raphael said, preparing for flight. Does he say that in the movie? I can't remember.
What was that?
Let's go,
I think
birds.
so.
Yeah, he does.
Bia handed her butt to Blue to carry in flight. Things were moving too fast for Blue's liking. Wait, he cried, feeling anxious. We didn't do a head count, but no one was waiting. Instead, Jewel was soaring into the sky. The rest of the
He
birds
cried,
taking...
feeling anxious. Is that really the best you can do to describe Blue's feelings?
Yeah, because she didn't add anything to Blue's character, not really. Like, even Catherine Hopka, one of the children's books authors, who I, roasted, or, well, we roasted in, like, special projects or whatever. Like, even she added something to Blue's character. It was something related to Minnesota. I can't actually remember what it was off the top of my head, but she did that. Krista Roberts, she didn't do that, and yet this is supposed to be a novelization. This is not meant to be a picture book. Meant for like a 4-year-old. This is a junior novel is generally made for the 7 to 12 demographic. No. Hey guys, wait up! Blue yelled as he jumped into the air, his GPS device changing rapidly. I couldn't see that, sorry. Changing rapidly. In what way?
And why? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it says recalculating in the movie, but... Yeah, again, that doesn't say anything about what's actually happening. There's no substance in this text.
And it just ends there.
Yeah.
I will give Krista some credit. Although it probably wasn't likely a conscious effort. She did improve the scene because she doesn't have Blue jumping off and falling to the ground below like an idiot.
Yeah,
which is what he does in the movie, and it makes no sense because he should have been flying for 4 years, and yet for some reason, he suddenly loses. He unlearns.
He falls because the script says so.
He falls because the children need to laugh at the movie. That's literally the only reason it happens.
The thing is, though, I was a kid. I was a kid when the movie came out. I was 10 and a half, and I didn't laugh when Blue was, when he was being a moron, or at least I don't recall that.
Yeah, the memory of an elephant.
I mean, I might have laughed, maybe, but I don't remember it. I did laugh at the GPS jokes though, because I did relate to them. Because my mom and I, we would go on like trips. Missouri and all these other places, and the GPS would do stuff like that, and it was funny it was observational comedy in a way. But yeah, no, it's not funny. It's just contrived comedy, and it's not even contrived comedy that has good timing or anything. Like like a late '90s, early 2000s American comedy. Like they're contrived, but I laugh. I laugh at them. This no. Anyway. Like Meet the Parents, which this story is based off of in large part, or rips off even. That movie, again, it's contrived, but I won't deny that I laughed really hard at some scenes, right? Alright, moving on. The world was an incredible place. Wow, so profound. And Blue and his family had a bird's eye view.
Well,
Thanks
this
for
is.
stating the
I
obvious.
cannot wait to see how that.
Thanks for
They're
stating the
birds, man.
obvious, Krista.
They're-
Yeah, because they're birds and they fly. The thing is, though, it's not intended to be funny. She's writing that unironically. It's only funny because it's so stupid.
I mean, if it were like treated as a joke or something, or like put in a dialogue, I don't know. I
Yeah.
think that could be pretty nifty. But it's treated fully seriously. Or like, yes, this is good writing. No.
They flew over the city of Ouro Preto in the Serra do Espinhaço and perched on the bell tower of the cathedral there.
Ooh, this is not a movie.
Yeah, this is in the storyboard, not in the movie. What an amazing place, Blue thought as he checked the GPS to make sure they were on track. Of course, Carl was too busy listening to her iPod to notice her surroundings, and Tiago was too busy scaring them all half to death by ringing the giant bell. But it was still a great family moment, and who else could say that they got to ride a Rhea bird?
Why is it phrased like this? Who else could say that they got to? Huh?
And who else could say that they got to ride a Rhea bird?
It's
Okay.
very verbose just to say they got to ride a Rhea bird.
Okay, two things with this, or actually three things. Number one, the scene with the Rheas takes place nowhere even close to Ouro Preto.
It takes place in the savannah, right?
Yeah, it takes
savannah
place. Yeah, it takes
biome.
place in the savannah in the Kahadu. Now, to be fair, it's not made explicitly clear where the scene takes place, but I believe during the montage it's like after they're out of Salvador, right? I can't remember. Like they're in the port, right, of Salvador, and then I'd have to look at the montage again, but okay. Second, Rhea bird. That's redundant because a Rhea is a bird. Okay. That would be like saying a macaw bird or a duck bird. Okay.
Bird.
Yeah. Now, I get that I was not an average kid because I actually had experience with Rheas at the time that I read this book. And most kids don't, but yeah, my mom got pet in the face by them when she was taking photographs of them.
That sounds memorable.
Yeah, and I allowed it to happen. I didn't warn her because I wanted to laugh.
Even more memorable.
Yeah.
I like how you knew that it was gonna happen.
Yep. So, okay, and then third, granted, this scene is better than what the movie went with, where Blue just drinks contaminated water. But you have to keep in mind Ouro Preto or Ouro Preto, because I frankly don't care to pronounce it correctly right now. At one time in the 18th century, it was the largest city in the Americas. Okay. It was a major city. And it's one of the world's most important ensembles of Baroque architecture, or at least in Latin America. Or the Americas, I should say. And yet the movie did really nothing with that. They could have gone into any town with a church bell, and they could have done that. And the setting, the scene would not have changed. So there was no reason, just because they want to show off Brazil, which is fine. But it's like, if you're gonna have a setting, especially one that's important, do something with it. Don't waste settings. It's frustrating to me as a writer how often settings are wasted. Okay. What? Okay. But it was still a great family moment. Oh, I already read that part. Okay. So
at least the storyboard actually had great family moments, whereas the actual montage really didn't.
Yeah, I will say that much. Yeah, so the montage here is not in order, which is fine, because again, it's the storyboard, but yeah, the whole Rhea thing, it also doesn't talk anything about the savannah, too. Again, a wasted opportunity, because the savannah in Brazil is pretty much never talked about. Especially in English-speaking media, right? Even though it's one of the largest biomes in the country. And could have been really interesting to see more of that. Wasn't. The Caatinga, of course, is never shown. Not even mentioned, even though the path that Blue and Jewel go, or the route, they would have passed through it. There was no way that they could have avoided the Caatinga. With the route that they took. And yet that was completely skipped, even though that is not only is it the original home of the Spix Macaws IRL, but it is also a biome that is unique to Brazil. So if you want to show off the uniqueness of Brazil, then it's one of the best places to do that, and yet they didn't. The Caatinga, it lacks media representation because a lot of people associate it with ugliness and poverty, and I get it because it's arid, or it's semi-arid and has a lot of desert, and a lot of people aren't visually attracted to it as much as the jungle and the mountains and whatnot, but still, it could have been a really interesting setting based on what Carlos Saldanha wanted to do. And they didn't do that. Alright, I will move on. And who else could say, I already read that part, or fly over the capital city and... Seriously. Or fly over the capital city and rest on top of the crescent-shaped Congress Dome. Or leave the city. Or
They didn't bother to name it?
She doesn't even mention the name of Brasilia. She just says capital city. Like, bruh. Now, crescent-shaped Congress Dome, I am not going to comment on. Actually, you know what? I'll look at it right now. Brasilia Congress building. Da, 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 da. No, it is not shaped anything like a crescent. Yeah, because I don't know. Sorry, I don't know much about the architecture in Brasilia because I barely know anything about the city. Comparison to Rio. Yeah, that's. To be fair, she could be modeling that description off of the storyboard, but still, that's not accurate. And also, that is not the name of the building. It is, I think it's the Congress Palace or something. Yeah, it's called the National Congress Palace. Anyway. Or leave the city for the country, soaring over fields of wildflowers.
Amazing.
I think that's in the storyboard too. But yeah, yeah, again, no mention of the Kahadu or the savannah or anything. It's just really generic stuff. With no deeper research into Brazil or anything. As night fell, they flew on. Okay, so this book confirms that they just flew there is in like a night or a day. Okay.
Wait, flew where?
To the Amazon. They flew
Oh.
They flew there in like a day.
And when daybreak. Okay.
Yeah. And as night fell, they flew on, Blue with all three kids on his back.
Oh, great.
As night fell. Yeah, that would. That's not saying that like it's the third night or fourth night. No, it's as night fell, the first night. Night one.
Yeah, like Blue's family, they're the Flash or something.
Wait, so they went to Ouro Preto, Cerro do Espinhaço, and then
Brasilia,
Brasilia.
and the Savannah.
They did all that in one day.
Yeah. Also, there's no mention of Salvador in this, although I guess that's not in the storyboard. I don't remember.
Let's call it media that didn't exist at that point. So understandable that she didn't write it.
Oh, again, it might be in the storyboard. I just don't remember. I do find it interesting how in this version, Blue with all three kids on his back, as opposed to two.
They can all fit back there for an entire night.
Yeah. And Nico and Pedro struggling to carry a fast asleep Raphael.
It feels kind of weird when they put the gag that was written for a family movie to be a family movie gag, and they put it in like a written book form. It feels so out of place. Like when it's in written book form, it's like supposed to be. It feels like it's more supposed to be taken seriously. Even though obviously it's not, because it's a gag. It just
also
feels really odd in prose.
Yeah, it also. This is not a criticism of the movie that I brought up before, but now that I think about it, it also plays into Raphael's assassination in the movie. How he's portrayed as negligent and as an oaf. And in this, he's just straight up horrible. Also,
if you don't have context of the film, it seems very likely that you would think, how on the earth do those two tiny guys carry Raphael? I cannot picture that in my head.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have the immediate context of the movie, that makes zero sense.
Yeah. And when daybreak came, Blue spotted a wonderful sight. The tiled dome. Oh, she finally researched something. The tiled dome of the Manaus Opera House. And the busy Amazon River harbor in the distance. I mean, she doesn't give the precise tributary, but that's not really necessary for a kid's book, I guess. I mean, well, it wouldn't hurt. Soon, their Amazon family vacation would really begin. That, it
So
kind
they
of
traveled like halfway across the place, and then like soon it'll finally begin.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not. I get what she's trying to say, but it's. That would not be my choice of words. On a darkened stagel, a sulfur-crested cockatoo dressed in Elizabethan-style clothing stepped into a shaft of light. In his talons, he held a small bird skull. To be. Oh, not to be. The cockatoo said dramatically, clutching the skull. That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. As the cockatoo continued his monologue, Gabby, a tiny pink dart frog, watched from a glass jar in the wings. "Ah, that's beautiful, Nigel," she said, her eyes blinking rapidly. "What does it mean?"
Big J. We need. Thank you.
Nigel turned his focus to her.
The
Yes,
stream is like really delayed or something.
Maybe it is.
death, Gabby, he intoned. It's about death. Gabby swooned inside her jar. Oh, Nigel, I love it when you get all dark and brooding.
Right.
The dialogue sounds worse when you actually read it for yourself
Yeah.
and don't hear it on screen. Yeah. I love it when you get all dark and brooding. I am explaining
Irritating.
this. Yeah, it's not very good.
This seems like a good example of telling instead of showing, honestly.
Yeah.
It does feel a lot worse in written form because in the context of prose fan fiction, it's again, it's supposed to be taken more seriously, like written prose than a family film is. Again,
Yeah.
you don't have the on-screen visual gags, and it just feels really bad in this form. This kind of is like the inverse of what I told you guys the other day, that you can't really turn a fan fiction into a screenplay. The inverse is true. You cannot turn a screenplay into a fan fiction and have it read well at all.
If you adapt it correctly. But you have to actually adapt it. You can't just rip it.
Yeah.
Like a pirate file and like
Exactly.
It to work well. I mean, there are times in real life when people will be direct and they will state the obvious and whatnot, but there are mechanics to that. This doesn't. The context of this line doesn't really follow those mechanics well. So yeah, I agree. It's just telling and not showing for reasons that aren't actually reasons, because there are none that I can really perceive. Bang, bang, something had hit the roof. "Time to go to work, bird," came a not-so-pleasant-sounding voice. Nigel threw back his small shoulders.
Birds don't have shoulders!
My audience awaits. My audience awaits. He stepped forward onto his stagel through the now open birdcage door. The shady vendor who held him captive plopped a tiny turban onto Nigel's head. "Get your fortune told by the bird of mystery," the bird yelled out to the crowd of Manaus marketplace. He was a vendor, and what he was selling was Nigel.
No, he wasn't.
That's really misleading.
You mean selling his performance?
Yeah. The birdcage sat atop the... Well, yeah, yeah, he's basically pimping out Nigel. Um, the,
Trafficking.
the birdcage sat atop the vendor's table. The marketplace is filled with incredible wares, everything from exotic fruits. Are those fruits really exotic relative to the location?
They're in Brazil. Every single fruit that exists can be described as exotic, I guess.
Pretty
I mean,
much,
It
yeah.
really feels like she knows that an American audience is reading this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, it makes sense given the target audience, but yeah, it feels inauthentic.
Yeah.
Which, again, it's a junior novel. It's not meant to be fine art, and you know,
It just
true
feels
literature.
cheap.
Yeah, but yeah, it does feel cheap. Which is, if I was put in charge of writing a kid's book, I would not want it to feel cheap. I would try to minimize things in it, but I would not try to make it feel like a cheap fan fiction. And as Big J would say, this reads like a novel from Wish.com. I don't know. That was not funny. I will admit that was bad.
Was that supposed to be funny?
Yes, that was supposed to be funny, and I failed.
Every single fanfiction reads like a novel from Wish.com.
Well, this one especially. Well, anyway.
I'll be amazed if anyone is still in this thing. Wow, everyone's still as well. I'm surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Exotic fruits to native art and miracle cures for everything from back pain to weight loss.
What?
It's interesting. She actually put in something that isn't in the movie.
What was that?
The marketplace is filled with incredible wares, everything from exotic fruit to native art and miracle cures for everything from back pain to weight loss.
I mean,
that sounds American.
I can't really say anything about this because I don't know what the marketplace actually is like.
American. It literally sounds like, buy this miracle cure to burn belly fat now.
Yeah. I mean, it could be referring to traditional medicine. That's what it could be referring to. Yeah, probably. Native art, yeah, I could buy that. I'm surprised it doesn't mention fish, because the fish markets in Manaus I know are pretty huge, or I think.
The entire place would smell of fish, I'm guessing, since it's, a port market.
Yeah.
That feels like something that should be described in the prose.
Yeah. I could be thinking of another city in the Amazon, but yeah, there probably would be a lot of fish.
I mean, it makes sense because in that scene there's a ton of boats in the background, and obviously it's a port, or port. Yeah. It's a dock, I guess would be the correct terminology. But yeah, it makes sense for that to be the case.
Poison frogs, fire ants, came the shouts from other vendors as they tried to attract customers. Nearby, Nigel spotted Charlie, a mute giant anteater wearing a bowler hat. He was chained to a table and tap dancing for a few unimpressed onlookers. Come here, learn your destiny. That's not his line. The man
a mute giant anteater. That reads really weirdly. Why not have it be a giant, mute anteater? It's not even following. It's not even doing the Oxford comma, right?
That's not what an Oxford comma is.
Oh. Is an Oxford comma?
Trying to say something to say.
Is that
an Oxford comma? Like ends a list.
for it.
Okay, I was about to suggest that. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
In-
I knew
in
it had
this-
to do something with like the order of a sequence and the commas in between them.
This, I mean, I think it's correct. I guess it depends on the style, standardization that you're using or something. Which, anyway, an annoying little boy came. At least it's self-aware. An annoying little boy.
That's just dissing this poor kid.
Who
I mean, he is annoying.
Who for real looks like I was gonna say he looks like Chucky from Rugrats, but now that I think about it, nah, he doesn't really. An annoying little boy came running over, dragging his mother behind him. Mommy, mommy, I want one! I want a fortune! That's how he delivers his line, so ergo. The kid whined.
Yeah.
Also, that was really bad acting in the movie. I want one! I want a fortune! Yeah. His mother, exhausted, dropped a few coins into the vendor's bucket. The vendor obliged by pulling out a small drawer filled with paper fortunes. Welcome, madam. This amazing cockatoo will reveal your future. He poked Nigel with his. I'm not going to bother trying to replicate Bernardo Japala's accent. I don't care. Because I can't do it. He poked Nigel with a stick. All right, Bird. Pick a fortune. He prodded Nigel again. Come on, Bird. You're doing great, Nigel, Gabby said. Pick it already. It's not describing Nigel's movements or his feelings or anything.
Yeah, I'm like...
or his body language. It's
not doing anything. It just does not feel interesting. Maybe they're about to do something very incredible and thought-provoking and insightful on the next page, but here there's just nothing. I'm interested to see how it handles this scene on the next page.
Like Rio 2 doesn't have very good subtext, but when you read this book, you realize, oh wait, it actually did have some iota of subtext going on, and visual storytelling in the body language and in the characters' expressions. When you remove that, the scene is just absolutely worse.
Yeah. Like, you cannot tell here that Nigel feels depressed, which was obviously and very clearly communicated through the movie's body language. But here it's just... Nigel might as well be T-posing as this vendor.
Yeah. Hissed the vendor as Nigel, humiliated, hopped forward and chose a fortune for the boy.
Humiliated? Is that really what happened? I mean, I guess he was humiliated by what he was reduced to, but this is kind of misleading the way it says it here.
I don't think he would feel humiliated by the fact that he's...
He wouldn't feel humiliated because of the people
audience.
around him. Yeah, he wouldn't feel any need to impress the boy or the vendor or anyone. He'd feel humiliated from what he was reduced to. I mean, I guess that could be the intention here, but it's not communicated at all.
Big J, did you turn the page?
I did now.
Good boy. As he did.
You can't say that.
Only you can say that. As he
Only
did.
I can say it.
Only
when I say it, it's funny.
Very
it's
good
not
boy.
in your character to say it.
Very good boy.
You gotta come
It's
up
out
with
of
your own
character
thing
for you to say it, or I'm just not gonna lie.
Exactly. So it's just trying too hard, which you always do. You try too hard.
That's very accurate. I try too hard.
I know what I'll say to be
And-
funny.
and I
I'll
end up
repeat one of his
being-
own. I know what I'll do to be funny. I'll just say exactly what he says, but in a silly accent.
As he did, he noticed 5 small blue macaws flying over the marketplace.
Small,
Yeah,
what?
'cause-
They're all small. What? I mean, they are small, but I mean, in the Spix macaws are realistically small, but in the movie canon, they're pretty much the same size of a scarlet macaw. So there's no reason. Just say 2 normal-sized blue macaws and 3 small ones.
I get what she's saying, because from his visual perception, they appear small, but because they're in the distance. But again, this is what happens when you have a writer who doesn't know what they're doing when it comes to prose, because this is not a mistake that a competent author would make.
It's not even described how far they are away. They could be flying 2 feet over his head, or they could be flying a mile up in the air. Who knows?
Yeah. Also, as in the movie, Raphael, Nico, and Pedro just vanished.
Oh yeah.
And then he heard a voice that made his tail feathers quiver. Come on, gang, almost there. No more flying today. Finally, said a younger voice, we've got a boat to catch. The familiar voices drifted down to Nigel's disbelieving ears. His eyes widened. It couldn't be. But as he stared up at the macaws flying free, he knew it was. Everything around him disappeared as he thought back to his last encounter with that bird, Blue. Bird that had caused him so much anguish. If it wasn't for Blue, Nigel would have never been hit by that propeller.
Oh yes, he got hit by the propeller. The propeller smacked him. Knocked him a new one.
He would have still had all of his beautiful feathers. I mean, not
Beautiful.
really, because he was already disheveled by that point.
That's true.
And he took pride in it too, is the thing. He would still be able to fly.
This is also what the what Snakes Alive gets wrong, isn't it? Because Nigel's obsessed with being a pretty bird, despite the fact that in the first movie he says, "I know I'm not a pretty bird," and he's relishing in that. Like, he loves being ugly. He loves being
out of resentment.
Yeah. He's not obsessed with being pretty. No, he loves being ugly. Yet neither Snakes Alive nor this novel understands this.
Yeah, he's evil. That's his character, and that's one of the reasons why in my fanfiction canon, or that is the main reason I made him Nietzschean in order to flesh out his worldview, and make him a grounded character. Yeah. Anyway, Come on, bird, the vendor yelled. The boy was pulling on the fortune, Nigel's beak. I want my fortune! You're doing great, Gabby piped up again. Also, the movie doesn't show the flashback to the surgery, which it emphasized his pain as a character and the aftermath of the surgery too. Yeah, again, this book, I said in the past, I've been on record saying in the past, oh, this book is so much better than the movie. And I regret that. This movie makes me appreciate Rio 2 and what it got right.
The book makes you appreciate
Rio 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just seen this. The boy began to cry and Nigel slammed that child's ice cream cone into his face. What do you mean he cried and then he slammed the ice cream cone? Do you mean Do you mean he began to cry as he slammed the ice cream cone into his face?
I think the boy began to cry, and as a response to that, Nigel slammed the ice cream cone into his face.
No,
Because
he
that's what
doesn't.
happened
He.
in the movie.
Oh.
Mhm.
The boy's mother was getting annoyed. What's taking so long? What's the matter with you? The vendor shrieked at Nigel. But Nigel was lost in thought. The bluebirds of my misery, he whispered.
Huh.
The
I
bluebird,
kind of like
the
that.
bluebirds of my misery. That's
Except for the
bad.
fact that it says bluebirds in one word.
Well,
I if he had said the birds of my misery, I actually would really enjoy it. That line.
if you're referring to bluebirds as in the species, then that's correct. But since it's just the adjective blue and birds, yeah, that's not correct. And he says in the movie, "Those blue birds caused my misery," which I think is a better line than this. Because this, by comparison, it tries to be a little bit more deep, I guess you could say, and it fails. Anyway. I'm gonna have to lube my throat, soon. The boy began to cry, and Nigel slammed the child's ice cream cone into his face. Hey, the vendor, maddened, brought his stick down to whack Nigel, and without warning, Nigel's eyes narrowed, his inner rage was boiling over. He snapped. He snapped. Grabbing the stick from the vendor, he turned tables on the man, whacking him with
Wait,
the
he
stick
hadn't snapped already? Didn't he shove an ice cream cone into the child's face?
Yeah.
That's not snapping?
Yes. Yeah. The Krista Roberts clearly does not have a very good grasp of sequential events.
Yeah.
And chronology. And now, to be fair, I've made mistakes like that in my writing. But Big J caught that.
Caught what?
I'm referring to Riviera. Which Pixie hasn't read yet. It was like it was something related to something that happens in the story, and it logically didn't make sense, and I didn't pay attention. So, and you caught that. So, anyway,
What was it? I
I'm not
don't
going to
remember.
reveal it. I'm not going to reveal it because I don't want to spoil it for Spixie. Anyway, and I forgot anyway, to be honest. Grabbing the stick from the vendor, he turned tables on the man, whacking him with the stick instead. Nice birdie. The vendor tried soothingly, but it was no use. Nigel is like a madman.
Madman.
He is mad. He takes pride in that.
Why is it a simile?
Well, okay. The movie itself doesn't really convey that he's delusional, but that is the intent that the writers had for his character. And you could argue that Pretty Bird is kind of a representation of his delusions of grandeur. You could argue that, but I would say that the first movie, it could have done a better job at conveying that. But anyway.
I also noticed here, like you mentioned previously, the sense of sequence and progression of events feels really odd. So he grabs the stick from the vendor, he turns the tables on the man, he whacks him with a stick, and then the vendor says, "Nice birdie."
Yeah.
What happened to Nigel grabbing it and giving him a stare?
Yeah, again, she doesn't describe anything that's... like I can't believe I'm saying this. Like Sorrowing's prose is much better than this. Sorrowing is much better than this. Not kidding.
I feel like
I-
the real one junior novel was much better than this.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
with
think we
you.
even. I don't think we
I
dissed
agree.
on that one nearly as much. It was just like, yeah, it fits the
Yeah.
movie relatively well. There's occasional things we noted here and there, but this one is consistently bad.
Yeah, it's not even that it's consistently bad, because I mean the movie is consistently bad. It's consistently worse than the source material.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the first junior novel is not perfect, and we haven't even. And keep in mind, we haven't actually gotten to the part of the book that I disliked as a child, which is the last third of the book, because I thought it was rushed even back then. But this is like the first third. This is still the first act of the movie, and comparing comparing the two acts, like Act 1 of the junior novel of the first book and the first act of the second book so far, this is vastly worse in every way. As, like in writing quality and in just everything, it's shocking, honestly. Like this was edited by professionals. Okay, this was edited by professionals. I loved this book when I was 10.
Womp
Okay,
womp.
yeah, I loved this book when I was 10 years old, but I was 10. Okay, I I didn't have very high standards for fiction, and the vast majority of people are not going to have very high standards for fiction either. But when it comes to logical progression of events, this is something that an editor should pick up on, and also blatantly incorrect uses of vocabulary like
conservatory and such.
It would be interesting though to have an actual have the concept of a conservatory in Rio, like where Blue is like Blue's at a music school or something, or Nico and Pedro have a music school. I don't know. That would be kind of an interesting concept.
Yeah.
I want, like, Blue would probably be into classical music, like, probably.
Really hard to tell what his music taste would be.
Yeah, I mean it's likely.
It depends. What would Linda listen to?
Yeah,
because you can say Blue might have a. You can't really
Ethiopian jazz music.
You can't really make this decision based on Blue's character because he'd basically be indoctrinated to have the same interests as Linda from birth. Or birds don't get born. From hatching day. Or from the day that she found him. Is what I mean. Yeah. But since he was like since he was a small chick, he would probably be exposed generally to only the things that Linda enjoys listening to, which who knows what that would be? Maybe it would be classical. I mean, I can buy Linda listening to classical. I don't know. Maybe in her teenage years she got Blue into early 2000s pop or something. I don't know. Who knows? But it's it's generally interesting question.
At the very least, I could buy him, being casually into classical music, as in, liking a few symphonies or something. But yeah, I do think that concept of an actual conservatory or music school would be, or music lessons to the kids would be interesting.
Since Linda is a librarian, I feel like she'd be into like very very calming ethereal music or something like that. I don't know. I don't know enough about librarians, but that makes something that has to do with peace and quiet. Because Blue is canonically, or I think it was his fridge Magnus, but you said quiet is nice. So he does enjoy the quiet. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Nigel is like a madman, swatting the vendor over and over with the stick. He swung the man into a table, flipping it over. Bottles filled with colorful liquids in jars doesn't describe what those liquids are. In jars of powders and herbs.
Big J flipped the page.
Shattered, sending up colorful puffs of dust. Gabby's jar flew into the air. Thank you, she cried as it fell, shattering into a million glass shards on the ground. I'm free!
I like how it doesn't describe how her jar got flung into the air. It just that it did. It flew.
Yeah. Yeah, it just teleported into the air. Gabby hopped out. She was free. Ribbit, she croaked with joy.
What? Excuse me?
If that was in the script, I'm glad that was edited out.
Yeah.
That would have been cringe. And I'm the guy who loved to Wonder Pets when I was a toddler. Like, man, that's bad. I mean, again, there are parts of this where I don't really want to blame Krista because it's the movie's. You know, you have the movie and then the storyboards, but
a lot of it can be attributed to her. Like
the
poor phrasing.
Yeah, bad prose, bad logical.
Horrible sequencing.
Yeah. Gabby hopped out. Oh, I already read that. But Gabby's freedom set the crowd into a panic. She wasn't just any frog. She was a lethal dart frog. Her poison could kill small animals and humans.
They can?
Okay. It depends on the species of poison dart frog you're talking about. Like, some absolutely can kill you. If you aren't extremely careful. Some I think can't kill a person. I've seen poison dart frogs for sale at a pet shop. I doubt those are the super lethal ones, but now at the time that Rio 2 was released, I was really excited for Gabby's character. Or at least at least on some level, because poison dart frogs were my obsession when I was 6 to 9 years old. Well, not that late, but when I was around 6 to 8 years old, I was hugely into herpetology, but in particular poison dart frogs. And my United Armies stories, you know, with Ragjump and all of that, the characters in that were originally basically anthropomorphized poison dart frogs.
Oh.
Originally. And over time that changed, but yeah. So it meant a lot to me personally. That, you know, there's this poison dart frog character. But she's not a very good character, and anyway. Okay, yeah.
Has he died?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Mangle just kind of confirmed what I said. Anyway.
The marketplace.
Yeah, the marketplace was in panic. Tourists were running in all directions. From his
Tourists?
table, Charlie stretched his tongue and was able to reach a broken jar of fire ants. He slurped them, and instantly his face turned red with pain. But with the pain came a huge burst of energy. Snap! He broke his chain.
Oh. Is
How?
that what happened in the movie?
Well, in the movie, it's a rope, not a chain. And
Okay.
I don't, and I don't think, I think in the movie he was trying to reach for the ants but couldn't reach them, and that's what snapped the rope. But okay, so Charlie in this is super OP.
Yeah, he can break metal chains
Yes.
with energy, with his pure raw
Yeah.
strength. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlie truly is a Giga Chad.
Hmm.
I was gonna throw that into the Kahoot as a joke question, but seriously, in this book canon, he apparently is a Giga Chad. Nigel hopped onto Charlie's back like a knight readying himself for battle. The croaking cockatoo doth bellow for revenge, he said dramatically. That's Shakespeare, by the way, he told Gabby, who gazed at him in adoration. Without your performance, it's nothing, she said. Nigel thought about this as Gabby hopped onto Charlie's hat. Fair point. Onward, my trusty steed, he commanded. And as they galloped, it implies that Nigel doesn't kind of loathe Charlie. Like, he has respect for him, which he doesn't. He commanded. And as they galloped off, a fortune fluttered to the ground amidst the broken bottles and trampled fruit. A good time to finish up old tasks. I'm not really a fan
That's
of that.
not a very. That's not a very attractive photo of Jules. She's too skinny.
And her face is
her face is weird.
Her smile is very uncanny.
Yeah, I've seen T-shirts with that exact picture of Jewel. Yeah, I'm not a little girl, but if I was, I don't think I'd be into that, because even when I was a kid,
daffodil as well.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, I didn't like that Jewel design. Okay. Chapter 5. It's been so long. It's been so long, Jewel said, taking a deep, relaxed breath. She blew and the... Oh, she actually uses Oxford commas. Huh. And the rest of the gang were lounging on the rooftop of an old wooden riverboat. They cruised lazily through the beautiful murky waters. I mean, that's not wrong, but it's not the best description.
It's odd. They're beautiful yet murky.
Well, I mean, they are. They are murky, but they're beautiful. But the thing is, she doesn't actually explain how they're beautiful, because the scene here is set at the meeting of the waters. You know, the meeting between the Rio Sotomosh and the Rio Negro, right? It's a spectacular natural landmark. But she doesn't describe that. So without that context, yeah, it sounds contradictory. the Amazon as the sun began to set. It's like well past sunset at that point, but whatever. Well, not past sunset, but like past the beginning of it. I mean, I was afraid I wouldn't remember any of this, but the smell of the orchids and the earth, the sound of the water—it's all coming back to me.
Better than the movie did.
Better than the movie did.
I will give the book credit for that. This is so far the best thing that the book has to offer.
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I've been just like asleep for the past hour, but I've actually woken up to see this.
Yeah, the book finally did something good.
They finally did something good. Watch it flop.
The sounds of the jungle surrounded them, and a white breeze ruffled Jules' feathers. It felt so amazing to be here. This air, she went on, it's so fresh and full. She looked back toward the receding dog.
I love this award-winning dialogue.
Had departed from goodbye, stinky city air.
Goodbye, stinky city air.
It's so bad.
Stinky.
Like, I've seen. Honestly, the dialogue in Legends of Chima is less cringe than that. Somehow.
Meanwhile, you have Rio 1's dialogue, which is like, I'm gonna chew through my own chain, or chew through from my own leg before.
Shoot through my own leg if this chain doesn't come off soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that dialogue was beautiful. And then this one is stinky city air.
Yeah. Goodbye, stinky city. Yeah, it's horrible. Wait,
It makes my body physically tense up because of how bad it is.
yeah. When I was a kid, I did not like that line. Okay. Wait, this movie and this book were made for kids. I did not like that line. So that's telling. And again, I had very low standards for art back then. Yeah, bye, Blue said, watching the dot get smaller and smaller. Wait. Never mind. Well, this kind of implies that the port of Manaus is, like, visibly distant from the boat at this point, which it could be a storyboard difference.
I mean, I don't think the book really says exactly where this takes place, so yeah, you can give them the benefit of the doubt at least.
Yeah. Jewel gave. Yeah, it's like Jewel actually had an interesting line of dialogue, and then she has that.
Yeah, I find it really. It's really jarring how they put like Jewel's worst line right next to Jewel's best line, just seconds away from each other.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, when I was in middle school, I had a friend on the bus, and we would meme the "What a glorious morning" line.
It is very memeable.
What a glorious morning!
I mean, I know that's a dream and all, but nothing about it feels natural.
Yeah, I get it's a dream, but the delivery of the line is just.
If that's how Blue perceives Jewel, then Blue doesn't know his own wife very well, I guess.
Yeah. Are the people in the chat still alive? Because there's been almost no messages.
I think they're just either introverted or AFK.
Maybe. I don't know. Copy if you're not dead. Okay, Watt Parrot is has a pulse. Okay.
Good.
I mean, he better use the winner. Jewel gave him a pat. Hey, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. Blue gazed at her.
I gazed into her emerald eyes.
Blue gazed at her. I'd do anything for you. You know that, right? Of course I do. The happy sigh. Jewel laid her head on Blue's shoulder and closed her eyes.
Blue doesn't have
smiled.
shoulders.
Blue smiled to himself.
Shoulder will do.
I
It was
guess
a
so.
perfect- It was yeah. It's fine as an anthropomorphism. It was a perfect romantic moment.
Effect.
I mean, when it comes to the birds, sometimes they have shoulders and sometimes they don't. Like if they drop their wings down low, their shoulders completely disappear. So it really depends. Like I have one here actually, or like Blue's like dropped his wings down to the ground. He doesn't have shoulders here. But it depends on how they're posed. So that's why I tend to say don't say shoulders because it's very pose dependent. And it's like the same thing as saying thumbs. Like they only use their thumbs sometimes. So I would tend to not do that in prose fiction. But I guess it isn't absolutely horrible. Anyways, continue.
Blue smiled to himself. It was a perfect romantic moment.
I agree.
Blue and Jewel turned to see Tiago making monkey sounds.
What the fuss?
This was a deleted scene.
Yeah, I remember it.
And
Too
pretty
funny
soon,
because of how much I hate it.
and pretty soon the monkeys in the jungle began calling back, and then Nico and Pedro got inspired. Nico started tapping out a rhythm. Doesn't describe what that rhythm is. And Pedro began beatboxing and singing. Soon
Yeah,
the
his
whole...
Will I Am. Will I
Yep.
Am, self-insert
He's
OC.
black.
I wasn't going to say that.
soon the whole family joined in, making sounds that the jungle called back to.
I'm like half asleep right now. It's past 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm still casually more amusing than you are.
On the deck below, human passengers were relaxing in hammocks. Shipping crates are stacked in piles, and one of the... I mean, if you want to go to bed, I can read the physical book. After, shipping
No, I'll
crates
see it through.
I think
Okay.
we should end relatively soon, at least. It is.
Well,
In my
Colby has
time,
got
it's 9:16.
Colby has got over 6 hours of footage to...
Oh, yeah.
Shipping crates are stacked in piles, and one of these crates contained 2 stowaways, Nigel and Gabby. Next page.
Jay,
Next
Flip.
page.
What?
flip
And,
the page.
Oh, my loan has expired, apparently.
Oh.
Borrow again?
Borrow again.
It's like, what's the point of a hour-long loan or borrow if you can just borrow it infinitely? Like, what's the point?
No.
Yeah, it seems quite redundant.
Maybe some of them are protected.
Maybe.
But maybe on this one it doesn't have a point.
They waited until nightfall to break out. Nigel was... Even as a kid, I didn't like this sentence. Nigel was first, stealthily creeping his way out of the crate like a ninja.
Seriously? How much more obvious can you make it that kids are the target audience?
Again, I was a kid when I got this book and read it, and I didn't like that line for that sentence. It's like, Behind him, Gabby hopped along excitedly. She jumped into a fruit basket. I love being on Team Nigel, she whispered. The fruit basket Gabby was in began to stir, and Gabby realized that Charlie was in the basket. A few pieces of fruit turned in onto the ground. A passenger stirred in his hammock. Nigel hummed a soft, soothing tune to lull the man back to Bro, why?
No, I know to say he said he hummed Rockabye Baby.
Yeah, it's not like it's copyrighted. Like why?
I guess Krista didn't know the tune of Rockabye Baby or something.
No, you know what? I'll actually look. When was it made? 1765. Yeah, that copyright date is well expired. by now.
Copyright. So
1765.
okay, maybe. I mean, to be fair, this is based off of an earlier script. Maybe it wasn't. I mean, maybe they didn't know what tune he would sing. Maybe.
At this point, though, it's really difficult to give Krista a benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, honestly. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if she did actually just mess up here.
Okay, and then turn on Gabby. Shh. Gabby turned to Charlie. Shh. As Charlie sank back into the fruit. Sorry, misread that. Sat down into the fruit, Gabby and Nigel made their way up to the roof. Bouncing and flipping over storing humans, Gabby scaled her way to the roof through an air duct. Nigel slowly walked up the stairs. It didn't take long for Nigel to spot his prey. It's like the scene that this is based off of. It isn't good, but it has so much more atmosphere than this. This is just boring.
Yeah.
The way it's described here.
Like, for all Rio 2's flaws, it at least has a lot of good cinematography. And this moment was pretty good. Where he stands on the edge of the rooftop and spreads his wings in front of the.
Oh yeah, that's
moon.
one of the best shots in the movie.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Obviously, it's meant to showcase the visuals, but hey, it does the job, and it's a much more memorable shot than almost anything else. It didn't take long for Nigel to spot his prey. There was Blue, the source of his misery, lying fast asleep next to his wife and their 3 pesky kids.
What? You have not
Pesky
interacted with
kids.
them at all. How do you know they're pesky? I mean, they are pesky. They're absolutely pesky, but how would Nigel know this?
It's like this is being narrated by a Scooby-Doo villain.
Yeah.
I would have
Honestly,
got away with it too if it weren't for those pesky trouble-making kids or whatever the line is. I don't know.
Meddling kids, who is always a line.
Yeah, meddling. It's been so long since I've watched Scooby-Doo. Anyway, I can't think of anything more romantic than poisoning passengers on a moonlight cruise. It doesn't even describe her like moving through the air duct and like vocalizing "Ride of the Valkyries." It like that scene, even though it's dumb because Gabby is being an idiot in that scene, it still gives you an insight into her character. This doesn't.
Oh, I assume what you're talking about by Gabby being an idiot is that if she's humming "Rise of the Valkyries" in that little tunnel, then her voice is going to be very clearly heard by the sleeping blue macaws below.
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually. Due to how acoustics work. I never thought about that, but yeah, that's very dumb. Announce presence.
And she does it for no reason, too. It plays into her character, but the movie is not self-aware that it's stupid.
And considering that Jewel would likely be a very light sleeper, yeah, I understand that Blue is obviously supposed to be a heavy one, but yeah.
Abby said quietly. She was dangling from the rim of the air duct. She scraped a tiny blob of poison off of her skin. A blob.
Drop?
Just call it a droplet.
It's a liquid. It's not a blob.
Well, you
It's a-
could you could use blob to describe a liquid, I guess, but yeah, just call it a droplet. That's what it is in the movie. So much more accurate.
And blob just sounds unprofessional, especially in prose.
Yeah. Well, for a kid's book, I don't mind it. In prose, like given the intent and the target audience, but and in the tone being set, like it's not just the target audience. I think the more important thing is tone, like how seriously is the audience supposed to take your work. But yeah, it's bad in this case either way because droplet could have been used and that would have been much better. Stop, Nigel hissed. That one is mine. He leaned over Blue. Twinkle, twinkle, little Blue. How I wondered, where were you? Up above, the world so high. Are you ready to die? Blue stirred in his sleep. Ugh, you need a tic-tac, he mumbled.
Can't have brands in a family movie, so they changed it to breath mints.
Oh.
Yeah, they removed the Tic Tac reference and turned it into breath mint instead because brands, I guess.
I don't know about that. Because I mean, if it was a copyright issue, it's like, well, why would it be in this book? But
I mean,
I don't.
if
Maybe they changed the line to make the line funnier, maybe, or roll off the tongue better. I don't know.
I'd honestly prefer Tic Tac because I know exactly what those taste like. It's very easy to visualize.
Nigel's. I will admit that this line actually was funny in the theater. It was funny, and also his. I just noticed his line about "we attack at the midnight hour" is also absent from this. Why would you remove that? That's one of the fun.
It might not have existed in the first place, to be fair.
Okay, yeah, that is true. But yeah, like I remember people in the theater laughed at that line. Like that was
Such a good memory. My God.
Like people actually.
Maybe you.
Well, my memory's pretty selective. Yeah, people thought that was a funny line, and it's not in here. And it gave Nigel more character in his theatricality. Nigel's feathers tingled with anger. Even in sleep, you mock me. He reared back, ready to strike. Ah! A woman on the deck below let out an earth-shattering scream. Charlie had lit an ant off her foot, and she'd woken up. Okay, Charlie is not a moron. Not to that degree.
Yeah. I'd like to make a note that I really hate this scene. Like,
oh yeah, it's so,
especially in the movie.
Contrived. It
is very. It's so bad how this is handled because, like, there's the movie just like plays with Blue's potential death, his potential gruesome death, like it's nothing, which I honestly don't like at all. It doesn't feel right for the pacing, especially of a family film. Just like Blue's about to die in this scene. I guess you could chalk that up to personal preference, but I mainly hate the way he's saved. It's just a foghorn blasts and knocks Nigel all clear off of the deck. It's a sound. It makes no sense. It makes also in the scene, if you look at it actually as is shown in the movie, he's standing right next to Blue, the foghorn blasts, and suddenly he's on the edge of the deck. He
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
teleports just so that the scene can happen. It's
Yeah,
completely
it-
contrived. Nigel literally has to teleport in order for things to make sense.
I
It
didn't
sucks.
even notice the thing about him teleporting, but yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, it's hang on. Can I actually stream Media Player? I wonder if I can do that. I'm gonna. I don't know if I can do that. Can I do that? No, I don't. It'd be interesting if I could stream Media Player and just bring up the movie, right here. Yeah, sure. I guess I can't do that on stage. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But yeah, in this scene, there's a lot of like inconsistency with how the characters are placed. Like Jewel is sleeping on Blue's chest. And that's all nice and cute. But when Nigel walks up to Blue, suddenly Jewel is not there. She's just completely not in the shot anymore.
Yeah, and
and
also,
then, like I said, he teleports. I'm just gonna send like 2 screenshots to show what I'm talking about because it's honestly horrible.
and also, one aspect of the scene that I've also criticized is Nigel doesn't ask Gabby to poison the others first before he kills Blue.
Oh yeah, that also makes no sense. As soon as Nigel like
As
stabs
soon as Jewel
Blue,
wakes up, she's throwing hands.
yeah, he's gonna scream loudly, and that's gonna wake
Yeah,
up literally
let's
everyone.
let's just not neutralize the biggest threat.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, this is so dumb. Okay, I'm gonna send the screenshots in the chat room. But first we got this one. That's Nigel standing right over Blue. This is before the cut. And then in the next shot, the very next shot that Nigel is shown in, he's standing here and getting knocked off the deck. He gets blown back so far by a foghorn. It's honestly dumb.
I made a joke in that criticism document that in Rio 2 during the opening scene, all the audio, all of the What Is Love audio pauses in order to wait for Blue for his line in the song, which is just terrible sound editing. And okay, so I made the joke that he has like telepathy like a Sith Lord. This like Blue is so powerful as a Sith Lord that he can use telekinesis when he's not even awake.
Huh.
He's more powerful than Darth Plagueis and Sidious combined. It's like anyway.
Oh, sorry. Here's the gif in the chat. Jewel is sleeping on his chest like this, and then the next shot,
And she's
no
happy,
Jewel.
which is sweet.
She's gone.
She's happy
Oh.
in that gif though, which is endearing.
Yeah, I like that. I love that gif. Honestly, it's so adorable. It's a cute
Yeah.
moment. I wish it were consistent. I like it. Blue snoring too. I always like Blue snoring.
Nigel froze. His razor-sharp claws were a mere inch from Blue's feathery blue neck. But a moment's hesitation was a moment too long. A foghorn let out a deafening blast, and the sound was so loud that it shook Gabby Nigel off the roof.
I see they didn't improve upon the movie at explaining that.
Okay. Sound, in order to physically force, in order to exert physical force on you, I don't think Krista Roberts understands how loud a sound has to be in order for that to happen.
It wasn't Krista. It was whoever wrote up the scene. Because it's this in the movie too.
That is true. That is true. the worst I've ever experienced in that respect was when I went to high school prom, and the music was so loud that when I walked out of the venue, the music was like reverberating in my rib cage or something, or in my chest. But even then, I wasn't moved.
Yeah, it doesn't. Sound doesn't push you.
I didn't teleport out of my car when I was testing how low my Sonos sound system
I mean,
would go.
maybe you can recoil from like the reaction to sound, but the sound itself isn't going to exert force on you at that volume.
Yeah, like sound can, again, it can physically cripple you like periodically, but it can't push you like an invisible hand. Like the closest thing besides prom, like my grandpa, when he was in the artillery, he didn't have hearing protection when an Honest John went off, and he was so shaken by the sound that he like collapsed to the ground and was shaking. But he wasn't. Again, he wasn't force pushed into a tree. He just collapsed to the ground.
I think even if sound breaks your eardrums, like completely shatters them, it's not pushing you around like a beanbag.
Yeah, no, it's not how sound works. All right, moving on.
And Naito, he literally had to be force pushed like 15 feet away. 10, 15. It's a really big stretch.
Nigel landed on a planet. Continue. Page.
Hang on.
Charlie below. A crew member whacked them with an oar, sending them overboard.
I like how it doesn't explain it. Like explain why they got whacked by a crew member. They just get whacked.
Yeah. Yep, doesn't describe the emotions of any of the characters.
They're just hostile NPCs that attack on sight.
Yeah. Charlie's tongue grabbed a life preserver in the nick of time. Wait for me. Sorry, I have to lube my throat for this one.
Bruh.
No, it took time.
Wait for me! Gabby cried, hopping to the railing. Don't leave me! She dove in after them. Up on the roof, Tiago let out a scream in his sleep, startling Drew awake.
He was very awake when he was screaming.
Tiago, stop fooling around! She shushed. I didn't do anything, he protested. Tiago Gunderson, listen to your mother. Blue mumbled half asleep. Tiago turned on his side and closed his eyes. Oh, man! None of them
Still
know how
10 pages to go before we wanted to stop.
I assume we're going to stop at when this chapter ends.
Yeah, this has gone on for too long.
None of them knew how close they'd just come to disaster.
If only the disaster hadn't been averted in a completely contrived way, I'd feel some weight from those words.
Yeah, and also one more complaint about this scene. This story completely, or this chapter completely omits Poisonous Love. Now, of course, she couldn't write the lyrics because copyright law, which is.
I mean, musical numbers just don't hit the same in fan fictions or prose prose
Yeah,
writing in general.
but that's the reason though that they're not included in these junior novels because
Yeah.
copyright.
Musical numbers are cinematic experiences only.
Yeah. But she doesn't even try to communicate any of the substance in Poisonous Love in any way.
That's true. She's just completely cutting out that entire part of Gabby's character.
Yeah, which is the main basis of her character. Now, is it possible that that was thrown in after the storyboard? Maybe.
Maybe.
But still, like, if not, that's egregious because
I mean, they probably wanted to communicate from pretty early on, how Gabby feels about Nigel and how she's like. That was probably pretty early on. Like as soon as Gabby was conceptualized as a character, they probably wanted to communicate this. So this would have been a detail that was written in the earlier story drafts, or earlier than the final version, at least. They would have wanted to communicate from the get-go of Gabby's character that she felt that it was unfair that she couldn't physically show a physical affection to Nigel. So this would have been in the script. They probably would have written up the musical number already. And Krista probably would have been able to see it, likely. Since it is a crucial aspect of Gabby's character, bad as it may be. So Krista more than likely would have just omitted this because she said, "Oh, it's a musical number, and you can't have a musical number in prose writing." So she would probably have taken that as an excuse to just completely write it out, even though it's an important aspect of Gabby's character, and not including it is literally just cheapening the story by a lot. So,
like at least Lexa Hillier in the first junior novel, she either tries to communicate the substance of the musical numbers in the prose, or she modifies.
She did that with Pretty Bird.
Or she modifies the events in a way that is interesting.
Yeah, what Lexa did was instead of having the musical number, she introduced some lines to Nigel. She gave him some of his own original lines that were supposed to fill the gap that Pretty Bird left. She worked around it. Krista is not doing that. She's just leaving it out entirely because she's lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, chase the bag and all that, but
I mean, I really hate Poisonous Love, so I'm glad I don't have to experience it right now.
I mean, Poisonous Love.
I wonder.
I don't like the song. Well, I have mixed feelings on it. It's a song that's grown on me because it is cringe in context, but I really like the instrumentation. I really like the melody. And Gabby as a character, she is annoying, but as far as her writing is concerned, just from a writing perspective,
it's at least consistent and well thought out. Yeah.
Yeah, from a writing perspective, she's easily one of the better characters in Rio 2, like by a long shot. Oh, hang on just one moment.
He has to deal with his cats. It's always the cats.
No, it's the trash cans. But I'll deal with those after we're done here. Okay. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly over the Amazon. Yep, sounds just like a fanfiction.
Yeah. The sun was shining brightly. That is oldest trick in the book. make the
Yeah,
sun shine
that-
brightly.
I can almost
I'd be a
guarantee.
bit concerned if it would dim.
I can. Well, that would be an eclipse. I can almost guarantee you that there's some Alex Relover 95 or Nightfly story that opens like that, or has a chapter that
There
opens.
is.
Like
Hmm.
that. Oh, there is.
I'd also like to
There
make a
is.
point. I'd also like to reverse this a bit and make a point that describing it as disaster is really not fitting. It wouldn't have been disaster. It would have been excruciatingly painful and absolutely heartbreaking because Blue would have been skewered to death. So describing it as a disaster feels really childish. I mean, I guess it is written for children. It's not fitting at all.
It feels
Disaster.
like the way that it's phrased and in context, it sounds like, oh, we lost our purse with the money, you know, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that would have been a disaster.
Like
Blue
something you would have
being
seen
Blue being
in-
stabbed through the heart. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not disaster. That's just that's trauma.
Well, it depends on the context. Like, if you're talking about a military disaster, then yeah, it'd be fitting, but I guess, but
Not in this context.
no.
It's just poor wording.
But while Blue and his family had a mostly good night's sleep and were refreshed for the day ahead, Nigel, Gabby, and Charlie had spent the night clinging to the life preserver that dragged behind the boat. Now, I get why the movie didn't describe any of the events that happened in that time frame, but the book doesn't care to, because again, the author is lazy, or I mean, okay, if giving her the benefit of the doubt, she could have been restricted in what she could have added, but at this point, I think it's safe to assume that she was just lazy.
In
And is not
comparison to Krista, it feels like Alexa actually cared a bit.
I agree. I mean, yeah, the Rio Jr. novel is not. It's not high class literature by any stretch of the imagination, but it at least shows some semblance of care. Some level of care went into it.
I can kind of relate because I feel a lot more passionate writing a junior novel about Rio 1 than Rio 2, to be fair. But I kind of suspect that Krista just doesn't feel like doesn't care in general.
Well, keep in mind, this is the same author who described Blue and Jewel as best friends in that other children's book that I showed you a while ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains a lot.
Along with a bunch of other cringe stuff in there.
I know what having a best friend is like, and I don't think that's it.
Let's see. Yeah, because it would have been really interesting to see the struggle of these three outcast villains on this life preserver in the middle of the river all night, you know, possibly fearing that they're going to be, you know, devoured by caimans or something, right? That would have been interesting. That could have, you know, that could have sown serious conflict between them. But, you know, nope. Nope.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons that I prefer to write my stories in real time. Well, not all the time, but like I tend to focus on events more or less in real time. Because if you don't do that, you miss out on those little bits and pieces of life that seem insignificant, but really, if you think about them deep enough, they really do matter. like the potential for that scene that I just described, right? Like literally, if I would write a better junior novel for Blue Sky for free than anything this woman has written in her life.
I'd consider it to be a very fun writing challenge, honestly.
Yeah. The sound of Blue's voice caught Nigel's ear. There they were, flying in the distance, a blue blur against a blue sky. They're
Blue Sky
getting
reference?
away. Huh?
Blue Sky reference.
Nigel shrieked, slapping Charlie. Wake up, you insect-eating idiot. Follow them. Charlie twisted his tongue into a corkscrew and used it in the water to propel them upriver. Better, Nigel snapped, shaking some water off his wings. Now go 10 times faster.
It always bewildered me. Like, if they were so slow, how did they manage to follow Blue and Jewel into the part of the Amazon?
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense.
It's completely contrived. They would have lost them immediately.
They just locate them because the script says so. Yeah, it's stupid. And also, one funny thing. When I was at a pool party, I think it was I can't remember. I think it was a birthday party, in like 2016 maybe. I don't remember. I was at a country club pool party, and for one of my friends' birthdays, this was the same one where I decapitated a piñata, and I took the head as a trophy, by the way. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't want any of the candy. I just wanted the head as a trophy, and I still have it in the basement.
Gotta make memories.
So, anyway, this pool party. I took a swim noodle, and I wanted to experiment. I wanted to see if the Charlie method of propulsion was viable.
You're a dedicated fan.
So
props.
So I was in the water, mostly submerged, and yeah, didn't work out. Now to be fair, I was blowing through a tube. My mouth was not located at the edge of that tube, so maybe that would have spelt the difference. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because that was a funny childhood story. Anyway, it's funny today how dedicated of a fan I am, and yet at the time that Rio and Rio 2 were released, I just didn't care about the franchise beyond the movies and a little bit about the Rio wiki. Like, I just thought about the movies. I didn't ask for any merch. Like, my mom got me the junior novel, the Rio 2 junior novel, and there was one time when I saw a Rio book at a Goodwill in Sykeston, I think it was, or it was. I think it was actually Poplar Bluff. I don't remember, and I picked it up, and I still have the book in my collection. But yeah, that was about it. Anyway, also this omits the big bosses cruising past Nigel and Charlie and Gabby. It just transitions or it cuts to this. Farther down the river, a base camp for a massive logging operation was being set up. A motorboat had pulled up to it, and a man dressed in a white suit, a white fedora, and expensive leather shoes. What does that say? Lit on shore. I'm gonna Google that word because I don't think I've ever
be alighted.
Alight. Did she misspell that?
What?
She misspelled the word alighted. And no.
That's a fat L.
Okay, I looked at. Yeah, no, yeah, she misspelled it. That's really bad. Now I don't use the word alight very. No, I actually have never used it. I don't think, but. Ugh, man. He was the big boss of the camp, and he did not look happy.
He was the big boss. Nice. Very descriptive.
Good night, lizard. I'll type a message to him in chat. Okay.
Have a good one, mate.
He walked into a tent where a group of loggers and a monkey, doesn't describe which species of monkey, it's a tamarin, by the way, were playing cards at a table. I guess it's a storyboard difference, or they... Yeah. Okay. And next page, were so engrossed in their game that they didn't notice him. But when he stabbed a knife in the table, they did. Having fun, the boss asked as the monkey dropped his cards and scampered off. Here's something fun. He threw a newspaper at the foreman. On the front page was a photo of Lyndon Tullio under the headline, "Rare birds may be found. If those tree huggers find their birds, they'll bring in the authorities." Again,
Let me guess. This is all completely contrived.
No, well, I wasn't going to say that. No subtext.
Explicitly stating what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, again, like, not everybody talks in subtext, and there are cultures that are much
not
more...
everybody's me.
Yeah. And there are cultures that are much more direct than others, like, you know, Germans are very famously direct in the way that they speak.
Interesting.
But yeah, this is sorry, the can't speak. The final line is better. Anyway, he threw a newspaper at the foreman. On the front page is a photo of Lyndon Tullio under the... Oh, I already read that. I'm stupid. The boss said angrily. He ripped up the paper and stomped on it furious. And that will make me very, very... And that will make me very, very unhappy.
Oh, is he a child? Is he Eduardo from Don't Go? Like, are these adults or not? Like, I know it's a children's book, but still, you should write adults to be adults, not children.
That is atrocious. That might actually be worse than Goodbye Stinky City Air.
Yeah, I consider that worse. It's impossible to take seriously at all.
Very, very unhappy. You said something. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, nothing important. He's literally a petulant child.
My Eduardo dialogue in Don't Go is better than that.
Yeah.
And even the dialogues in the original Don't Go, I mean, they were bad, but they were they were at least original. With the thing about the what is it? My mind is as blank as that human white
I-
stuff that is written on with a stick.
Oh,
Is
that was
something-
absolutely horrible. Yeah.
and then there's the cracked water bottle line, and anyway. I'm still amazed at how horrible that was, but anyway, continuing on. The loggers all looked at one another. No one dared breathe. That's not very good grammar. No one dared breathe. No one wanted the boss to be unhappy. Yeah, thank you for telling the obvious. The boss smoothed down the lapels of his suit and adjusted his hat. I want those trees out. Clear this area. You don't want to see me unhappy, do you?
He's a petulant child. What is going on?
And with that, he walked past the map of the forest and out of the tent. Linda and Tilio had the same map pulled up on their tablet, and right now they were in the middle of studying it. It had been divided into quadrants. Okay, we covered areas A and B, so I think we should continue with, Linda thought out loud, tapping the map with her finger. Tulio couldn't hear her. He had... What? He had on headphones.
He had on.
He had on headphones.
That's legitimately grammatically
Wait, is-
incorrect.
Okay, I haven't looked at the text yet, but does it describe it as anything more than headphones, or is it just
No,
headphones?
no, that's not the problem. Is saying he had on headphones.
He had on headphones and was busy.
He done did
holding
wear
the mic-
headphones.
Ugh. This again.
And was holding up a
on record-
microphone to record bird sound. Is that what that is? Is that a microphone? I mean, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't. It sounds like Krista isn't describing it very well.
I'm not educated enough to tell you what that thing is that he's holding, but in any case, he had on headphones and was busy holding up a microphone to record bird sounds. Sounds like a line I'd read in a Ninja Star story.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
And Ninja Star, by the way, if you're listening to this in the future, I'm just stating the truth about your writing.
You suck.
Yeah, right. Don't say that. Right at the moment. If you want to improve your writing, please DM me. But anyway, I will continue. Yeah, that is horrendous. These 2 pages are horrendous. He squawked into the forest, hoping to
Oh,
get
wow.
a response back.
You're actually really good at that. At replicating that sound that he makes.
He's been practicing.
Yeah, you can tell. Very good.
Thank you. Hoping to get a response back. I could do it. I could do it better than that, by the way, if I hadn't been reading for so long. Julio. Oh. Okay, I'll wait. Julio, are you listening to me? Linda asked, exasperated. You have reached your destination, my, interned the GPS. Blue looked at the others. You see, it worked like a charm, he said proudly. Here we are. Where? Carla deadpanned.
What?
Carla deadpanned.
That sounds odd. Is that okay to use?
I don't know. Well, as a verb, I don't know. And in any case, I don't even know if that's like a correct use of deadpan delivery. Because I don't think that's a line in the movie, but yeah, I don't think that's, well, it could be correct, but it's not something I'd use. They were standing in the middle of an empty clearing. Next page. Blue began pressing buttons. Oh, these things have a margin of error. Joel eyed the GPS. I told you not to trust that woman. Meanwhile, Bia and Tiago wandered off into the brush after a caterpillar. Ooh, that's a heliconius larva, Bia said. It feeds on rotting fruit. Yeah, me too, Tiago said as they disappeared from view.
What?
Tiago is Izaliki confirmed.
Run that by me again, Tiago?
Did you get the joke? Because Easy is a raccoon. Anyway. Hey, kids, stay close, Blue called out. I'll get them, Jules said, flying off. Okay, you guys stay put, Blue told his friends. I'll look around. No worries, we'll be here, Raphael said, indicating Nico and Pedro. We're not going anywhere. Nico and Pedro looked worried. My feathers is popping up on the back of my neck, Pedro said. I don't like this, Nico said. Nuh-uh, Pedro said with a shiver. Let's back it up. Beep, beep, beep. He mimicked the sound of a truck in reverse. Blue flew off to a nearby tree. Pushing through some leaves, he gazed around. All he could see was the thick jungle. Come on, lady, he told the GPS. Help me out here. Lost signal, the GPS beeped. Blue groaned. Great. He flew back to the clearing, but to his surprise, everyone was gone. Okay, guys? Guys? Yoda, I love that you join these readings, but I don't know if your sleep schedule is healthy. You should work on it.
His sleep schedule is aligned with mine. And I live in Utah. And he lives in Sweden. It's normal for him. It's pretty standard for him.
Even still, that might not be recommendable for your long-term health. Anyway,
I've been up just as
Don't worry, I'll head over to Sweden, come to live with him, and I'll get him to I'll force him to have a good sleep schedule.
Sounds very gay.
Whoa.
No. It's for the
to be fair, Big J is going to stay with me for a month, so you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway.
I need the fucking health then.
Okay. He fought back the instant panic that crept into his heart. Good one, guys. Very funny. Good. Very witty. Jewel? Who are you? Kids? Jewel? Suddenly, sharp talons burst out of the trees and grabbed him, carrying him off. Ah!
There's always talents.
But no one was there to hear him.
Both the Rio 1 and the Rio 2 junior novel authors are obsessed with using talons instead of toes. Why is it everyone? I'm beginning to think, is it us who is in the wrong? Are we actually supposed to use the word talons instead of toes?
No, I looked at the definition and we're in the right. The unmistakable sound of rare blue Spix Macaw rang through the jungle. It's a macaw! Tulio exclaimed.
The unmistakable sound of the rare blue Spix Macaw. What do you mean unmistakable? Are they extinct? Are they on the edge of extinction or not?
He and Linda took off after the sound. The bird kept squawking. Blue? Linda shouted. She and Tulio pushed through thick jungle foliage.
Are you really going to continue?
Oh,
wait. Oh, yeah, it's a new chapter, isn't it? Yeah, can we end it?
Yeah,
great.
let's end it. I really gotta get going. Yeah, what did you guys think of the reading?
Oh, man, that was you're not bad, of course. You're great in your commentary. Krista was pretty bad, though.
That's about all we've got time for. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yes.
It's been about 7.5 hours. Good night and goodbye. Thank you for attending.
Yes.